Hey everyone, so we are live. I hope am I audible? Yep. Uh, Welcome to .NET Conference Bangalore, a community-run virtual event. Good morning, and everyone, and I hope you are having a good time. If not, we have a full day packed with sessions all about .NET, Blazor, C Sharp 9, gRPC, and many more. We'll be having speakers joining us globally across the regions and presenting and sharing their knowledge with us. Now, throughout the day, you'll be hearing from experts from Microsoft, community speakers, and MVPs, and you can post all of your queries in the comments window and learn along with us. While it's hard not to be in person for such events, but we are glad here to meet you all virtually. And we want these sessions to be interactive and helpful for you, so do let us know, share your experience with us. Now, along with learning we also have a quiz and raffle for you, where you could stand a chance to win Azure certification voucher and JetBrains Toolbox license. So stay tuned with us till the end of the event. Okay. Now, before we start, let me give you the quick introduction of the organizers and communities behind this event. So let's start with that's me, Durgesh. I work as a solution architect at Kimberly Clark, and I'm a member at .NET Foundation. And in my free time, I contribute to the open source projects such as Xamarin Forms, and I recently started with Xamarin Community Toolkit. By the way, I'm a big time open source advocate, so you would find me delivering sessions around the same in our community. I also co-organize events at Xhackers and B.NET. And in case if you have any questions, you can reach out to me on Twitter or GitHub. We also have Swaminathan with us, who is an architect at Mars. He's a Microsoft MVP under Developer Technologies, and he is the organizer of B.NET and Xhackers user group in Bangalore. He writes his blog at swaminathanvetri.in. Lot of great content, so do check it out. And you can follow him on Twitter at SVC Swaminathan. So as I mentioned earlier, this is a community-run virtual event. So these are the two communities we have from India, B.NET and Xhackers. And you can join our meetup group like meetup.com/B.NET UZ and Xhackers, where you can find information about our upcoming and past events. You can also join our Facebook group, B.NET and Xhackers. We have more than around 7,000 members there. So let's learn together and share our knowledge. And you can follow us on Twitter. And in case if you want to see the past recordings of our Xhacker channels, there is a YouTube channel as well. Now, recently, like we have received a feedback, we heard from you, and we are glad to announce our Discord community server. So here's the link for the same. You can join our Discord server, and you can share your knowledge and start the conversation. And I know this link is not a custom friendly, so in case if you are wondering where you can find the same, so I have added our Discord icon here as well on the site. So just head over to b.net/.net conference 2020, and you can join here from Discord, our Discord server as well. All right. Thanks to our sponsors, JetBrains, who are supporting us with the Toolbox license during the raffle, and Microsoft and .NET Foundation for supporting our meetup needs. And thanks to Ashirwad and Luis from .NET Foundation, who is supporting our live stream today. So those who are new to .NET Foundation, let me give you a quick overview on the same. .NET Foundation is an independent non-profit organization, and basically the purpose is to help and support the .NET community and open source projects. And you can find more information around the same at .NETfoundation.org. So to understand better how .NET Foundation helps the communities actually from end to end, so it protects, suppose if you are having open source project, it provides you all of your legal needs, like contribution license agreements and trademarks. And it includes even the like mentorship and the sponsorship. And in case if you need any content, so they also provide you the resources, presentation resources and content. uh, and if you need a visibility in the wider community, so they basically provide you those marketing and platforms to where through which you can spread the word about your project, and a lot of other things as well. If you are running events, for example, like if you are running events, they provide you sponsorships there as well. And it till the, like I mentioned, till the end, so it includes even the support as well. So do check it out. So how can you get involved with .NET Foundation? So there are multiple ways. So in case if you're contributing to .NET community, or writing blogs, or teaching about your project, or basically, like, if you're part of the .NET community, you can apply for the membership, and this is a link for the same. You can also find out of meetup. Like, most of the .NET meetups are part of the same umbrella, so you can find a meetup, in case if you're running a meetup, right? And if it is not yet part of the .NET Foundation, so you can nominate your meetup, and they'll also help you and support you in running a live stream like this. You can also join their .NET conference newsletter to get up to this, stay up to date with the latest what's going on in the .NET Foundation and the board of community members. And then you can contribute to a .NET Foundation project. So like I mentioned, the community involves supporting the open source projects around the .NET ecosystem. So you can contribute to any projects and nominate. Even if you're suppose working on an open source project, you can nominate your project as well to get those help and support that you need. Well, this is my favorite slide. Thanks to our amazing speakers who are, spending their time with us today and sharing their knowledge. We have Nish Anil who is a senior program manager at Microsoft in .NET team. He'll be joining us from Bangalore. And then we have Rajesh. He's a software engineer at Microsoft in Xamarin team, and he's one of my mentor. Like, if I have to contribute to Xamarin Forms, so he's one of the go-to person I usually go to, and he'll be joining us from Netherlands. We have Fatima, who is a cloud architect at Mars. She'll be joining us from UK. We have Igor, who will be joining us from Croatia, and he's a system architect at AVL. We have Niveda, who will be joining us from Chennai. She is a software engineer at Mind, and as I introduced already, Swaminathan, he'll be joining us today from Andhra. And we have Vishwanatha Swami, who will be presenting on gRPC, and he's joining us from Hyderabad. So, like I mentioned, we have our speakers, joining us globally across the region. So, let's get started. All right. So before we start, I wanted to give outline of the overview of the full day. So at 10 a.m. we'll start with our keynote session with Niche, which is Welcome to .NET, and then followed by What's New with Blazor, which will be taken by Swami at 10:45, and then we'll have a break, 15 minutes of break. So you can use this time to grab a coffee or grab a bite, or maybe you can stay back here and do the networking part. And then at 11:45 we have Entity Framework Core, which will be delivered by Niveda, and then followed by High Performance Services using gRPC, which will be taken by Vishwanath Swami. And then Why and How of C# 9.0, which will be taken by Igor, and then we followed by Xamarin Forms 5 beautiful and fast steps how you can write with fast less code. That will be taken by Ziral. And at the end, we have accelerate.net to Azure with GitHub Actions, which will be taken by Fatima. And at the end of the event, we will be having, AMA Ask Me Anything with our speakers. So this is the time you can ask all of your questions, and chat together with the speakers. And at the end of the event, we will have, the quiz and the raffle part. So, and along with that, we can wrap up. So just general information. So question and answers, like all of your queries will be handled at the end of the each session, right? So you can post all of your questions in the YouTube comment section. So all of our organizers and speakers will be replying to there as well. But we'll be taking up question and answers at the end of the each session. And do post your questions so we can share it with our speakers as well. You can tweet your experience about this event using the hashtags .NET Conf and hashtag BDotNet. So let us know how you feel, and spread the word for the community. You can so like I mentioned, we'll be having a raffle and quiz. So you can submit your feedback at b.net.in/feedback. Your feedback is very important for us. That helps us to improve our future events and run this community as well. And our raffle, like basically based on the feedback submissions, we'll be having a raffle. So we'll be picking a winner based on the submissions we receive on the feedback form. And we also have a a quiz at the end. So after AMA, we'll be doing a quiz of around 10 minutes, and you can stand a chance to win Azure certification voucher. So I'll be anyways sharing the details around the same after our AMA session. So stay tuned till the end. All right. So next, in next less than 5 minutes, we have our first session. Keynote and welcome to .NET 5. So let's rock and roll.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining in today. It is very, very exciting to see a lot of community folks. I mean, when the world was better, we would be doing this live and have a lot of interactions and other things with B.NET and Xhackers community. But things have changed. But the good thing is we have some really exciting speakers joining us from all over the world. So you get to ask questions and other things with them directly. So that's a good side of things. And thank you so much for joining in on a Saturday. It's really, really, exciting to join with you today. So we want to keep this very informal, just like how we want to do this in real. So if you want to ask questions, feel free to drop them in, and we will take that out, and we will answer those questions as we go. So it's, the most important thing is not just a session, but to keep the interaction going, and that's what keeps the community alive, right? And thank you, Durgesh, Swami, and Ashirwad, and all of you from the community team to be, stepping up the game and being part of this. And it is really, really exciting to watch you guys do amazing things. So my name is Nish. I work on the .NET team, and specifically the community team. So I'm a PM. I focus on cloud native and microservices. If you've seen .NET/architecture, if you haven't seen that page, you should go check that out, because we have amazing set of resources out there for all you to build production ready apps. So maybe you're starting with microservices. Maybe you want to know what are the cloud native stuffs that you can use in your applications today, or you can choose on Azure, like what cloud services to choose from. Those kind of things are all written there. And also, like, if you're modernizing, so if you're coming from legacy application, you want to take and do lift and shift, you want to take and apply that containerizations and other things, and then host it on cloud, we have some great resources out there too. Or maybe you have a web forms application and you're looking at the future of web with WebAssembly and all things. Well, that's putting from the web forms to Blazor. We have resources for that. All of these things have its own reference samples and other things, so you should definitely check that out. So if you have questions while we are here, feel free to ask. But later on, if you want to catch up with me, that's my handle, Nish channel. It's Twitter, GitHub, Instagram, all everything is the same handle there. All right, we're talking about .NET 5. So obviously, .NET 5 is the next version of the from .NET Core 3.1, right? If you have been using .NET Core 3.1, you can see, you probably would have noticed about the performances, the cross-platform things that we have used for so long. And .NET 5 actually blends into the vision for us to kind of like keep the libraries, the tools, SDKs, runtimes unified. So .NET 5 meets with that goal, and then it also comes in with some beautiful new features as well, like single file applications. So if you're working with .NET Core or even desktop applications, you want to make it self-contained, you can actually add the .NET right inside your exes and then ship it. Gone are those days when you have to take the exe, you ship it, and you have to vendor the framework that is running on the Windows systems. That's all gone, right? You can actually add these frameworks directly into your, basically the runtimes into your exes, and then run it everywhere. And also, when it comes to microservices and cloud native, it's all about container images and making it small and high performant. There's so much of improvements that has gone in. We have some great improvements on web and cloud investments, web with Blazor and cloud with TIE and gRPC and other things. So that's something which I want to focus on today. And you probably would have seen there is a line of talks out there explaining each of the other side of things as well, like gRPC, this Blazor, there's Xamarin Forms 5, there's a lot of those things. But the keynote, I really want to focus on the getting started and on mostly on the web and cloud investments, right? I talked about Windows desktop development enhancements. There's also ARM64 support for Windows, and performance is the number one, for us, the bullet point to hit with every release. So that's, if you are looking for a high performant web framework, there's ASP.NET for you. There's also some great improvements in C#. There's C# 9.0. I love the features that has come in, record types and top level statements. They're great, some great features. So if you haven't yet started, this is where you need to go, .NET, get .NET 5, and just get started with .NET. Right. We're seeing a significant amount of growth with the .NET in the .NET ecosystem. I mean, if you look at the .NET Core, which is relatively new framework and runtime, we are seeing about 2 million developers already in the Visual Studio family. When you look at Stack Overflow survey, what we love to hear is the same thing. From past 2 years, 2019 and 2020, it's the number one most loved framework, and there is a reason for that too, right? It is really high performant, and people love it. It's cross-platform, it's free, it's open source. Talking about open source, we are among the top 30 highest velocity open source projects. What that means is, like, number of pull requests that we are engaging with, the number of issues that we're engaging with, is really, really high. And most popular repositories out there are the .NET and ASP.NET. We're talking about GitHub. We also, on the GitHub, we are the top 5 languages when it comes to C#, which is also great. And also, Empower Benchmarks, which is again a third-party company which actually does benchmarks for these open source frameworks and other things, and they constantly run these benchmarks. And ASP.NET Core is number one web framework out there, even beating the Go and the Java out there. So that is based on the Run 19 that they say. Run 20, so Run 19 was based on 3.1. In Run 20, we will have the .NET 5. So .NET 5 has a lot more improvements on performance, and you will you can get benefit from that. So if you are just getting started, start with .NET 5 and take advantage of the .NET 5's performance improvements too. What we also see, which is very, very exciting for us, is that the new developers that we are seeing, where 40% of them, they are students, and that is very exciting. So that's why if you go onto the .NET website now, you will see a lot of getting started, and we're trying to make .NET as user-friendly as possible for the beginners. So you'll see a lot of improvements there too, and we are very excited about this. Partners, talking about partners, so these are, I mean, if you have been working with .NET for maybe probably a decade, you probably recognize some of these logos already, like DevExpress, Infragistics, Telerex, Infusion, Grape City, and other things. They have some great controls and tools, even for the latest and greatest, like Blazor. So if you are looking at modernizing your applications and other things, you might as well just look at the same vendors and look for upgrades and other things. So we are thankful to have them part of our journey into high-performant cross-platform core. Talking about open source, there are also a lot of libraries out there, and thank you so much for all the open source contributors. They're all part of the .NET Foundation, so when you're starting with Blazor, there's some really nice Blazor extensions that you want to check that out, and obviously there are a lot of other frameworks out there. So if you just want to get started with open source and things, these are great libraries to maybe contribute to, help them with documentations and whatnot, right? All right, let's talk about some of the upgrades that has happened in the .NET 5. I'll touch upon briefly of some of them, and then we'll just get into the demos and we can take questions after that. So talking about desktop apps, I think we spoke about this already, about self-contained and single file exes, which we'll come to that. But before that, a lot of developers are still on the Windows platforms, and we know that, and that's why we want to make sure .NET 5 improvements come to them too. So there is some great tooling improvements in Visual Studio to support designers, to support Windows Forms and WPF designs and other things. There's Click Once installer support. There's also support for third-party tools and controls. So if you're just getting started, start with .NET 5, and you can take benefits of that. I talked about self-contained and single file exes, which are great, and it's also you can also run side by side. So if you have .NET, gone are those days when you have to think about the operating system, what framework has been shipped with the operating system, and your desktop applications have to make sure that is targeting on the framework. Now you don't have to worry about. You can update your desktop applications whenever you want, because you can attach the framework, or basically the runtime, along with your exe, so you don't have to really worry about the operating system updates and things. Nothing is going to break when operating system changes and things, right? So, excuse me. So yeah, and really good performances. And then there's also some modern controls like WebView 2, which is the Microsoft Edge extension. So if you are building something like the apps like Electron apps and things that is most on web based, you can start using WebView 2 and then start building apps in that form too. Talking about mobile development, there we have already released the Xamarin Forms 5. There's some beautiful APIs for building, designing beautiful UIs with brushes, shapes, and paths and things. And there are also great improvements in XAML experience. So we have unified the experience for writing XAML. Also, hot reload. These are all actually rewritten to get you the same experience that you get on WPF and UWP. So you can take advantage of those things too. And also, you can build iOS apps on Windows. So there's a session later. You can actually check that out, how these things are done. Okay, this is my favorite part. Let's talk about web and cloud development. So we're talking about full stack web development. I'm sure a lot of you with the resumes writing full stack development, yet feeling that there is some JavaScript you probably wouldn't know, which would come up in the questions. But the thing is, when it comes to full stack web development .NET, you don't have to really worry about JavaScript at all, because you can build everything in .NET, right from the server code to the client code. So there's also With Blazor comes in two forms, with Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly. So if you're just building web applications like usual way of doing things, you want to do the Blazor Server. The difference is like when you write in Blazor Server, when you even the UI that you write is basically it is actually compile and run on the server, and then the DOM gets updated using a SignalR connection, right? And there's Blazor WebAssembly, which is like if you want to build browser for the browser and everything remains in the browser, you can start with WebAssembly and make use of this nice, amazing, um, the whole tech called WebAssembly. So in .NET 5, the Blazor uses the .NET 5 core framework libraries instead of the earlier Mono. So that is again coming with the vision of unifying everything. It's also 3 times faster than the previous releases because there is some great support for server-side pre-rendering and lazy load dependency. So if there are times, you probably would have seen this when you're building Blazor applications, you will have multiple pages. You may have third-party dependencies on the other pages, but when you start initially, it'll load everything because it needs that kind of dependency. Now with the lazy loading, you can actually decide which page needs that library and then choose to load it later. There's also some great improvements on virtualization. So this virtualization comes to it. So if you have large data and other things you want to virtualize, there is support for it. And also, I think one of the top requests were CSS and JavaScript isolation. So now that's possible. So instead of writing this whole site.main.css or something in one place and just getting confused about it, you can also write in components like, very next to that. And then you can add those things which are very specific to those components, and you can easily maintain it. And it is really nice how this all comes together and works. And also, I think I talked about the open source partners as well. There's a huge ecosystem of third party and OSS controls, which you can take advantage of. So you should definitely go and check that out. All right, so I want to keep this demo for Blazor very, very simple and easy because I know there's a whole session out there, so I don't want to steal away the thunder. So I'm just going to keep it very, very simple. So right now I have, let's see. So I'm here in my Visual Studio. There's nothing in this folder. So let's get started here. So if you want to start, if you're just starting with .NET, you can actually start with .NET New and hit, and you can see the number of template that comes with it. So this is what we're great at. Like, you don't have to start everything from scratch. There's templates to get you started. So if you're starting with ASP.NET Core, you can start with web. Since we are talking about Blazor, there are two options, as I mentioned earlier. There's a Blazor server, there's a Blazor WASM, which is a WebAssembly version, and that's what we're going to look at, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say .NET New Blazor, right? So that's what I'm going to do. That's it. Hit enter. What this is going to do is it's going to just create the template and create some projects for me. And with these projects, as you see, there are 3 pages, which is the index.razor page, which has some HTML. There is a counter.razor page. If you look at that, this is the HTML, and then there is also C# code, and this is not JavaScript. This is C# code, right? So you have these pages. There's also fetch data page if you want to see how you want to connect the backend and get some data. So here it is. So there's a weather forecast. This is something like a DTO object, which is going to hold the weather forecast, and we're going to populate this using this HTTP REST client call. It's nothing but just calling a JSON and getting those data and populating it. So there's when we start with templates, there's also the 3 templates that like 3 scenarios that you can just look at it, how this is done, right? And you can see how it's actually templated inside using Razor. Well, this is great. So now I'm going to use something called as .NET Watch and then run this and see what happens. So in .NET 5, what you're done is when you run it, it automatically starts your browser as well. And if you are coming from like Xamarin Forms and other things, there is hot reload, which is like, when you start editing things, you can start the change that come up directly. For example, I can just say, hello, Bengaluru, save this. And once I save it, you can see that I did not refresh it. It automatically got refreshed and it got updated, right? It's not only just these HTMLs, but you can also go and write this C# code. So basically, if you go to the counter, if you just click me, it just does the counting, right? So now let's write some C#. So you know that we can write C# here. So I'll just go into console.writeline. Put some statements here. So I'll just say, I'll just emit out the current count for now. So I'm just going to just save and I just refresh, click me. And now if I go into the inspector, and you can see that, as I clicked, it also actually writes it to the browser's console, which is also great. So there is not just this. There's a lot more improvements, like the CSS isolation side of things, which is going to come up in the later talk, which Swami is going to do. So we will go into the next. Okay, that's demo. The next is cloud native investments, and that's one of the favorite things that I want to talk about, which is there's so much of improvements when you're building REST APIs in .NET. There's Open API, there's support for API REPL, which is also, I'm going to show it, that the automatic client generation. So specifically, if you are connecting to REST endpoint, you have the Swagger definitions, you can generate client automatically, so you don't have to write those code. And also now with Visual Studio, you can directly publish to API-M, and there is like built-in support, which makes it easier for building your APIs. There's also support for gRPC, which is the latest and the greatest way of doing service-to-service communications. So if you are looking for high-performant RPC framework, gRPC has defined it now. So now .NET has the support for gRPC, and we will look at these things in a bit. Okay, let's get started with that too. Let's close this. For this, what I'm going to do is I'll start with Visual Studio. And you can do this in VS Code if you want to, but I just want to show you some of the tooling supports here. So I'll start with an ASP.NET Core web application. So if you are starting to build REST applications, you can start with ASP.NET Core Web API. So I'm choosing ASP.NET Core 5.0 and choosing an ASP.NET Core Web API. Okay. And one thing, if you notice, there's a new support. This is the Enable Open API support. And that's the Swagger definition that gets added by default for you. So if I just click on Create, so it's going to create this template, very similar to what we saw in the Blazor WebAssembly, but it's going to be more from the Web API side of things. So yes, as you rightly guess, it will have a controller, your weather forecast controller. And there's something about the weather, right? Because it's always random. There's some kind of like, changes that happens. It's never as predicted. So it's a better sample to get started. So we have this weather sample, which has this random value that gets generated. So when you hit the weather forecast controller, it just gives you some random JSON data. Now what I'm going to do is I just started it. I'm just going to hit the debug button, and it's going to start on IIS Express, right? So I did not do any kind of code from my side. So I wanted to show you what comes by default. So here you go. So until this point, you probably wouldn't have seen this. You wouldn't have Swagger. So all the time, what happens is like you hit a default endpoint, and then there's nothing there, right? And when you're getting started, and if you didn't know this, it would be very confusing. For example, you need to go to weather forecast because that's your controller, and that's when you will have this JSON. So now by default, what we did is we add Swagger and we point you to the Swagger endpoint directly, so that you can just get started with the testing of this, right? So this is all comes within the template, so you don't have to do any code for this, right? So it's just the random JSON value that came. Okay, which is great. Now let's add some code here. Other than get, I'm going to add some post as well. There you go. So nothing but simple post. Don't look at this. There's nothing it is doing, but I just wanted to show you something with the post method. Before that, let me open this. Instead of running this on the browser, I'm going to run this on HTTP REPL. Now, this is a .NET global tool. So if you want to get started with HTTP REPL, let me just find that detail for you. So here it is. So .NET HTTP REPL. You can actually install this by going to .NET tool, install Microsoft.NET -HTTP REPL. So once you do that, you will have the REPL installed in your local machine, and then you set this path in your Visual Studio if you're just working with Visual Studio. Otherwise, if you want to just get started with in the command line, you can do that too. So what I want to show you is now I'm going to run this, and it is not opening the browser. Instead, it is using a REST. So now you can actually interact with this REST endpoint. So let's say ls. Okay, there it is. There's weather forecast. So I can go to cd weather forecast, and then I want to do a get. Just hit get, and I get the information in JSON. But if I want to do put, I can do post. I can also hit the post. I'm going to hit a breakpoint here just to show you how this works. So it's a nice way to interact with any endpoints. For example, it doesn't have to be any .NET. Um, Hit on post, and now if I just say BLR, so it opens the editor that you configured. So you need to set the editor whatever you want. I'm going to save this and just close this, and now you can see that in the post method it also got hit, and there you go. So this is what we were after. So there's BLR that is coming there, right? So it's pretty cool, right? When you want to work with APIs, you want to test few things, we have some great tooling there. Now let's take it to the next step, which is let's. So now you know that .NET is cross-platform, and when you're building REST APIs and other things, you probably are going to deploy this to some sort of servers. Probably the server is written in probably like, or the cluster is in Linux. You have Kubernetes, you want to run it there, right? So how do you do that? Now let's say if I want to see where exactly this is running, so I'm just going to create some debug tests here. Logger.log information. I'm going to write environment dot. I want to know where exactly this is running, just to show you this running in different operating systems. So I just created a string called logger.log information environment.os version string. Save this. Put a breakpoint. Sorry, put a breakpoint here, and I'm going to run this. Let's go back to the edge. Open this Swagger. There you go. Weather focus. So you have the post method that we already added. Try it out. Execute. And you have the breakpoint. And you can see that the version that is running on is Microsoft Windows NT 10.0. There's nothing fancy, nothing new. You all know this. This is all running on Windows, right? Now I can go ahead and run this on, let's say, Linux. So if you are on Windows and you want to try this on Linux, you can use WSL2, that is Windows Subsystem for Linux. But I want to take it to the next step, which is like I can containerize this and run it on Docker, right? So how do I containerize this application? All that you need to do is right-click this project, go to add, and then add the Docker support. Once you add the Docker support, once you click on that, you have this option called Linux and Windows. Since we already saw Windows, we're not doing any Windows containers right now. We'll use the Linux. So I click on OK. What this does is automatically a Docker file is added to you based on your application. And while I'm doing that, you can see that what Visual Studio is doing is actually has some nice container tool support, which is actually going and building this image for you and getting it ready so that you can, when you hit Fi, you can actually run the Docker. So it's building the images, right? So this is the Docker file. So it has the what it's doing is it has the runtime, ASP.NET runtime, which is needed for you to run your .NET application. It is what it also does is actually taking the SDK, taking all your files and compiling right inside the Docker, and giving you an entry point. Like when you say .NET and your application.dll, your application knows what to do, and you're basically telling what ports that you want to expose inside Docker, right? So it's all, as you see, I've not written any code. I'm just doing right click add and everything is done for me. Now I can just go back to my controller. Let's go to the get endpoint. I want to know which version am I running on. So now you see, once you add the Docker file, Visual Studio will already give you this to start with Docker. So I hit on that one. Okay, so hit get forecast, try it out, execute, and you can see the version string. It's Unix, right? I'm just going to zoom in a little bit so that I don't know why when I zoom in it just gets blurry. There you go. So that's Unix 4.19, right? I did not make any changes to the code. It's just that based on the runtime, it is going to run wherever you deploy it. So this is great. So just looking at the questions while we are doing. So the question, no need for swashbuckle explicitly added, no, because that's part of the template. Can't read the code. Oh, sorry. I think I'm going to increase the code a little bit. Hope this is better. Okay. All right. So don't see any other questions. So that's about adding some sort of Docker to the web API endpoint. So let's switch gears and close this REST endpoints and go to the new way of doing things, which is gRPC, right? So if you're just getting started, there's a REST endpoint which the humans can read, but there's also gRPC, which are like the entire thing happens in binary, so humans can't read, but the machines can read faster and it is high performant. So if you're looking for the RPC framework, high performant, gRPC is the way to go. It's open source, it's part of the Cloud Native Foundation. So we now have support for gRPC in .NET as well. So you can get started with gRPC by just simply creating a new service using gRPC template. So you can just search for gRPC and it'll give you gRPC service. So right now I'm going to create a service. I'll show you both creating the service and accessing using the client as well. I'm going to hit next. gRPC service 7, that's okay. Click create. And ASP.NET Core gRPC service, this is fine. So here's another thing that you can do in Visual Studio is, like, instead of right click add Docker, if you know that you're sure shot you're going to run this on Docker, you can actually enable this right here and it'll add necessary things for you. So there you go. So now it's a gRPC service. So the first thing that you would notice is something called as a proto file. And this is the file that is basically like a contract. I mean, if you're coming from the WCF world and other things, you probably know what a contract is. Your service and the client who is consuming the service will work in a contract, and the client will call the method as if the method was written inside client, but internally under the hood, the call is made to the service, and there is handshake, and then there is the rest of the things that happens, right? Now, this proto file, they are actually language independent and framework independent. So which means you can take this proto file, work with maybe a Go or Java or any other frameworks for that matter. As long as you write the contract as per the gRPC contract specifications, you're good to go. So here we're defining a service called greeter, and it is how we're going to have a method called say hello. That's the RPC, and it accepts hello request and it responds with hello reply. Right? What are these? These are just these kind of like a model, you can say, right? DTO objects. So hello request, you have within that you have string name, hello reply, which has message. So that's it. Once you do this, um, what in Visual Studio, what we do is we will automatically create from the proto file, we will create that service for you. So if you see this is a greeter service, this is a class that we just generated, but then under the hood, it also defines a base. So we go to the day. So this is what is generated by Visual Studio. So this is something which you should never touch. You don't need to touch because it's all taken care for you. All that you need to do is make sure the proto files are written correctly, and then it'll generate the service for you automatically, right? So now it has, as I said, like there's a say hello, and now if you see, everything is basically part of the C# classes, right? So if you go into the definition, what you saw, there was a string message. So here it is. This is reply. So if I want to go to request, let's quickly show you that. Request that, and then there's this name, right? So you will just write it like a C# objects itself. That's good. Now, let's run the service. So all that I need to do is just hit on gRPC service 7 or the name of this service there, and it will start listening on localhost 5001 and 5000. So I'm just copy this, open the browser, hit on that endpoint, and what you see immediately is, just increase the font. So it says communication with gRPC endpoints must be made through a gRPC client. As I said, it's not human readable, so you don't need you don't need any kind of like endpoints where you can work with as a human, right? You will be working with protofiles. So as long as protofiles are shared across, the communication should work almost seamlessly. So let's go and create the client for this. Now what I'm going to do is run the solution. I'm going to say add new project. And this time it can be any client. So generally what we see with gRPC is they're great for service-to-service communication in microservices architecture. We do this with the Chopin containers, one of the reference samples as well. So we have an API gateway. In API gateway, there's a backend for frontend, and backend for frontend will work with multiple services together. So when those services has to work with multiple services together, and when in a single HTTP request, we work with gRPCs there. So we know protofiles for each of the service, and then we create this request and then send these messages and get the response. So, and the advantage that you get is really, really fast, right? So there's no JSON serialization, something, because it's all binary. So it's fast. So in this case, I'm going to show you in a console app in .NET Core, which is just easier to show. But in reality, you probably will be working with any client. It could be a Windows application with WPF or WinForms or anything. right? So I like to call this maybe grpc 7.client. Um, and just to differentiate, create that. There you go. So it's a simple, straightforward main method, but we didn't add anything to connect to gRPC, right? Now let's do that. So as I mentioned, how does the client and service work together? It's based on the protofile. So we need to find a protofile and then generate the client for us based on the protofile. So Visual Studio has some really nice tooling support for all these things, and that is the reason why I want to show you this. Add, go to the service reference. So here it is. So once you right click and add a service reference on the, remember, I'm just doing this on the client, add service reference, you're going to have this new um, view. And here, when you click on add, there's two service reference support, Open API and gRPC. So this can work with even with generating client with Swagger as well, or you can use gRPC in this case, which we're going to do that. And here it looks for some file, right? So this is the proto file it wants to generate the client from. So I go to my gRPC 7, go to the protos, take the proto file, and then what is the type that you want to generate? So in this case, I'm going to generate a client. You can generate a server from proto file as well. That is, if you have an existing code and if you want to generate server code for it, you can do that too. So in this case, I'm doing a client. So I hit on finish. And what this is going to do is it's going to add all the necessary NuGet packages to your project. There you go. So you can see that the proto file also is accessed here. And if you go to the program.cs, right now I don't have any code written for it. So let's go and write this code. So I'm going to remove this static void main, and we'll write a code that will connect to the gRPC backend, right? So there you go. So this is my main method. So you start with the gRPC channel. So you need some namespaces. So grpc.net.client. For address, it's very similar to how you start with HTTP client as well. You need an endpoint where you want to connect with, and then you see something like client, which is greeted or greeter client. Now, this is something which you did not write, right? I mean, in this case, the Visual Studio actually generated this code for you automatically, right? So now you have the greeter client, and now it'll automatically from the protofile, it knows that there is a method called say hello. So it's just like how you would do it on a local, you know, method. Like but it's handling a service endpoint, right? So it's actually sending in some hello request with .NET Conf, and when the response comes back, you probably will have to see hello and that response, whatever came in. So because that's what we wrote in greeter service. So whatever REST request comes in, hello, and then get it back. That's all we need. So I'll just save this and I'll run this. So first thing I want to do is run the service. So that service is running well. And then I will just run the client as well. Debug start instance. So it has hit the breakpoint. So you can see that it just went and hit, and it got the hello.NET Conf message back. Now that's really simple, right? So getting started with gRPC, you're starting with, you're building web APIs, whatever. We have some great tooling supports with Visual Studio and .NET 5. All right, so let's switch gears again and go to the next thing. So when you're building microservices, you are almost never building just single service. You're working with multiple services, right? It's not never about a single service. It's all about multiple services. So for example, we were talking about the weather services. So I just built something called as microservices, which has a backend and a front end. So backend is nothing but the web API that you saw with Jason. And then there is a front end, which is some UI code that actually connects with the backend. Okay, now let me open this a little bit. Now, in an ideal world, so this is my backend and front end code. In an ideal world, if you want to run this, you'd go here to the backend and just do a .NET run. So this will start the backend. And now let me also start the front end. So I will be at front end, maybe my services, front end, and do a .NET run here. This front end is running in 5903 and 5902. The back end is running in 5901 and 5900. So I'll just go and access 5903 port. Just copying this, go into this, hit on this. Let me reduce this. Yeah. So now I just go and refresh. It's basically connecting to the weather forecast, getting that data in JSON, and just beautifully putting it, uh, not beautifully, but decently putting it in a table, right? So great, this is perfect. Now, in reality, you will have multiple services. Like you will, when you're working with microservices, I mean, if you see, like, look at eShop and containers, it has like so many services. And if you were to run everything together like this, it's going to be hard to debug things. So what we did is, wouldn't it be nice if we can just do something like this, like tie all the services together and then run it. So I just do a tie run. What it is going to do is it's going to look at my solution file and identify projects that are .NET, and it is going to run them automatically for you. So if I just go and copy this, there's also a nice dashboard that it Ty brings in. So if I just hit on this dashboard, so you can see there is a backend project, there's a front end project, and what you'll also see is it is automatically running these projects on a particular pro port, right? So there are also a few nice things, like if you go to the backend, there is also the metric that is available to you to check on. There's also log files. There's a nice dashboard technically, and it is taking care of running it. So if you have like hundreds of services, you can use Ty to actually bind them together and then run it together, right? Now, if I just go and visit this port 54581, which is the front end, ideally what should happen is we were supposed to see the weather data, but it just breaks. And why is that? The reason for that is basically we have hard-coded this port called localhost 5901. But what Ty did is Ty went and actually auto-generated the port based on the availability in the machine. So we need to actually, fix that. Now, how do you fix that? It's pretty simple. It's all part of the service discovery. So I can go into my front end code, whichever connects to the backend, and I want to see where exactly. Okay, let me just make this a little bigger. The code in which the address is configured, which is the 5901. So I want to comment that, and I want to bring in a new code, which is finding the URI based on the name that is provided, right? So I have provided the backend. So what this gets configuration.getService URI. This is an extension method, and this comes from the NuGet package, which I'm going to show you in a bit. This one, Microsoft.tie.extensions.configuration. So once you add them, it knows what port you're looking for, and whatever has been configured automatically by Ty, you're going to get those port and URL automatically to you, right? So now let's go back and run this. So Ty run again. And I have the dashboard again. I can go back to my dashboard, refresh this, and there you go. There's a new port. Click on this, and everything is back in action, right? That is pretty cool. That is pretty easy, pretty straightforward to do that. Now, many times when you work with code, um, you also will want to like add some other dependencies, right? For example, I want to use a Redis cache or something else. Maybe I want to work with SQL Server. Now, the way to do that is you can actually, install those Redis cache completely here and then open a port and connect to that. But wouldn't it be nice, because we all work with Docker and just pull in the images and just make it work with images? We can do that. And to do that, what we need to do is we need to actually write those configuration. And how do you do that is basically you need an YAML file to configure. As always with any cloud native app out there, it's all about YAMLs. So here I'm going to use something called Thai init. And what this is going to do is going to give me a YAML file here. So you can see that. So this was the magic that was happening. Since we had the solution file and they were only .NET projects, Ty was smart enough to know and then pick it up and run it for you. But then now we're working with an external dependency, which is like a Redis cache. So if you want to do that, I need to add some information here to add the Redis, right? So let me just copy that code a little real quick, which I can get it from my yeah. The reason I'm just making sure the code that I'm writing here is because YAML is a little crazy sometimes with the with the spaces and other things. So I just want to be sure. So here you go. I just added name Redis. The image, I just mentioned image. So what it knows is it actually has to pick it from the Docker Hub. So if you are having any other image sources like ACR or any other container registry, you probably write the full name here. So if you just simply write image, by default, it's going to land up on the Docker Hub, right? So that's all. And I said like, okay, this is my configuration 6379, and the port that I'm going to connect with is the Redis colon 6379, right? Now we need to add some code for that, right, to consume it. So now in the backend's code, so this is where I want to write this cache. So if I go to the controller, I have this HTTP get method, which was a weather thing that we worked on until now. I'm going to comment this. This is the random one. Instead, I'm going to use something called another method, which is going to use the stack um, Redis using the .NET libraries to work with Redis. So there's iDistribute cache. So I'm just generating this random value, connecting to the weather. I'm just going to comment this code because this was for another demo to create random errors. So I'll just comment that. So it's going to connect with the weather. It is going to cache it. It's going to cache it for 5 seconds. So every 5 seconds, the cache is going to be expired. And then it is going to send in a new value, right? So if I go into my program, the endpoint where we configure this. So just like how we saw, we're looking at backend, we have this get connection string. So here we defined Redis because Redis is the connection string that you has to work with. And to make the iDistributed cache injected with a Redis cache, we're using add stack exchange Redis cache method. So what this is, again, a method that's come from a NuGet package called Microsoft extension.caching.stack exchange Redis. So that's the NuGet that you want to use when you want. So that's all I'm going to do. And I'm going to go back and just do a tie run and see if everything works. There you go. So when I run this, it automatically detects that it needs an image. So it's going to work with an image as well. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it in here, and see this. You also have this Redis. And now this Redis is actually working inside a container. So it was as easy as bringing an external dependency into the .NET applications, right? Just damn simple. Now, if I go to this endpoint and now refresh, you can see that it has automatically picked up the cache. So when I keep refreshing it after 5 seconds, you can see the refresh. So I just implemented cache in .NET application with just few lines of code, right? So Thai is again, a project. It's again part of the. Let me search for .NET Thai. This is the one, github.com/.net/Thai. It's again in the early stages. So if you want to give us feedback on how you are going to use Thai, what are the things that can benefit you, let us know, and we will be happy to take that up and work with you on that. Yeah, you should, if you're working with microservices and multiple projects, get started with Thai. It just makes life so easy. Okay, so I'm just going to stop this. We only have 3 minutes, so I'll just go back to my talk and slides. So cloud native investments, we are talking about smaller, faster. You saw some of the things like container images, single file apps, top level C# programs, which I didn't show you, but it's very straightforward. We actually recently implemented any shopping containers. So when you're building microservices, you don't need those main methods and other things. You can just write top level C#. It just makes it easier to get started. Also, we talked about Thai tools, which makes build, debugging, and deploying microservices really quick. And also cross-platform development support. I showed the Docker already with Linux. There's also, you can use WSL. So if you are someone, you know that the .NET application that you're building is going to run on Linux at some point, you can probably use WSL to test and debug as well if you're not working with Docker. We're also building something called as YARP, which is a reverse proxy. You probably won't be using Nginx or anything in the microservices world, but you can this demand comes in from internally at Microsoft, where we needed a high performant reverse proxy, so we're working on that. Again, this is open source. You can check YARP. So another one thing that we always listen to is about the Azure App Service support. With always when you announce a .NET and there were delays in the time the Azure App Service will have those support, but now it's basically available as we release it. So moving forward, we are trying to make every .NET release available on day one on the Azure App Service. So if you're just getting started with Azure App Service with .NET 5, you can just do that. We talked about time. We're going to skip this. We talked about external dependencies. I mean, anything that you want to add. There's also external dependencies like You can add extensions like Zipkin if you want to do open tracing and other things, which I thought I will do the demo, but I don't have the time for it. Um, okay. Going forward, we're working on this .NET 1 .NET vision. So by .NET 6, you will also see a lot of cross-platform native UI and the Xamarin related changes as well merged in. So it will be using .NET MAUI and other things. So and a lot of investments on cloud native side of things. So if you're just getting started with cloud native apps, start with .NET for high performance. The other thing that I wanted to tell you was like how the release is going to be. It's going to be a very defined release. So 5.0, what you see right now, is the latest one, which was released in November 2020. So every November, there's going to be a release of a major release, which is the 5.0, 6.0, 7.0, 8.0, like that. And every even releases are going to be LTS, which means long-term support. So if you want some application that where you needed that long-term support, you probably want to, stick with the LTS releases. For example, .NET Core 3.1 is an LTS release, so we will continue to support it. And if you are on .NET Core 3.1, .NET 5 is just kind of like minor changes and performance improvements. You can immediately upgrade. Not a lot of things will break, but then if you want to keep the long-term support, you can still be remaining on .NET 3.1 and prepare to upgrade with .NET 6.0. All right, with that, get started with .NET 5. It's .NET's get-.NET 5. And thank you so much for joining. I think on 10:45 I closed, so which is great. So which will give other speakers the time to cover their sessions too. Hey, Swami, welcome.
Thank you so much, Nish. That was a very enlightening session, as always.
Do you have
Sure,
any
I think we're
questions?
on time, and next session is going to
Yeah,
be mine.
I'll answer these questions on YouTube channel directly, so you can carry on with your stuff.
Yeah, sure, Nish. Yeah, sounds good then. Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining. Bye.
Thank you so much, Nish. All right, guys. Good morning and good evening if you're joined from a different region. And thank you so much for taking time on your Saturday and investing your time in learning .NET, which is great. And these kind of activities is what is motivating us to do more and more events. And this is the 10th year of .NET Conf, and in BDotNet itself, we've been doing since the past 5 years. And I'm happy that we're able to do these events continuously, though the situations outside are not very conducive. And this is all possible because of all of your support. So thank you so much. I want to start with that note. And yeah, so my session is going to be on what's new on Blazor. So what I've done is I've used Blazor to build everything. So I don't have a deck or anything else. I'm just going to use this Blazor-based application to run through my presentation. And we'll also see, I'll walk you through on how I build this application, right? So before I start, so just a bit of introduction about me. So my name is Swaminathan Vetri. I work as an architect at Maersk. I'm currently working on building cloud-native applications and deploying an Azure Kubernetes service and using Azure Cosmos and things like that. I'm also an DevOps enthusiast, and I'm passionate about learning new technologies and sharing about things. That's why I'm giving session as well here. And I'm pretty active in social media. So these are my different social handles. I'm on Twitter at the rate SV Swaminathan, on LinkedIn it's Swaminathan Vetri, and GitHub it's SV Swaminathan. And during this pandemic, I recently started a YouTube channel. Thought of sharing the tech things, tech stuffs, whatever I know in the YouTube channel. So feel free to subscribe for that. And I also write my blog at swaminathanvetri.in. Apart from this, I'm also interested in photography, travel, and recently ventured into like a sort of home automation stuff. Yeah. And the agenda for this session is, right, so let's start with what is Blazor, right? I know this session title is what's new in Blazor, but I wanted to level set everyone with by starting with what is Blazor, and we'll understand the different hosting models of Blazor. That gives a good overview of what Blazor is about, and then where you can use Blazor, etc. And then I'll also show how you can get started. I know some portions of it were covered by Nish already, but I'll try to ensure I don't repeat the same thing and spend too much time on that. Right, and the major two areas which we want to focus on today is the dev productivity improvements. There are a lot of good features which have come up as part of .NET 5, which is what we are going to look into the session primarily, and also we'll also touch upon a few performance improvements, right? And there are a number of things, so I'll see whatever best I could do within the time frame what we have, and then we could always have further sessions to go over the rest of the stuffs. All right, so to get started, what is Blazor? I think Nish alluded that with Blazor, you don't have to really use JavaScript, and then you can write everything in .NET, and then you can build your full stack applications, right? So how is it possible? That's what I'm going to talk about in this one. So if you see in the picture on the left hand side, so that's how we typically build single page applications, right? You used to have an .NET front end with .NET based backend, which is somewhere hosted on your server, maybe either on-prem or on Azure or any other cloud for that matter. And you would build your single page application using some of the JavaScript frameworks, right? Either be it Angular or React or Vue or any other frameworks for that matter, right? And what used to happen is for you to become a full stack developer, you need to learn .NET plus any other front end technologies. And for sure, everyone knows JavaScript changes very rapidly, right? Every morning you wake up to a new JavaScript library, right? So it's pretty difficult to catch up there. But what if you were able to build the entire application, full stack application with .NET itself, right? And what if you're able to reuse your programming language, C# knowledge, and then write the front end code? And what if you're able to reuse the NuGet packages, whatever you've been using to build your service after things, and then what if you can leverage the same thing and then build apps on the front end also, right? That's where Blazor is helping. So I'll also explain how it's going to work in the next slide. But yeah, so basically Blazor is to build rich interactive client-side web UI with .NET, and you can like I mentioned, you reuse a lot of your knowledge what you acquired on .NET and Razor. Under the hood, it uses Razor syntaxes. So if you're familiar with Razor, you can easily pick up on the Blazor skills too. So Blazor is technically Razor on the browser, right? And yeah, and like I said, you can share both your .NET code in client and server, and there is also interoperability available. It's not that you can get rid of JavaScript completely, though that's what we would aim for. But if in case you need to do certain activities with JavaScript, that interoperability is definitely possible with Blazor too. Okay. And yeah, so there are two variants of Blazor. So one is Blazor Wasm, Wasm is a short form for WebAssembly. That means the entire thing runs on the browser, right? The one on the left is what is for the Blazor Wasm. So as you can see, you will have a WebAssembly at the bottom of your bottom of the layer, and your JavaScript will load this WebAssembly. And on top of WebAssembly is where you have all the .NET DLLs be running. So you can think of this Wasm as another runtime, like how you had Mono or how you had .NET Core, right? You target for that particular runtime, and then it will run the code whatever is there in your .NET, and it will directly run it in the browser. So there is no code transpilation or there is no code conversion. Anything is happening. All it does is running the direct .NET code right into the browser itself. And this is what is a Wasm, and this is completely it's completely everything runs on the browser. So you are going to leverage the capability of the browsers here, right? And to host your applications, you don't need any sort of a server. You can also technically put it in your GitHub pages on any kind of static websites, right? You put it in Azure static websites or even in Azure static storage. Any kind of CDN, you can put all your compile outputs, and then your application would run, because everything happens on the browser directly, right? That's a Blazor Wasm or the WebAssembly model. And to the right, what we have is the Blazor server. That means like typically how we create our ASP.NET Core applications. So it's the same way. In the ASP.NET Core server application itself, your Blazor components also would be rendered, and the DOM manipulations are handled using a SignalR connection. So anytime you click on a button, there will be a SignalR connection which will be established between your browser and your server, and it keeps exchanging those incremental DOM updates, right? So then we need also definitely understand what are the different pros and cons of these approaches, right? So with Blazor WebAssembly, it gives you the full-fledged SPA control. You'll have it because you don't have any backend. Everything is on your front end, and it also utilizes the client resources. And because it doesn't have any dependency with the server, you can technically provide offline supports, and then you can also, like I said, deploy in static websites, and also you can create PWAs. It's nothing but progressive web apps, right? And talking about some of the cons of Blazors, and of course, since it's trying to run everything on the browser, if you are consuming or if you're using too much of DLLs and too much of references in your application, initial load would be little delayed, because it needs to download all the DLLs into the browser, and then it will start running things. There are different means of optimizing those, but that's still a bit of a downside there. And of course, the support for WebAssembly, right? Because all the browsers doesn't give the support of a specific technology at once, right? Each one will give incrementally. Maybe Chrome and anything on Chromium would come up first, and then Safari, Mozilla, and things like that, right? So if you're looking for a lot of browser compatibility, then this might not be really helpful at this point, right? And talking about tooling perspective, also, it's not as matured as what you have for the ASP.NET Core application, because ASP.NET Core has been there for quite some time, and then the tooling on Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code and everything, you have a lot of full-fledged debugging capabilities, but that is kind of still maturing in the WebAssembly space, as it's pretty new here, right? But talking about Blazor server application, right? On the benefits of Blazor server is that it has smaller download size, obviously, because there's nothing which is coming to the browser. Everything is pre-rendered on the server, and then server just emits the changes what needs to be shown up in the browser alone. So obviously it's going to be loading faster, and your download size is very small. And you're also trying to run the fully featured .NET runtime there, right? Because you're not like a trimmed down version of what we see in the browser, where in the WebAssembly, like I said, .NET WASM is a file which is going to run your DLLs. But on the server, you are going to have a full-fledged .NET 5 or .NET 6 or whichever version you're going to have. So you could technically leverage more features of .NET if you're going with a Blazor server-based application. And it's, of course, it's simplified. So all your things run in a single application or single hosted component. And the cons of Blazor server is latency for sure, because every time for every single change or every single client interaction, what is being done in the browser, you need to go to the server and then get the data, and then you need to do a refresh on the browser, right? And because of that limitation, you wouldn't be able to use any kind of an offline support you cannot provide for your applications. And it also consumes a lot of server resources, because server needs to do a lot of heavy lifting there, and we don't really truly rely on the client stuff, right? So that's about a basics of what Blazor is, and then what are different hosting models. And then let's talk about how to get started. Before that, let me quickly check if there are any questions with this introduction, and I could answer those. Okay, I see there's a question: how do browsers understand Blazor when there is no transpilation? So like I said, what happens is when the application starts, right, it downloads something called the WASM, the .NET WASM file. So I'll show you the code, and then I can explain how that happens. So we would have a JavaScript for sure. It's not that it's completely out of JavaScript. There is one JavaScript which is definitely needed, which would help in downloading the WASM file. And then on top of WASM is where all your .NET DLLs would be executed. So all for your interaction or for your clients and interaction on events and everything else, you don't need any kind of transpilation. But just for the initial startup, you need that WebAssembly file to be loaded. Okay, yeah, I think that's the one question which I can see now. All right, so then let's quickly to get started, right? So I'm going to use VS Code here, and prerequisites if you want to follow this, just .NET 5, and then I have VS Code. And I know Manish has already shown this command. So .NET new Blazor WASM is the project template for creating a new WASM application, and Blazor server is the one to create a server-based application. And everything is based on components here in Blazor, right? Just to talk about a bit of differences between Blazor versus the Razor or the ASP.NET Core MVC or Razor Pages-based applications, right? So with MVC or Razor Pages, what we used to is everything is rendered on the server side, right? You used to have an entire page rendered on the server, and that entire page will be transmitted to the browser side, and then the client will just render it. That's one of the striking differences between your Blazor and your Razor component, or your Razor Pages or ASP.NET Core MVC. So with Blazor, what happens is you can componentize different things, and then all it works is on a component-based model. It's not an entire page model, right? So a page is composed of multiple components, and so the bare minimum building block for a Blazor is a Razor component. So if you want to create a new Razor component, you'll just need to say .NET new Razor component, and then give the component name, and it will just be added into your application, right? So maybe I will start with the demo, and then it will all be more clear. So I've just run that command .NET new Blazor WASM, and then I created this application. To start with, let's look at the application structure, right? So the project type is going to be this with .NET 5. So Microsoft .NET SDK.Blazor WebAssembly, and the target framework is .NET 5. And as you can see, these are the components which comes by default. The components are WebAssembly and WebAssembly Dev Server. This is primarily for development. That's why you can see that its private assets is marked as all here. And yeah, it also comes up with the HTTP JSON thing. And the important thing is in the program.cs, that you can see the WebAssembly host builder. That's a newer assembly host builder, which is part of .NET 5. And then that is what is trying to run this application, which is app, right? The app is nothing but another Razor component. So everything what you create, all the .NET code and your HTML and the markup and .NET, everything that is in a Razor file. So app.razor is the starting point of it. And the one of the key components is a router. So this is another built-in Blazor component, and that's what is helping in the routing. And how does it work is depending on whatever you define as a page. So now talking about page, right? For example, the counter is one of the page. You can see an attribute as @page here. Whenever you annotate a component with this, then when it builds, it creates a router attribute on this particular component. That's how the router here would understand that whenever someone is accessing /pages, it will go under route that particular page, right? And these are different views, different layouts. Sorry. So this layout is a main layout. That's what we can see here. So this is the default layout. What you get, a sidebar, and then the main content would get loaded here, right? And yeah, this is pretty much the code here. Now let's see what happens when we run this code, right? So I'll just use the same command .NET watch run. So yeah, so this is what is the same hello world application. Let's go to debug mode and then let's see what it does, right? Let me quickly open that. Oops, where did that go? Okay, I believe it's here. Yeah. So as you can see here, right? So this is the WASM thing, and if you go to the console, you can see all the different .NET DLLs what has been loaded into the browser, right? If you go here, it says loaded 8.6 MB from cache, right? So these are the different DLLs which are part of our .NET application that got loaded into the browser here, right? And depending on whichever component we're accessing, it would just render those. And this is my application DLL, so Blazor WASM static apps demo. So this would because we have this auto refresh and everything, so this is always loaded from the network, and these things are cached into the browser, and next time when I load this application, it would come up faster because it's all cached and loaded from the browser. Right, so it says currently 8.63 MB is what is loaded, and obviously the published application will be trimmed down, further trimmed down. All right, and these are the CSS and HTML, all whatever we have added into this application. Right, so, and this is a major file, this WASM, whatever you see here, that's what is trying to run your .NET code, and then it is trying to emit the appropriate action into the browser. All right. So that's about this, and one of the important features which was added into .NET 5 is the support for debugging. Right, prior to .NET 5, if you were working with Blazor WebAssembly based application, support was much limited. So you had to do it within the browser only. So now with VS Code also you can do the debugging basically. So let me quickly show that. And so for that, what you need to do is, if you're on VS Code, right, just go to the debug menu. Okay, let me quickly put a breakpoint in my counter. So I'm going to put a breakpoint here in this method and go to debug menu and then just say run and debug, and it should ask for what kind of component we are trying to run. You would have seen this .NET Core and Java, Node.js and other stuffs earlier if you have, and now there's a new addition which is called Blazor WebAssembly Debug. Just click on that, and that should help you in setting up your launch.json file, and then that would help you in enabling the debugging here. So yeah, I believe it has opened up a new instance here. What's happening? It's taking a bit more time. Anyway, let me just check if there is anything. Okay. Like I said, the tooling is still getting matured. So okay, I think yeah, they should come up now. Let me close this and do a launch again. It's okay. Debug anyway. That's okay. And yeah, so now you can see first thing is, yeah, if you go and click on this particular counter, it should hit the breakpoint what we have in our VS Code, and so you can definitely start leveraging all the debugging tools what we have in the editor, right? So that's one of the recent additions, and you can also see the call stack and everything here, and all the loaded scripts what we have. Basically, this is more interesting stuff to see what are the things which were loaded into this Blazor application. So these are the shared components what are present in this particular application, plus the current page what is available. That's what would be loaded. As you keep navigating here, this section would keep refreshing, and that's how you will understand which component is currently loaded, and then what are the things which are getting loaded, and how you would need to define your components, etc. Right? Because all the things what you create as shared components will be loaded upfront, because they are something which is being reused in multiple pages, so it doesn't really load every time. But other than that, all your any page transition, everything, that component will be loaded only when you are there in that particular page. The moment you navigate to a different route, that will be gone. Okay, so that's about basics of Blazor WebAssembly application, and then debugging stuff which is newly added, right? And with that, let's just get back here and let's talk about some of the productivity improvements, right? So first thing, I think we just saw about better debugging support, what we've got in VS Code. Whatever I show is in VS Code, but the same thing would work in Visual Studio for Visual Studio for Mac, or VS 2019 on Windows 2, right? And auto refresh is something I believe Nish also showed. Now you can type, you can modify changes in your Razor file and your markup and everything, and just do a save, and the .NET Watch would keep watching the changes, and it will reload the entire page, right? And few other things which are of interest is CSS isolation. That means initially or until now, right, what used to happen is you would have only one app.cs file, right, where all your application related CSS would be mentioned, the style of enter application, and if you want to provide any component specific CSS classes, that was not really possible with .NET 3.2 or 3.x, and now which has changed now. So you would be able to do isolate CSS to specific components. We'll just see that in a minute or so. And then there's also a new component called input file, which is added for boosting the, if you're working with file report kind of scenarios, right, you could do that with an input file component. And the other thing is it has a very nice Azure static site support, which I will show at the end of this demo. So now you within 5 minutes or so, you'll be able to really deploy your Blazor application into Azure static web apps using GitHub Actions, right? That's something which we would see in the end of the demo too. So now going back to the demos. So to use CSS isolation, other things, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use the code base of the application, what we are seeing here. So basically, this demo application is what I'm going to use. So as you can see, these things, right, it's coming up nicely here. At least to some extent, it is coming up nicely here. So what I'm going to show is how I was able to accomplish that, right? So for that, I'm going to go ahead and then say .NET Watch run. Put this guy here. Okay, so I will just move this guy. Okay, just a minute, guys. Let me just rearrange these things so that it's easier. All right. So now, okay, what happened to my this one? Oops, that's not what I was expecting. Did I mess up my navigation menu here in the code? I'm just trying to see where my navigation thing went off. Oops. Okay, it came up now. Sure, yeah, okay. So as you can see here, right, this is showing up like this. So how I build this particular agenda is I created a shared component called agenda component here. Okay, let me do this. So this is how you would create an reusable component. I hope the code is visible. So what I have just done is I'm just created an UL, and then I'm doing a for each of it. I'm binding this particular stuff, right? So this is a reusable component, and the data for this component is sent by a parent component which uses this. That is this particular agenda page. Right, so here, as you can see, there is no page annotation here. That means this is not a page. This is a component which can be embedded into any other different component too. So I have this agenda.razor, which is agenda razor page. And here, as you can see, I have just embedded this component, and this is the agenda items is a parameter what I have for this, and here is where I'm passing this list here, right? So I just created this list of items here, right? And that's how you would be able to reuse different components. So now we are embedding one component into another component, which is the agenda.razor, and we are setting the data which is present in this component basically. So you need to attribute as a parameter so that you'll be able to do that. So I've just done that, and then it is just showing up here, which doesn't look really good, right? So now what we could do is to enable any CSS for this particular thing, and the same agenda component is what I've reused for reused in my other pages too, like what I just showed, dev productivity. It's the same component. It's the same component, agenda component, but just a different set of items are bound, right? So technically, all these pages would look alike now because all of them are using the same component. So now, if I want to change the overall CSS for this component, what I could just do is, so agenda component.razor.cs, if I just add the CSS stuff there, right, and then save it. So one thing is, for the CSS additions, it doesn't really do an auto reload. We would need to just stop and then do it, because obviously you need to load the new CSS file. It's not really cached there. And also, when after you do a .NET run, also you would need to just do a hard reload of your application, so that it pulls up the new pulls up the latest CSS files in it. Hey, sorry guys, I think I pressed refresh in a wrong window, so I got kicked out of StreamYard, so just got back in. Sorry. So what I was trying to show is, yeah, once you add the component specific thing here, right, it would then reflect in all wherever the component is being used, right? So that way you can create specific CSS for component level, and then you could reuse it. And I also, just for you to understand it, so I've also created this at my page level, right? Agenda.tracer is the page which loads it. So I do have the same set of CSS, but it wouldn't get applied, because there is no UL or div element in my agenda page, right? All it is doing is just rendering the another component, right? So that's how you can isolate things. So if it has any other UL or div entity in this page, in the agenda page, then the same CSS would get applied. Yeah, I hope you're able to make the difference of what is agenda. Oh, sorry, what is the CS isolation is. All right, so the next thing is about the input file support. So for that, I've got a bit of an demo here. So how many of you felt a need for image resizing and other stuff, right? I know there are a lot of websites available to do that, but what if you're able to do the image resizing yourself, right? That's what I tried to do with .NET, because I was not able to do it when I was learning JavaScript, so at least I thought I'll do with .NET. So let me quickly show you that, right? So maybe, I'm not sure where I have my pictures. I need to choose some picture. Okay, maybe I'll take it from our .NET Conf website, right, and use mine itself. Swami. Okay, cool. So this image upload and everything is something which is done using the input file component from Blazor. So when I just say when I just uploaded the image, and then I just mentioned about the resize and everything, right? So we are able to get these things done, and you can just change to whatever size, and then just do a resize, etc., right? So the point here is primarily, how did I do the upload, right? And that's what we're going to see. And what if you have, okay, let's see this, and then I'll come back to the next part. So input file component dot razor, right? So this is my input file component. As you can see, this is the h1 and the input file component, which is what is rendered here. And let's talk about this multiple files next. The first thing, let's take a look at this. So there is this component called input file, and that's what you would need to add as an input file component. So basically, this is a wrapper for the plain HTML input type, right? So input type equal to file is what you would use for a file upload, right? It's a wrapper on top of that, and that has direct methods for us to directly take handle of the file loaded, etc. So now it has something called on change as the event handler, and when I do an on change, I'm just trying to call this method on resize file change. And what I have just done here is here. So it basically triggers an event with this input file change event args, and that file is going to give you an handle of the file, whatever the browser file we have. And I'm just simply trying to read that particular file in the stream, and then converting into the maximum height and with whatever we want to do. That's all. It's pretty simple and straightforward. So not much of just about 10 lines of code, you can create this image resizing, etc. Right? And yeah, so the primary thing is it also has this couple of methods. So the original file is what is the file which I've received. File.request image file async is what is going to give you the actual file, and you can read that using the open read stream and put it in the buffer, and then you can bind the particular thing here. Okay, and now coming back to multiple files. So what if I want to upload multiple files here, right? That's also pretty straightforward. You can do that. So let's say I'll just randomly pick some 4 files. Okay, sorry, I think I put a check also to see how many maximum files can be allowed. And Yeah, so now without that, let me go ahead and put 3 files. If you just say 3 files, you're just gonna just upload all of them and then put it. So how that is done, it's exactly similar. As you can see in the right hand side, there's also another function called get multiple files. So you can just use that, and then you can iterate through each of them and do the same thing. Okay, so that's pretty nifty and easy for us to create or using file upload kind of a functionality, implementing file upload functionalities in our applications. Okay, any questions so far? Okay, I don't see any. I hope either I'm clear or I'm completely unclear. So I hope I'm clear. All right, so that's about the productivity. And like I said, the Azure static apps I think is something which I'll show in the end. As I complete the demo, I'll show how we can set up CI/CD pipelines for your Blazor applications and deploy them into static web apps. Right now, let's move on to perf improvements, right, which is of more importance for us. So perf improvements, right? So virtualization is one of the primary things which got introduced in .NET 5 with Blazor. And I think this also alluded to some extent, right? So basically, if you're trying to work with the large data sets, right, you can use the concept of virtualization so that you don't really load everything into the DOM, and then you can do an on-demand loading, and so that makes your scrolling and everything much smoother, right? So I'll show you in the demo. That's what this virtualization is going to show. And we also have lazy loading. So for example, if you are using specific .NET DLLs in specific pages, right, which is not very frequently used, etc., and it so happens that it's going to be a little bit of a bigger DLL, right? In those cases, you don't have to really load everything upfront at the page start or when the application starts, right? Because it's definitely going to add few more time in the startup. That's when the lazy loading would help. So you can load whatever the assemblies you want to load on navigating to a specific page, right? That's something we would also look at it now. And there are also different options, like pre-rendering is one of the new additions here now. So with pre-rendering, you will be able to you'll be able to pre-render the components on the server side. Excuse me. So what I mean by server side is, let's say we are talking about Blazor Wasm, right? The Blazor Wasm also has two things. Either you can have a standalone Wasm, that means you're running on CDN, or you can deploy it into any kind of static websites. And there's other part is about hosted WebAssembly. That means you would still need a .NET application there, but just that's used as a hosting server there, right? So in such cases, the pre-rendering is possible with Wasm only if you're using a hosted Wasm model and not for a CDN based or any kind of static based approach. Obviously, because there's no server, so you can't really do a pre-rendering there, right? Everything has to run on your browser itself. And other things, there are also something called browser compatibility analyzers. So with that, let's say if you're using a DLL which is not compatible with Wasm, or which is not compatible, or which is not targeting the Wasm, right, or targeting the browser, then the SDK would give you an exception called platform not support exception. So which would be which is very helpful for you to understand as you start adding new dependencies, you can, and when you try to load a component with that dependency, it will automatically show that error in your browser, and then that way you can identify that whether it's compatible or not. It doesn't really show any sort of a runtime exception on the fly, which is a new addition here with .NET 5. And also about the protected local storage, right? So with Blazor, let's say if you're building a Blazor server-based application, so like I mentioned, everything is happening at the server side, right? All the DOM manipulations and everything happens to the server side, and server sends back the updates to the client, and then the client just refreshes it. But what if you have a need to store certain things on the client side, like for example in a session storage or a local storage for that matter, right? So that's where this protected local storage APIs helps us now. So there is a browser protected storage is available, which has two things. One, either you put it on local storage or on session storage, and you'll be able to leverage the browser capabilities there. And this is applicable only for server-based Blazor server-based applications and not Wasm. Okay. And the last part is about component tag helpers. Basically, this is how you would try to incorporate the Blazor components into the Razor pages or MVC application. Right? There are different component activation techniques available with which you can. Let's say you have an end-to-end Razor pages-based application, right, where all the things are happening at the server side. And if you want to bring in client-side interactivity, what you could do is you could inject some of these Blazor components into those using this component tag helpers, and then whenever those pages are being interacted at the client side, only the Blazor related stuff would run, and it doesn't really do a call to the server, right? I don't have too much of time to show these things. Maybe we could do it on a subsequent session or so. So what I'm going to do now is to show you the visualization and the lazy loading here. All right. So let's go back to our demo application. So for that, if you see for the virtualization, I'm just going to click on this virtualization page thing, and as you can see, it takes quite a bit of time, right? Don't think it's your network lag, so it's taking time to load this entire component, right? So and what this is loading, I'll just quickly show that before I go into the code. So if you go take a look at the table here, right? I'll just do an inspect. So I try to create a table with a large volume of data. When I say large volume, it's I think around 10,000 entries or so. As you can see, there are so many DOM elements which got created here, right? Because I just try to put everything together in a table, right? And how do we do that? It's pretty straightforward how we do that, right? Here, let me close this and open virtualization.razor. So what I have is I'm just trying to pull like a blog post or so, and I'm simulating it here. So I've got 10,000. So obviously you wouldn't load everything into the browser at once. So that's always a debatable thing. It's about a design choice what you would make. But the point I'm trying to explain is about the virtualization. So I thought I'll just try to simulate and then see how that comes up, right? So now when you scroll it, also you might feel a bit of a lag and other things, and also the initial loading time was very much high, right? So in such cases, what you can do is you can use a virtualization component. So it's also pretty straightforward here. So I'm just going to comment this section and then show you the virtualization component. So this is the non-virtualized table, right? I think I should also comment this, sorry, so that the other one comes up on top. Yeah. So to virtualize your table, it's just another one line of code. Oops. Okay. Yeah. So what we are trying to do is, let me maybe see if I can pull this little better. There is this, if you can see line number 55, there is this component called virtualize. This is what is part of .NET 5 now. So in that, you just need to bind the items, and then you just need to set the context of which is the item which you're going to do an iteration here, and you can do this particular stuff. So I'll just quickly show you the change how it is doing. I hope the app is still running. And when I say save, yeah, so it is trying to build it now. Let it build, and then we should be able to see the change. So now, did you see that? The page refreshed much faster now, right? But still, it's the same set of 10,000 items is what I'm trying to load. And now, if you look at the DOM also, right, it wouldn't be loaded. It wouldn't have created all the things into the DOM. So if you click over here, as you can see, right, it just have very few set of items loaded into the DOM, and everything else is in memory. And then as and when you scroll here, right, it will just bring in only those number of items which are viewable in this view state, right? And what if you want to, if you want to load additional steps on top and on bottom, that is where this syntax of overscan items, what I've mentioned here, would be helpful. So if you go back to the code now, right, there's something called this overscan items. So I just put it as 3. That means apart from this number 25 and 17, you'd have loaded just 3 more on top and then 3 more on bottom, so that when we scroll initially, it wouldn't really try to do a loading from there, and it would automatically just start putting items here. And there's also more to it. It's not just only this. Let's say if you want to make API calls on demand, right? Let's say if you on scroll up to the last item is when you want to make an API call and load further items, you could very well do that too. There's something items provider here. I have not embedded in the demo. There's something items provider which we can use, and then that too you can call a method which will go and hit the API and then get the data, and then you can bind that too. And as that happens, you also have easier means to show some sort of a loading kind of a notification there in that particular row itself, right? So yeah, so that's about virtualization. And how much time I have? Okay, just have only 7 minutes. Let me quickly try to run through this. Let's start last 2 demos. So lazy loading, again, I try to use, I think you all would have, if you want to do an Excel manipulation or something like that, right? We all would have used different libraries. I used one of the libraries here, and then I built this. So let me quickly show that without where is my item? Not just something except. Yeah, so what I did is just upload the Excel, and then I just wanted to parse that Excel sheet and then just bind the data here. Just for simplicity, I've used only 3-column layout. Imagine if you're having multiple columns and if you want to do a lot of operations on it, right? So just to simulate the scenario, I've done this. So now what I've done is I've already upfront I have loaded this particular DL also into the memory, but I don't want to do that because this is something which is not going to happen very frequently also, right? So in that case, I can use lazy loading. So there are a couple of changes what you need to do. So the first thing is on your project file. So you need to create this item group where it will just say that Blazor WebAssembly lazy load, and you need to mention the DLL names which you want to do a lazy loading of it. Right? I've just randomly picked a couple of DLLs, so that I'm not telling in any way that they are heavy or small or anything like that. So just for the demo, I've just picked up these two as a lazy loadable DLLs. So first, you need to mark them here, and then if you notice in my app.razor, there is an option to a service called lazy assembly loader. I've just injected. That's also again available as a service out of the box. So use that particular service, and then you can use that to load the assemblies. So now what I'm doing is I've also added additional attributes to my app router component. So additional assemblies is this lazy loaded assemblies object, and and also this I'm doing while navigating into that particular page, right? So every time a navigation happens, like it calls this particular method, and inside that method, I'm trying to see if the path is for this particular for lazy loading page, then I'm going to load this particular DLLs, etc. Right? So with this, what would happen is now next time when the app loads, it wouldn't really load these DLLs into the browser. It would wait. So now, as you can see, because I was already there in that, it does that. So if I go there, it would try to do a lazy loading of it. And the thing about what it's loading the requested page is something you can also put different sort of animations or whatever the things you want to show when the actual navigation is happening, right? So that's about lazy loading. So implementing a lazy loading, etc. And okay, I just have 4 minutes. I'll just try to show you the what to say, the static site support. That's the last thing which I wanted to show here, right? So for that, I'm going to use my Azure. I'm going to go to the Azure portal. So where is my Azure portal? Okay, so you go to Azure portal and then search for static web apps. You will get the static web apps, and then you can create a new web app. All right. Hopefully this helps me. Okay, meetup.rg. This wouldn't exist. I'll just make it live demo, and region as East Asia. And you can also, you have the option to sign in with GitHub. I hope it's visible. Sign in with GitHub. So click on that, and it would ask you to authorize with the GitHub. So I'm just going to say yes, authorize. Okay, I wasn't expecting this. I need to remember my password. Okay, glad I remembered. Okay, now I'm going to choose my S1, my organization where I want to set this up, and then the repository is going to be. I have another Blazor application, the static some static apps demo. And now if you go to the branch, it's just main branch, and this is the beauty here. It's a build presets, so you can choose what kind of application you are trying to do. It's Angular, React, Svelte, Vue.js. Now the new addition is Blazor here. You just choose Blazor, and you need to specify what is your client location, client app, and then where your API is residing, right? So I'll just make it client as / because that's where it's at the root of the application. And API is not really there in my project, so I'm going to leave it as is. And output location is www file. And you can just go ahead and create this. And what this would do is this is going to create an static website, and then it will create a GitHub Actions under the hood, and then it will do the deployment of a Blazor application and into the static website. Right. This is only the deployment of this, so you can go to resource, and if you go back to the, sorry, I think it's here itself. Yeah. Let this do this job. So I'm just going to move this around. So if I go to my GitHub, and okay, not this app. So yeah, Blazor has some static apps demo. So it would have created this actions file for you. And but then when this deployment is complete, right, you can see that your entire Blazor app would get deployed into the Azure static website. And just for your information, whatever I'm running here, this demo app, what I've shown, it's already running from Azure static website. So as you can see, .NET Conf demo .NET Conf demo.b.net.in. So I'll just post these links as well there so that you can go take a look at it. And also the demo code base what I just used is also already on my Git. So you can just go to SV Swaminathan and then .NET Conf 2020 demo. So this has all the things what I just showed now with the details about how you can check it out in your local machine too. All right, I think I wanted to cover a few FAQs. Maybe that we would take it up as part of next thing. So you can take a look at this using the actual application, and then you can post your questions in YouTube. I'll be happy to help you. And if you've got any further questions, feel free to reach out to me via any of these means, and then I'll be happy to answer your questions. Okay. All right. I think, yeah, I kind of rushed to close on time. I just have one more minute. Do I see any question? Okay, I'm just trying to look at the YouTube chats here. I think someone has asked, is it possible to create modular Blazor app to load modules that are necessary? Yes, I think that's what I showed as part of the lazy loading, right? So you can technically do that, and you can also choose which components needs to be rendered at what time, etc. Depending on the component tag helpers, you can do that too. And, okay. Anything else on Blazor? Okay, how about the security for Blazor as we're running .NET code at the clients here and user can see all the logic? I mean, it wouldn't be. So if you look at this particular component, what is deployed here, right? When you publish it, right, you're not going to send your DLLs and different other stuff, right? So you don't technically see everything on the client side, right? This is a hosted application which I did a .NET publish and then I've used it, so it doesn't really show anything. And it's not like typically we used to have Silverlight, right, which uses the plugin and different other stuff. So there's nothing of that sort available here. It's directly on the browser running in the WASM. So I don't see a bit of any kind of a security concern here. Okay, any other questions? Okay, I don't see anything else. Okay, I think I'm running out of time. So maybe I'll start answering the questions in the. Okay, I think we have a break just after this session, right? So I think, yeah, I have more time to answer the questions. So yeah, I'll look at it. So how communication happens? Sorry, can you get that back? How communication between components happen in Blazor, like parent to child or child to parent? That's a tricky question. Good question. So basically, Blazor creates a render tree internally, and then it tries to map the things into it. Right? See, obviously, like I showed in the agenda stuff, right? So first, the agenda component needs to be created with this particular elements here, and then only this overall agenda would get rendered. Because we are using a basically what happens is the parent component when the parent component gets initialized, that's where this on initialize method is there, and that's when you are trying to load the data what you want, and then you are assigning that to another component here. So on the routing, so because this is a page, when this page gets routed, right? So there are different lifecycle methods are available. The most used one is on initialize. There's something called on parameter set and different other things are there for different purposes. So this would get initialized first, and then this loads the data, and then it is trying to pass the data to the child component, and then the child component would come up there. Okay. Can you log when the DLL got loaded in lazy loading? Yeah, I think you can do that. So because like I said in the app component, right, you are going to just write your this is an on navigating method. I believe I also did that, like lazy loading assemblies. I think I forgot to show that you can add which assemblies you are trying to load here, etc. So I think I did do that, but yeah, I didn't show it in the demo. Okay, can we use other front-end libraries along with Blazor? This is exactly what I think I also put in an FAQ. So can I combine Blazor with an existing Angular, React, or Vue app, right? Which is a very common question. I mean, technically you might be able to do it, but that's not what you would want to do it, right? See, each library or each framework is created for its own purposes and everything, right? It's not like one is over the other or anything like that. Correct? If you have an existing Angular app, it's okay. But don't try to change it into a Blazor way or so, right? If in case you're trying to start afresh or so, then you can leverage Blazor as one of the options. If you have a strong team with .NET background, etc., and who doesn't want to really pick up any other new JavaScript skills or so. right? You need to look at in those friends. Can I download the DLLs into the browser using some network monitoring tools like Fiddler, and may you use decompiler to read the code? I don't think that's possible. I've not tried that though yet. Yeah, but I don't think it's possible. You. Okay. Any other question? Yeah, I think Shreyas has answered it better. Thank you, Shreyas. Yeah, and the event handlers, event propagation happens from child to parent. Yes. And okay, anything else? All right then. Yeah, so like I said, I'll post my this session details and the GitHub link in the chat window once again, and then you guys can just play around this. And this particular how to say, the site is not really mobile optimized. I have not done any testing on CSS stuff on the mobile, etc. So just pardon me, and I'm not very good at CSS too. So yeah. And the next session would be starting by 11:45. So there's a 10-minute break, and then the next one is on EF core. If you guys want to hang around and then keep posting questions, please do so. We'll be here, and then we'll try to answer as much as possible. Otherwise, yeah, you can take a bio break, coffee break, tea break, anything else. Yeah. And thank you so much for listening to the session. Yeah, and I hope you will be sticking around throughout the day. There are a lot more goodies to be won and a lot more good content to be absorbed. Yeah, so hang on, guys.
Okay. Uh, Good morning, everyone. I am Niveta Lakshmanan. I am going to talk on EF Core 5.0. So, before we get into entity framework, we'll just see what and all, what it is, and we'll see where and all it is useful. So first thing is framework core is a data access API. Data access API is nothing but we interact with the database, right? So in order to interact with the database, we need to have some kind of a framework in between. So before we used to have ADO.NET, but now it is a framework. Core 5.0 has come in, so we'll interact with the database and we'll get the query done. Then we say it as object relational mapper. Object relational mapper is nothing but the mapper which will map your relational databases to your .NET objects. And second thing is in Entity Framework Core 5.0, this supports .NET Standard 2.1, and in this you can have your .NET Core applications, your Blazor applications, and your Xamarin as well. So you can see like what and all platforms it supports. You can see it in the official site of Entity Framework. And this entity framework is completely for data access, right? So it obviously supports most of the servers and the databases. I have mentioned some of it. The first one is the SQL server. As you all know, SQL server is the relational database, and Azure SQL server, SQLite, and Cosmos DB, and many other DBs as well. So in order to query data from the databases, you need some kind of things to have, right? Before we used to have stored procedure. The same way, a link is a library which will query the data from the database, which will be very easy for us to query the data from them or retrieve the data from the database. So for querying purpose, we'll use link over here. And the next thing is unit of work. Unit of work is nothing but the pattern which will manage all your CRUD operations, CRUD in sense the create, read, delete operations on a single transaction. So for example, you have a create and an update statement as a single transaction. So for example, create has got failed, or either create or edit as update has got failed. What this unit of work pattern will do is like this will completely revert back to the original DB transactions. So you have a create statement which will create the table, and the next thing is you need to insert a row to that particular table. For example, that update statement has got failed. This unit of transaction will roll back. It will not create the table also. So this will completely roll back to the original thing. And next is data binding is friendly in entity framework, as we are using a .NET objects to it. So obviously the data binding would be friendly. So we'll see like before we get into EF core, what and all we need to configure, and what and all it needs to be done before we get into the code. Okay, so first thing is your C# object. Okay, so as you all know, this is the model, right? So this is the entity. So when we have a table, what we'll have is like the ID as our primary key. So let us assume this as a primary key, and you will have the other properties as well, like first name, state, and zip code. So if you wanted to have any kind of validation to your properties, what you will do is like you will have your data annotations or the validations. Uh, uh, you will give the validations in your properties. For example, here we have a required attribute, where this attribute will be a mandatory. It mentions like it is a mandatory field. So if you are sending the value from the UI, you need to mandatory enter this state field. And we mentioned it as like string length as 3. If it extends three characters, then it will show us the error message as well. So this is what the validations this will come under the data annotations namespace, and this will give us the validation for each and every property. So you can, this is optional, you can use it or if you want. And next is the relationship between the tables. So if you wanted to have a foreign key relationship with the table, you will use a virtual keyword, and you will directly map that particular table to this table. Okay, so this is how you set up a relationship with the other table. And next is our database context. So initially we need to set up our C# object or the entity. The second thing is our database context. So this is the primary class that is going to interact with your database. Okay, so in this you will have a runtime configuration where you will pass the connection string over this constructor, and you will mention all your entities, all your tables in the db set, in this particular class file. Okay, so initially what this will do is like this will be configured in your startup file, and it will read all your tables, and then get into the model and give you the sorry, interact with the database and give you the result. Okay, so this is the database context. This I have mentioned it like context over here, and this is the runtime configuration where you will pass the connection string and the entities I'll be mentioning over here. Okay, so this is how the db context look like. And then the third thing that we are going to do is like we are going to configure this db context in our startup file. So as we all know, there will be a web API will be having a startup file which will trigger all these services, which will invoke all the services, right? The same way here, the services would we would invoke add db context service, where we'll give our context name, db context name, and we are going to instantiate our sql server with our connection string. So this is how we configure the db context in our startup file. So the first three things that you need to do is, before we get into the code, is like you need to get your model ready and your db context ready, and then you need to configure the db context to your startup file. So this is what the 3 steps are. So if you are going to use sql server, then it is use sql server. If you are going to use sqlite, you can have your own have the methods for sqlite. So here we have new, improved, and exciting features in Core 5.0. So the first thing that we are going to see is like the diagnostics. In diagnostics, we have two things. One is the debug view. The other one is for logging. Okay, so we'll get into the demo part. So I'll first tell you the code, and then we'll execute the thing. So I have a table called user with no validations. So user is my class. I have only the ID and the name over here, and I have a db context. This is just the console application, so I wouldn't be having a startup file for it. So I have a database context over here. So inside the database context, I have given the entity as well inside the db set. Okay, so now I have a program file where I am just going to call two methods. So this would be my connection string, and I'm just going to call two methods, show count, where this will give us the count for that particular users table, and the other method which will give us only the thing, only the users detail with the condition as John's as user's name as John. Okay, so I'm just going to retrieve only the user with name John. Okay, so I'm just going to run this now. So this will give us the result. So this is just the console application which will give us the result. Okay, after then I'll okay, now it has given the count users as 2, and John is mapped to the ID number 2. Okay, so if now I am going to include the log details, where where if you wanted to have a log information or the SQL comments that is been done inside the database, those details if you want, you can get it through log2 method, where you will have the log level and the action that you wanted to do. So log2 will get the action and the log level information. Okay, so this will give us the exact thing that is happening inside your database. Now I'll run this same thing, but you will be getting the SQL statements as well. So it will prepare yeah. So before it has given only the console.writeline thing, but now we have got the information as well, where this is the exact query that is being executed inside your database. So this log2 method will give us the complete information of the DB execution. Okay, so this is the first thing that they have introduced in entity framework core 5. So log2 method. The other one is the debug view. So debug view is like when you query the data, you will be getting a list, maybe the result as a list or something like that. Okay, but if you debug and see, I'll show you, like they have introduced a new thing called debug view, where the view will be having the exact query that is going to get executed. So if you see, if you debug it, there will be a new um, property called debug view, where that has the query, and this query is the one that is going to get executed inside your database. So second thing for diagnostics is the query debug view. So this will give us the value, the same value, but with the query as well, right? So now if you wanted this query, or that the debug view as right, that query thing, you need to have your own code. So like if you give the query dot to query string, then that will give us the query string. Okay, that is the one that is going to get executed, the same select statement what that information has given us, but in a two different ways you can get it. One through your log2 method, other through your query string method. So if you see, the same information that is being given over here using your log2 method is the same thing that the debug view will give, but we have two different methods to get it. Okay, this is by using the two query string method, and this is by using the log2 method. So this comes under the diagnostics part. And the next thing that we are going to see is mapping. So in mapping we have three things. One is like many to many mapping, the other one is the table per hierarchy mapping, the other one is the table per type. So I'll explain each and everything, and I'll show the demo for it as well. So first one is many to many mapping. So before we have used entity framework, right? So in that we'll be having our entities in the database context, and we'll be having an on model creating method, where that will have the many to many relationship. We need to write extra code to establish the many to many relationship between the tables, right? But in this EF core 5.0, they have explicitly mapping the table, they are explicitly mapping the two tables. How I'll show it in the demo. Next thing is table per hierarchy. So table per hierarchy is nothing but the interface hierarchy. For example, we have a base class derived from, we have a base class, and there are the extra classes which is derived from the base class. So what these will have is like will be all the properties of the derived classes will be under the base class itself. So all the properties are mentioned as columns in the base class itself. So this will be like a complete single table, single database, single table structure. So I'll show that in demo. And next is table per type is like, so if you have split the tables based on the classes, then that also you can do. Based on your .NET types, you can split the tables as well. So I'll show all that in demo. So initially what, okay, I'll just close all this tabs. Okay, I have two tables over here. So user table, a membership table, and a group table, and I am explicitly joining this user table and the group table to a membership table by calling that thing. Okay, so I am explicitly mapping now. Okay, this core 5.0 isn't doing nothing now. So I am explicitly mapping membership table with the group table and the user table. So this will create us this will give us three tables, one with the name users, the other with the name groups, and other with the name membership. Okay, so this will give us three tables. So I have given the connection string as well to the on configuring method. So if I run this, so I am just going to insert two users, two groups of it, and I'm just going to have that user and group inside my membership, and I am going to query the users with the group football. Okay, so if I run this, this will give me the information, tables information as well. I'll show you. I just wanted to show what and all it has been created in the DB. Okay, so if you see, okay, this has got created already. So I just wanted to show you in the DB itself. So if you see the tables, there will be three tables. This may take little time. Yeah, we have three tables called, one second. I'll just delete the table and create it again. So we have ensure delete method as well, just to delete the table and get it. So this will delete the existing table and create it once again, so that we'll get all the create table statements as well over here, so that I can show it directly from the console itself. So this will take actually a little bit of time. So this is now dropping the database EF code DB2, and it is going to create it again. So as I said, this will create three tables, a user table, group table, and a membership table with the inserted values. So as this is dropping the complete database and creating it again, this will take a little bit of time. Now it has got created and we have got the result as Jane also. So I will explain you like what and all it has got created inside the DB. Okay. The first thing I have told you is like we'll be having a group table. This is the normal thing that we usually do. So we will have two tables and we'll map the table with the other one, right? So we'll be having a groups table with the ID and the name as properties, and table users with the name ID and name with the ID and name, and the other table as membership where we'll be having the user ID and the group ID mapped with it. Okay, this is how we explicitly map two tables, right? So but in core 5.0 what it actually does is we won't be having a separate method, we won't be having a separate table like as we do before. So we will directly map the two tables, like user and the group table is the one that is going to get mapped, right? So what this will do is like this will explicitly create a join table and give us the result. Okay, so we don't need any extra membership table over here. I'm just going to map this user table with the group table. I'm not going to have any kind of intermediate thing in between. Okay, so I just don't need all these membership thing. So I don't need all these, and I'm just going to get the users list as well over here. I'm just going to have the same thing. Okay, so same for this as well. So I'm just going to have a common table. I'm not going to have a common table. I'm just going to map these user and the group table as directly. Okay. So I don't want this membership as well. And when you are trying to query the users table, what you will do is like you'll directly query the table. I don't need any membership over here. I'm just going to directly map this users table with the group table, and I'm going to give the name directly. I'm just going to give the conditions directly with the name. Okay, so we now what this will do is like this will create two tables, one with user and other with the group. But this core 5.0 will explicitly map these two tables and give us another table with the name group user and map the user ID and the group ID in that table. So we'll see how it creates. Okay. So now we have not explicitly given any table like membership and all. We haven't mapped any two tables explicitly. This core entity core 5.0 will do that for us. And we haven't added any on model creating inside our DB context also. So this will now drop our database and create it again so that we can get the create table so that we'll get the create table statements also. So this will take a little bit of time. So I don't need all these membership. So I am just going to delete it. Okay. So now we haven't mapped any common table to it. So we'll see what and all has created. So we have a table called groups. So inside groups, we have properties ID and name, and we have a table called users. It has the name ID and it has the columns ID and name. And the other table, which is being explicitly mapped by the core 5.0, is like a group user along with the names of the other tables. And this is the mapped table where this table will have the group ID and the user ID with it. Okay. So this is how EF Core 5.0 will map two tables and establishes the many-to-many relationship to it. Okay. So without adding any on model creating to our database context, I haven't added any on model creating method over here to establish the many-to-many relationship, and I haven't given any explicit uh, class to map these two tables. Okay, this is done by the entity core 5.0. So to give a summary of it, I have directly mapped the users table with the group table and the group table with the users tables. Okay, so directly, and I have removed uh, all the membership details inside our code, and I have directly mapped it between the two. And the core 5.0 has given us the mapped table called the group user, where that will have the group ID and the user ID mapped to it. Okay, so this is the first thing in mapping. Okay, so this is the first thing in mapping. The next thing is table per hierarchy. So what this will do is like I'll show the code, and we'll see the demo of it. So what we have the same thing. We have a user table, an external user table, a time restricted user table, and the group table. what these external user and time restricted users are being derived from the users table. Okay, so now we assume that we'll be having 4 different tables. For example, user table, external user, time restricted user, and the group table, right? But it won't be like that. So what this table per hierarchy will do is like, if you are deriving it from any other class, the properties of the derived classes will also be added in a single table. As a single table, these external company and the start time, end time would be added under the users table. Okay, so this will be a single table which will be having all the properties of the derived classes as well. Okay, so we'll see that in demo, and we'll see that when we are running it. And now, so this is how, if you wanted to have so we have only users and groups table here, but we have 2 extra tables like external user and the time restricted user. For that, what you will do is like, you will have the entity mentioned over here, so that the database context would be knowing that there are other 2 tables which are being inherited from the users table. So for that purpose, we are just giving it over here. So okay, so so we have given the 2 entities in the on model creating, and I am just going to get the result. Okay, here if you see okay, I'll just delete and create it again so that you can see. So if you see it over here, I have a user. I'm just going to add a user, an external user, and the groups as well. Okay, so I don't I'm just going to add that, and I am going to set I'm just going to have a condition where the user's external company should be OMI. Okay, I'm just going to get the result and print it over in the console. So if I run this, it will first delete the DB and give us the result. It will first delete the already existing databases. So EF code DB1 was created already, and I'm going to delete that and create it again, just to show you like what and what tables have been created with this particular code. So this will take a little bit of time. So as far the code is concerned, we assume like there will be user table, external user table, time restricted user table, and the other one. But the thing actually happened is different. Okay, we'll see that. So yeah, we have a groups table as we have told before, and we have a users table, but the user properties are only ID and the name. Okay, not the external company and the start time, end time. But what this does is like, it has segregated the table based on the hierarchy. So the ID and the name are the users properties, whereas external company is external users property, and start time and end time are time restricted users property. But these properties are segregated based on the inheritance. Okay, based on the inheritance hierarchy, it has got segregated, and it is put into a single table called users, where we have a different column name called discriminated, where this discriminator will give us whether the user is belong to the external user or to the time restricted user. Just to tell us what user it belongs to, it is they have given a separate column called discriminator, where discriminator will tell us the in which particular user it belongs to. Okay, And the other one is the group user, as we have mentioned before, as we have seen before, for many to many mapping for groups and users table, we have the entity core will create a new table called group user, and that will have the group ID and the user ID mentioned to it. And if I wanted to show the end result also, the query that got executed. So if you see this one, so what I have mentioned in that is I have just set the I have just set the code as external user while I was uh, querying it. So I have set that to external user, and I am going to just get the data of company OMI. Okay. So what this will do is, like, this will get the retrieve the data from the users, but the condition would be discriminator with the value external user. As I said before, there will be a different column called discriminator that will tell us which particular user that data is belong to. Okay, so here external user and the company is OMI, and we have got the result as well. Okay, so this is done based on the inheritance hierarchy. So all the properties under the derived classes will also be in the same table. Okay, but now what I am going to do is, like, I don't want all this to be in a single table. So I am just going to have this external user and time restricted user in a separate table. So what I am going to do now is, I am just going to have a two table method, where this two table method will give us a new table of with the properties. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. Okay. So this two table method will uh, will be separated. Okay, this two table will give us a new separate table for external users and time restricted users. So I'll just keep it. So the same code, but with the uh, different table structure. So you can mention this two table over here to separate the tables, or you can even have a attribute called a table. Okay, and you can mention the table over here as well. You can use any of the ways to mention that particular table as a separate table. So this is the attribute that you're going to add it. Okay, so
Hey,
that
hi
you can.
Niveda. Sorry to interrupt. I think we are on time, over time.
Okay.
So I
Okay.
think you can take up the questions offline, and I think we can start with our next session.
Okay. So I have done with this. Yeah,
All right.
this two.
Yeah, with just a
Uh,
1 minute or something, yeah, we can wrap up. Yep.
yeah, sure.
All right. Thank you.
Mm. Shall I continue?
I think we are about time. So our next speaker is ready, so we can get started with the next speaker, and you can take the questions offline.
Okay. Okay, fine.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you.
Thank you so much for giving the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank
If you have
you.
any questions, you can post it to my LinkedIn as well.
I think we do have some questions in our YouTube chat comments, so you can answer those
Okay.
questions there. Yep.
Yeah, maybe.
All,
Yeah, I'll answer that. Thank you.
all right. Thank you. So we have our next session with Vishwanatha Swami. So here you go.
Hey guys, good afternoon. So today we'll be discussing on creating the gRPC service and it using this client and console client as well as Windows Forms client, and adding the gRPC web capability and communicating with the Blazor WASM. Okay, so that's the deal. So here are the software prerequisites. So we have this uh, tools, and I mentioned this software. Whatever I'm using Azure Data Studio. This is the one which I frequently use instead of Management Studio, SQL Server Management Studio, and I use Visual Studio 2019, and the basic knowledge of C Sharp, PS Core, and async await should be good enough for this demo. And have given this complete scripts whatever I'm using over here. So the entire code will be under this. We'll post it in YouTube channel. So all the code, including the demo script, everything will be available. So we can have a parking lots. So I can take the questions at the end of the session, or we can have. I'll post it afterwards if I'm not able to do in this session. Okay. So what are we going to do? So we have some common components or reusable components as layers. Technically, those should be the NuGet packages, but for this demo, I'm having it as library. Okay, so we'll quickly build up a gRPC service, and we'll test that using the console client and Windows Forms client, and then we'll add the gRPC web capability, and then we'll create a Blazor WASM application, and then retrieve the content using Web API and gRPC Web, and we can see the difference, the content length and the time between. And also I did one experiment offline using the using this benchmark to find out how fast this is between the Web API as well as this. I have the source code also inside this repository. You can I might not be able to get the time for that, but let's see if we have a time. You can see this 778, which was a minimum, and 14 seconds, and here if it is 718 and 12 seconds, and if you can see this 1.05 seconds is a minimum, and 961 milliseconds is a minimum. You can see that I've executed because it takes a lot of time, and I had to pump in 40,000-50,000 rows. So I just created like this and pumped in to create that demo. Okay, so without further delay, let's quickly go and start. So let me set the context right. So first thing what we will do is we will quickly walk through that. What do we have already? And quickly check this, how this web API is returning these content. And then we'll create a gRPC project, and then add those similar method, whatever we are, action items, whatever we are exposing through this controller. We'll do the same thing through the gRPC service. And then we'll test it through the Windows client. We have a console client also. We have Windows client. We'll test it through, and then we'll create a new Blazor WASM project, and then we'll create a web API and quickly integrate with this REST API, and then we'll do an integration with the gRPC web, so that we'll have a full picture, like how to reuse the code, and what is the advantage of creating the reusable code. Okay, so let's fasten our seatbelt and let's get going. Let me start this. Okay, so here we have this college core. So this has got common, the constants, and we have got entities. So we have got professor entity and student entity, and those two tables are one-on-one match with this table inside this SQL server. Okay, and we have interfaces: iProfessor business logic layer, iProfessor data access layer. We are exposing two methods. One is get all professor and get professor by ID. So this is the application core, where we have all the common components and all the concerns which goes across different layers. We moved it into this centralized location. And the next thing is we have the data access layer, and inside this persistence we have that entity framework core 5, and you can see all this is .NET 5, and we have a very simple DB context. We are exposing two DB sets. One is professors and another one is students. So these professors and students both are one-on-one mapping with the table name inside this data store. So spellings also you can check this. Now it's we have the same name which is exposing here, and inside the DB set we have the entities, so which are coming in from the application core. Okay, so we have the application core, all the things which are very much common. We moved into that centralized location we're calling as an application core, and data access layer has got a DB context, and we have the data access layer. And the data access layer we are implementing implementing this interface, I preface DAL, and we have two properties, and those two are getting constructor injected. We'll see in depth how this constructor injection is happening in a moment. We will see that how that happens just in 10 minutes from now. And then we have this business logic layer where we are implementing the interface which is defined in the core project, and we have a dependency on iLogger as well as the professor DAL, and these are getting constructor injected. Okay, so coming back to the web API, if you see that web API, we only have this controller, and we have this dependency injected over here. You can see this, the Swagger comes by default in .NET 5 template. We have added the cars, and we have added the DB context, and we are adding the application layer. We'll see this dependency injection when we are looking at gRPC. Let's hold on till now. And you can see this high host builder. We have the create host builder. Now you can go and check this create host builder. If you expand this, it shows that what all the default things which it is exposing. So it creates, and we are hosting it, the startup class. Now we come to the startup class. The two main things is configure services and configure method. The configure services is where we load all the things into the service container. That's where that's what will get used in the dependency injection, and configuring the HTTP pipeline will configure this one. Okay, that's a basic quick couple of minutes walkthrough on what do we have existing. So I've opened different command prompts just to speed up the time. So I am starting this .NET run. So you can come and see that at this point of time we have 8 rows. So let me go to this Postman, and I'll keep this here, and I just click on send. You can see this, it executes this command, and it returns, because this 2.32 seconds, that's a first hit, so we should not consider that. So from the next hit onwards, from 2.3 seconds, it came down to 69 milliseconds. This is a realistic one. Even you host it in production, the first hit is we do, or the business people will do the user acceptance test. So we will not consider the first hit. So that's what we saw that. Now the next piece is we'll start building the we'll start building this gRPC project, and we'll test it. Okay, so this is what we tested it here. So our step will start from this one. So the first thing is we will go ahead and create a new project, and we'll select this gRPC template. Okay, so let me select this gRPC template, and I'll drop it over here, and inside the source 3 web. Okay, now let's go ahead and create. So it's .NET 5. We are not enabling Docker support or nothing related to this one. We are taking the plain vanilla template, whatever it comes out of the box. Okay, so that we have created, and I just want to save some time. So what I'm doing is just go ahead and create this project also, so that we can come back and look at it little later. Then add a new project, and let's select this Blazor WASM, and let me select this. Let me go here and Blazor WASM. Okay, let me select this .NET 5 Blazor WASM application, configure HTTPS. Nothing has been configured. Okay, so I just clicked on this. Okay, so everything is there. So let me select this as the startup project. And there are many ways to do. Some of the things I do it out of my personal choice, or I know only that way to do it. So here the ports have assigned it as 5002 and 5003. And for this gRPC, I will choose 5000 and 5001. That comes by default. Okay. So the next thing is what we will do is we'll see this. What is this proto file? I think most some pieces might be get repeated. So as this is a service and we are exposing RPC methods, these are input and output. These are the methods. Okay. So what I will do is I will quickly drop some of those files and we can get going. So we have this. So we need to add the reference to this these two things. So instead of using the Snuget package just to save the time, I'm doing it from here. So I'm doing it from here. Technically, it does the same thing. It restores the NuGet package. You can see over here. It does the NuGet package. Just let me take 1 minute of quick time. You can see this gRPC core. That's a meta package. So along with it, it brings in all the server client factory protobuf and tools. The tools is the one which creates the required components. Okay, tools is the one which gets required packages. Okay, so if you come and see this here in this app settings or dev settings, we do not have anything over here. So what do we do is we have to write this configuration item, but we will not populate anything. So instead, what do we do is we will right mouse click on that and select this manage users. So that's when what will happen is it goes and uses this user secrets. That means the file doesn't live inside the project. File lives outside, but the only thing is we'll get an advantage even if you're validating this against your UAT or higher environments. You are very safe. Let me show that. I will right mouse click and click on manage secrets. Here is this connection string. So when you come and check this app settings, we need to have this items inside us. I mean inside this app settings, but we don't give anything. So it's something like this. We will add it, but we will not give any information like your connection string. Where it is. Okay. And here it will be for SQL. Right. So this is just for anyone who is using the DevOps or anyone who's deploying or any of your colleagues who wants to work, they can use this one. But internally, we use this secrets.json. Okay, that's one point. And the next thing is we have referred these two, and we will drop this some of this NuGet packages real quick. So BDotNet source. So I'm coming into this. So at this point of time, we have only one this one. So let me quickly go and grab the which is there. I already kept it inside the starter files, so it will be easy for you to do this dropping. Okay, I just drop this college here, and additionally let me drop the few other files. I'll take this mapping. Let's come back to this mapping in a moment. Okay, let's see this real quick. We have this college and we have this greeter. So when I go to the properties of this, it is recognizing this as a port buff and it knows that it has to do a compiler. But when I select this college proto, it is not recognizing this. So one of the reason whenever it doesn't recognize, what we have to do is we have to go into this CS proj and add an entry here. So college.proto. So now what happens is, now if you go to this properties, nicely it recognizes. So we can create this client components or a server components or client and server. So it depends upon your use case, what you want to do. So we have selected, we want to go ahead with the server components. So now what we have to do is we can show all files. Quickly go into this obj, debug and .NET 5. And inside this protos, you can see this, the college gRPC and college. So where are these files getting defined? So you can see this, we have given the college.proto. So it creates college gRPC and college. So what does gRPC contains? gRPC contains this service, and this college will have the messages. Let's give a real quick uh, look into this one. So you can see this, the namespace which has been defined over here. We have given the namespace college gRPC server protos. So you can see this, it is creating with that namespace. And if you scroll down a little bit, you can see this college service base. Where does it pick up this name? The college service, whatever the name, service name you have given here, the college service. With that, it takes this and creates suffixes the base, and it creates whatever the RPC methods which we defined. Those methods will be defined as virtual methods over here, and we have to implement those methods. Okay, so that's the basic. So any time you don't find it happening, so we have to do this. So the next thing what I will do is, just to speed up the time, I will pick up all these things and drop it, and then we can discuss. So next big thing what is happening over here is, we have created a mapping. So when we have to convert from Google port buff type to the Google port buff type to this to this our entity, or entity to Google port buff type, so we need to do the conversion. So I just added an auto mapper to do that. And one more thing is the service implementation, as we have seen that. So if you come in here, you can see that we are implementing the service. This is the service which we have seen that it gets created by the tools, and we are implementing this one. So you can see this. This is the these are the things which are getting dependency injected. So one of the shortcut to do is that uh, click on this alt enter and generate constructor, and select all those read only and add this null check. So the Visual Studio itself will create a beautiful constructor with all those dependency injections, right? And here is the implementation. So if you see this, the service has got a dependency on a business logic layer. Business logic layer got as a dependency on the data access layer, and the data access layer has got a dependency on the on this DB context. So let's see how this dependency gets injected in all the places. Real quick, let me place all the debuggers over here, and then I will start using. I will remove all the debuggers just to speed up the time. So we have very less time, a lot of things to cover. Let me check that. Did I stop it? Okay, everything is stopped. Okay, now what I will do is let me check that it's working. Okay, cool. So let me start. Let me show you one more important point over here. Inside the startup, this is where we are having all those dependencies getting injected. Okay, so this DB context, we need all these dependencies. One second, we need bal and dal, those dependencies. Okay, so we should be good. And one second, let me recompile that just to ensure that I did not miss any step. Okay, so looks like it caught. All the squigglies are gone. So let's take one quick minute. It might trouble. Let me close this guy. Just want to ensure that we are okay. Everything is succeeded. So let me place the debugger over here real quick to see how the dependency injection containers are getting loaded. And let me start on this one. So okay, so see this is the service container, and let me quickly go to this quick watch, and you can see this, there are 79 dependencies. Some of the dependencies which comes out of the box. So if you see this iLogger, someone can ask, how did the iLogger getting injected? So these are the things which are coming in out of the box. So it was 79. So I will go and add automapper this just to speed up the time. If not, I would have stopped at every instance to show you how the things are coming. So 79 plus few dependencies it added. Now I'm a little weak in Max, so it's 98. So you can see this, the DB context, IMapper, the college DB context, Professor Val. So all the dependencies are getting loaded in this service container. Okay, so now let me go and execute this Windows Forms client, and let me come back here and let me select Mithun Nair, and I will go ahead and we have this debuggers placed in here. So I want to find this Mithun Nair. I just click on find. So what happens is, while creating the dependency injection container, it goes to the last man standing who doesn't have any dependencies. It first constructs that and gets injected into the previous layer, like that it goes. So in our case, first it constructs the DB context, then it comes to the DAL, then it comes to the business logic layer, then it comes to the services. Okay, so we'll see that. Now the first thing it is constructing is this the DB context, and then when I come back over here, you can see this, the DB context has been properly constructed and it has injected to this DB context. And okay, so the next thing is the Professor Bal layer. If you see this Professor Bal, properly the DAL has been initialized and this DB context is there. And then if I let me remove this debugger, and if I come back to this college service, you can see this, the business logic layer has been properly initialized and it has got the DAL, and DAL has got the college DB context. So that way it injects. So we have to load everything in our startup, okay, so that it gets injected everything. So anytime you can see this, I can remove this, and you want to see, it goes and retrieves that. So those are the couple of things which we have seen right now. So another thing is, what we have to do is to, right now what is happening is, let me execute it one more time real quick. So at this point of time, inside the startup, we have to see one couple of points. One point is use gRPC web. That's one thing we need to add, that too in between this routing as well as the use endpoints. This is for the cores. So regularly, if you want to hit it through this other channel, non-web channel, you have to expose like this. If you want to use this web channel, so we have to expose this. And on top of that, if you don't have cores, there is no point in exposing it as a gRPC web. So once we execute this, it says that it is executing in 5001. So I can come to the browser and go ahead and select it. That shows that endpoints must be through the client, or will it through the gRPC web channel. So we'll see that. So now that we have the debugging and other things which we have seen, so I will start using this console, right? So let me close this. Let's go to our next phase of the demo. Ow. Okay, so a couple of points is to enable this gRPC web capability, we have to add this gRPC ASP.NET Core Web. That's point one. And the point two is, I've already shown, we have to use this use gRPC web inside this configure middleware, and also you have to add this extension method, enable gRPC web. So that makes this guy eligible, right? So now what happened is, we'll come back to the Blazor WASM. So this is whatever I'm showing at this point of time in the Blazor WASM, that happens only once in lifetime. So let's not miss that opportunity. Everything, I mean, including the .NET DLLs, everything gets downloaded to the client and gets executed. So this is 5005. I didn't want to, this 5004. So let me start this, and let's keep a watch on this, and we need to enable this inspect the very next moment it comes. Okay, I have clicked on that and go to the network tab and just see this one. All this .NET libraries, you can see this, all the .NET libraries are getting downloaded. So that happens only once in lifetime. Okay, you can see this, all the .NET libraries, everything gets downloaded onto the client machine, and everything gets executed using the WebAssembly. This one, .NET WASM. So see this now. If I refresh that, you don't see all those .NET WebAssemblies are getting downloaded. It happens only once in lifetime. Okay, that's one thing. And the next thing is, just to speed up the time, there are a lot of bunch of files I just created. So I will dump all those things one by one. Not one by one. I will take little faster approach so that I can save some time. So let me come to this guy, Blazor WASM. I need to go to this dub, and I'm dropping it here. That's an app settings, and this app.css will go in here. Okay. Then we have this shade and pages. I take this shade and pages. I'm dropping it here, and project file. This project file. Okay. So all is well. So let's execute this, and then we'll quickly come back and test the integration. I'll close it in next. Okay. So there's one small thing I have to do. Let me go and add this project. That's one point I need to do. And another thing what I have to do is connected service, and click on this add and select this gRPC. Next. So whenever you're selecting this gRPC proto file from some other project into the client project, be extra cautious, because what happen is the tooling, the Visual Studio decides, see this, my intention is to create the client, but Visual Studio is deciding that I want to create a server. So just be little cautious when you are taking that. And once you take that, it grabs this guy, and it just creates. For some reason, there is some compatible issue here. I don't know why. It doesn't bring those NuGet at all. Okay, that has got some issue. So I've given the instructions also in this demo script how to fix that. So what we have to do is we have to add these packages after removing that. So let me go in real quick. I go here and remove this package, and then add these packages. And okay, I just added these packages, and then I will go to this NuGet packager manager, and then click on install and rebuild. So okay, so once we rebuild, what happens is it goes and brings in all those required things. But for some reason, I don't know, when it is bringing in that meta package, it is not accepting. So what did I do is similar to those clients, whatever I use, the console client or the Windows client, whatever the packages dependencies it had, I just picked it up from those things. So let me quickly go and add this, so that when I check in this code, you guys will have the entire solution with you guys. So let me grab this and go ahead and gRPC web from Windows client. Let me add this Windows clients, so the entire solution will be here. And let me add an existing project, and then add the console app. So all these clients are there. So this is what I did. I just saw what it is doing. So I just picked up these things and just copied it back in the Blazor. That's how I fixed it, the Blazor project. I don't know, for some reason it was not working. So, okay, now all is well. Let me do one build real quick. Let's wait. Let's wait on this. It's almost done. Okay, cool. So it has built everything. So let's discuss what are the changes which we did it. So the first thing what I did is I just added this app settings. So the app settings is having the service URL, and then can come back to this css just to I just added overridden some of those color combinations to the way I wanted. So those the borders, and it's just a look and feel, I just modified it. Okay, some I had to do a couple of things, comment this and try. Okay, so it's just a personal choice. And the next important thing is if you come and look into this shared, so the main layout is this one, the razor page, where you have the side navbar on this side, and you have the top band, and the content is here. And the next thing is you have this navigation where you have this home, counter, fetch, Professor's Web API, and the Professor's gRPC. And if you see this, any of those razor components, uh, we call it as a component over here. So in this, if you see this in index, this is a combination, or you can see this fetch data or counter, whatever. Okay, if you see this one, this component at the rate page, so that shows that the route, this is the route, what is the endpoint you are hitting, and that has got the markup as well as the code. So you have mixed both the markup and the code inside the single razor component. So if you have worked in ASP.NET web forms, you know that in web form we have that .aspx pages, and we have the code behind .aspx.cs. That's a code behind. So we can do that. We are not stuck with this model where we have to define everything in one page. So we can split into two different files. So that's the thing. So if you see this, the razor component, if you see that we have the page that shows the route, and that shows the route, and here is this markup, and all the code behind, similar to the code behind, all the code has been moved to a separate file. That's the .cs file. So we get this HTTP clients getting injected, and similar to that, initialized async. This is the lifecycle method which we use it in Angular. We use this on a net. Similar to that is this one of the page lifecycle, and we are invoking this HTTP get, and we have get from JSON async. Similarly, you have for post and put, you have those methods, and you can see this. One more important point here is in this startup class, this HTTP client by default, it gets injected. You don't need to do anything to do that. Okay, the only thing you have to take care is we have to add this gRPC related thing. So wherever, if you see this, how are we creating the gRPC client? I'll show you real quick. So we have this gRPC client helper. So we just exposed it as an helper class, and we have a static method where it is accepting the service URL, and we are from channel, we are opening the channel, and then we are creating this, we are passing the channel to this service client. So now if you see, we need to spend 1 more minute of our time on this one, is to come and validate this client side component. So we have seen that on the server side, we saw that it has created the college gRPC and college.cs. Now if you see this here, it is creating the client. It's not creating the base. The base comes when you're using the server components, but if you see this, when you're creating the client, it creates the service client. So that's when you recognize that whether you are using this gRPC server or the client. Okay, so now coming back to this one, how are we accessing it? So it's all the same markup. This is the endpoint. We are telling that professors from Web API, and the endpoint is professors from gRPC. So those endpoints we will mention inside the menu. Here you're giving that href. So we're saying that the navigation link on clicked, it should go to this endpoint called professors from Web API, professors from gRPC. Those endpoints we have mentioned in this razor components over here. So when it comes to the web API, we just we know that the HTTP is getting injected by default as part of the template, and we have exposed one of the property processes. And inside this on initialized async, we are invoking this get HTTP get stream async, and then we are converting deserializing this one. And if you see this gRPC, what we are doing is little bit coding is needed, because whatever we are receiving from that type had to convert it into the entity type which I'm using in this one. So you can see this professor is a entity type, and whatever we receive is a port buff type. So from this type I need to convert that. So that's the only thing. Okay, so let's have a quick demo and see this integration. Let me start this. Okay, this I'm let me run. This is the gRPC web, and this is the web API. So I just wanted to both to start at the same time, so that the first hit, it takes time. I want both, comparing both apples to apples and orange to orange. Like if I start one and make one hit, then we will lose that. Okay, we have both these guys side by side. So let me start this gRPC Blazor WASM. And I want to show you that piece, that whatever I told, that's once in lifetime opportunity. I'm just opening up, and let's focus on this network. You see that you can see that none of the assemblies which we saw that initially is not getting downloaded. All these few dependencies which are there, only those things are getting downloaded. Okay, these were not there when we saw that first experiment. So that might be the reason these things are getting downloaded. But if not, if I do another hit, I'm sure that those will not get downloaded. Okay, so just to doubly sure that whatever we spoke is the right thing, let's do that again. And I'm opening up. Go to the network tab and see. Okay, so nothing is getting downloaded. And one more important point is, if when you come to this fetch data, and you can see that the weather JSON is coming, so that content is coming. Why it's taking some more time? Okay. And one more, let's see that point. I'll check that one. So if you see that all the clicks, whatever it is happening, so none of those are going as a server-side calls. So none of these things are going as a server-side calls. If you see this one, so let's come back here and let me switch. I clicked once. See this, there is no network activity, and I click twice, there is no network activity. So I'm going to fetch data. So here it is having this network activity is happening. Here it is happening. So if you see this, at this point of time, we did not do any activity over here. Okay, looks like we did some activity there. Okay. So I click on this one. You can see that goes and brings in the content from professors. You can see inside the preview, you can see all this content, whatever it is coming in here. So let me, because this is a first hit, we will lose that benefit. I just wanted to show you at the same time so that we can compare the time as well as the number of bytes, whichever it is receiving. But at least we can compare from the bytes perspective. You can see this, the content, whatever it is coming is 1.9K, whereas the gRPC it is coming 839. So the binary compression as well as the traversing over the HTTP to a lot of other benefits which are coming in. So the number of bytes which has to traverse in the wire is less. So this will be faster. Okay. And now that we have, we can check this. This is the second hit. This is a second hit. We can see this. It has taken 40 milliseconds. And let's check this. It has taken, okay, sometimes, okay, here it is 788. Sometimes this is taking a little bit longer, but mine is not an ideal server scenario. So we can have a little bit time delay here and there. You can see this one. Sometimes it is a little bit time delay. Let me stop these two and restart it just to see that. I stop this web API. I start this. I started over here, and I'm starting this. Okay, so now whatever the thing which we make it, it should be the first time hit. So it will be, that's not a realistic one. We should not take, but at least for our experiment, we can do this one. So when we come in here, it has taken little over 2 seconds. And let me go back and click on this, and let's see that. So a little bit, you can see this. It took 2.1 and 2.08, and see the bytes perspective, we are very less. And this is a second hit. So second hit, it took again, the content is 1.9K and 71 milliseconds. Now you can see this. Now this one, it took 62 milliseconds. I mean, we should have a careful consideration before choosing one over other. And also the communication, where does we exactly use it? If you use this gRPC, it's like a service to service communication. You have two different services hosted in two different data centers. Maybe one service belongs to company A and one service belongs to company B, and the company B is totally developed in Java and the company A service developed in Go. We can do this service to service communication, because both depend on the interface. Like whatever we define in the protofile, both the company has to respect that. And also both the companies don't need to do anything, because the tools, we have beautiful tools in all these languages. So whatever the protofile which we give it to those two companies, they will the tools will automatically generate the server components as well as the client components. Only thing is they have to implement it. So, and one more thing is, those will be unmonitored. So like we deploy one service in one data center, another service in another data center, both talk to each other, everything happens. So even if it is low powered devices, there also we can use. Just now we have seen this, the content, let's assume 2 kilobytes versus 900 or 800 bytes, like 2 kilobytes and 900 bytes. It's little bit of content. If it is large content, then you will see the benefit. Even if it is 20 to 30% of the content, reduced size of the content, there will be reduced bandwidth used. And also you're using HTTP2, so all the benefits which you have, that using the same connection, you will get that benefits also when using this gRPC web. But I suggest that you have to do a proper benchmark, because just now we have seen that sometimes what is happening is the web API is little bit faster than gRPC web, but from the memory perspective, I have seen that here also see here it see this 0.2 milliseconds. I think it's taking low, but here you can see this consistently from the bytes perspective. We are seeing that it is taking less number of bytes, like 2 kilobytes versus 800 bytes. Because I'm not considering, because my box, the laptop, whatever I have multiple processes running in. It's not an ideal server scenario where you can do this based on this, we can take it. But we have to do a thorough benchmarking. It took a lot of time for me to do the benchmark. And one more tip I want to give you guys is, can see this, the benchmarking demo which I did it. I will open this. So what happens is, when the number of bytes, whatever it is coming from the server, gRPC server, if that exceeds, I think by default it supports 4 GB or 10 GB. I don't remember exactly out of my mind, but those many bytes, if it is coming, it will allow. Anything more than that, then that will break. it will not work. So max received message size, this is the one which you have to do one small modification when you're doing. So I suggest that please do a proper benchmarking with this payload, so that you know this exactly how many size, I mean how many bytes which is coming in. Okay, so this is a oh no, this is on the .NET Core, this is on the .NET 5, and you can see this on a web. One second. RPC.NET Core. You can see this guy over here. You have this totally this one, and you can see this. They have given this warning also. You have to do a careful consideration before, whenever you are selecting this max message size. So what happens is it might have a memory implication. So as I was mentioning, it's 4 GB max size. So I know we will have this. We will have the paging, filtering, and other things. It's unrealistic that we are going to bring 40,000, 50,000 records, but it is good that let's do a proper benchmarking of how much bytes which we need to bring in, and what is it needed to bump up this message size, and what is the memory implications on the server. We need to do proper analysis of all these things before we choose. That's it from me. Thanks so much. Hope you guys have enjoyed the session.
Very well, Vishwanatha. That was a really great session. So I think we are already time for it's time for our next session, and we can jump in with Igor to understand about how and
Hi,
hey,
everyone.
hi Igor.
Hi.
Hi Igor.
Hi.
Yep, I can hear you very well. So
Oh,
I
perfect.
think
I
you
can
can
hear you.
you can take the show. Yep.
Yep, I can take the show. So I'm the lucky speaker who starts at 1 p.m. means after lunch slot. So yeah, I hope you're all still awake. It was a good morning, a lot of good sessions. We have some pretty cool and demanding things to talk about. So stay awake. We are going to talk about C#9, especially why the features which are in are actually in, why they're so important, and why we want to have them. And then afterwards, about how to integrate them well into our current development. And as you can see from the image, we will also discuss some, let's say, decision challenges with C#9 puts in front of us. So let us start immediately with the first topic. Let me just go here. Perfect. So I guess you all know the lady. I mean, it's Mona Lisa. The question is the glasses, where do they come from? So this is what happens when certain objects that shouldn't change during their lifetime actually do change. I've seen equivalents of this in the software development, especially in the large desktop applications, where you have objects which were intended to be immutable, means the things which are in them should never change, but they were not built for immutability. That means the programmers who created them were too optimistic, and then something like this happened. Suddenly somebody changed the object and got some quick errors somewhere else. So the immutability as a concept is very important, and we have to know how to properly express it in our programs. Just about this, I don't know if you recognize this face. So this is Eric Lippert. He was a head designer of C# before Matt Storgesen, and he said a couple of years ago a few nice words about immutability in C#. And I love this sentence of his, that immutable data structures are the way of the future in C#. And then this was in one blog post, and he explains later on why is immutability so important, and also he explains the drawbacks of immutability. And in one of the blog posts which he wrote in that serial was this sentence which I like a lot, that this, what he is explaining and showing how C# could support immutability, is playful brainstorming and about the future, like ideas as it says, for entirely hypothetical future versions of C#. And he wrote this in 2007, 13 years ago. That was the time of C# 3.0. Actually, they were developing C# 3.0. And the interesting thing is, it took the C# team 13 years actually to turn some of these ideas into reality in C# 9. So when it comes to immutability, I will not go into details of what are the benefits and why are they so important. I encourage you to read these articles, and also in the repository of this talk, you will find some good resources for deeper learning. One of the things maybe I just want to mention, one is this: if an object should be immutable, and we know that, we should create it like that, so that we do not get Mona Lisa with glasses. And the other thing which is often mentioned, if you did any work with concurrency, then you know this matrix. So if you have a mutable object in a single threaded program, you don't have to guard it specially, so you change the state however you want. But in a multi-threaded situation, that's a tricky programming. So you have to guard the state, locking, or whatever. So those of you who did it know how challenging it is. With immutable objects, this becomes much, much easier. And this was the time when C# jumped on concurrency in general, when the immutability became more and more important. So we waited until C# 9. So let's see what we got to get a better support to immutability. The first thing which we are going to go through are so-called init-only setters. So what are init-only setters? I prepared here a couple of examples. So let's see our Mona Lisa class, which should be immutable. I have this naive implementation of my Mona Lisa class, and that's why I call it the immutable wannabe. This is a situation where a programmer simply does this, like it's so easy and it's so tempting to put data through getters and setters and simply say, oh, everybody knows that this object shouldn't be changed afterwards. And this is the situation I witnessed in my consultancy and also in development practice. It happens simply. So this is the, like the comment above saying, hey, please don't change this, but it's changeable. But the tempting thing is it's very easy to write classes like this. And the other thing is, it's very easy to use them. If you take a look on this user of this class, Mona Lisa immutable wannabe, let's take a look. For example, this. We use this property initializer, and it's really nice to define an object with a beautiful nose, charming lips, mystical eyes, and so on. So this is our Mona Lisa. The problem is it's not immutable. It's intended to be, but just a convention. Now, if I want to make this object immutable the good old way before C# 9.0, I will just say it's cumbersome. So if you ever tried it, you know what I'm talking about. So first of all, we have to remove the private setters. Okay, but that means we need a constructor. And now this is a boilerplate code. We are writing something to support immutability. Yeah. And that means we have more effort, but the problem is also, if you take a look at the clients, clients get also cumbersome to write. So for example, if I take a look now on this Mona Lisa, I have no clue. I have no clue what's charming here. Is it like eyes or ears or whatever? So I have to take a look. Okay, lips. Lips are charming. Not ideal thing. Of course, we can do things like this. Okay, nose, lips, but doesn't look good. And even if this case, if we try to simulate the properties, it's not the same thing. Also, this approach doesn't play well with, for example, entity framework and things like this. So having property initializer is something which we actually want to have. So how C# 9 helps us with this? Through the concept of init-only setters. So what is that? I will just go here and do the following. I will change, I will simply replace all the setters. So I will replace all the setters with another one keyword, which is called init, something like this. You see? Interesting. And what is it? It's a setter which has one special property, which is you can use it only during the initialization of an object. So if you look at below, everything looks fine. My Mona Lisa immutable is not wannabe anymore. It is immutable because I can set these properties only during the initialization. That means let's say that I have here my Mona Lisa. That I have here my Mona Lisa object. If I want to do something where am I? If I want to do something like this, if I want to take a Mona Lisa and change the nose, for example, I'm sorry. And change the nose, okay, to whatever, let's say broken. I'm going to get a compiler error. And what this compiler error is saying, you can see it here in the error list, this one, that init-only property can be assigned only in an object initializer, or, and then there are some other more advanced scenarios, but this is the most common scenario, which is important for me that you understand. So if you want to have immutable objects, just replace your setters at the moment or your cumbersome solution if you went into that direction with init setters. And that would be it. The more advanced scenario, I will not go into them in this talk. My major message here is that in C#9 at least, there is no excuses. You know, you don't have to leave the objects open and mutable if they really have to be immutable. Nice. That was it regarding the init-only setters. But when it comes to mutability, there are some other things related to it which are also important to consider. So let's go back and let's extend our demands. I know that Leonardo da Vinci will not like this, what I'm going to say now, because we have just one Mona Lisa object and that one is the unique and all others are just the copies. But let's say that we have a different requirement. Let's say that we want to have reference types, that means classes, but the value semantics. That means I want to have this. If two Mona Lisa objects have exactly the same property, that means if they are structurally equal, I will consider them equal. And Leonardo da Vinci, please forgive me. Now, this is a much, much more difficult requirement to implement. Just to give an example, the typical example for this is a string. So a string is a class, that means reference type, but it has the value semantic. That means two different string objects are the same if they have the same content. And this is what I want to achieve now. Here's where things in the C# up to C#8 are becoming very cumbersome. I don't know if you ever tried to do this, but that means implementing properly several things and coordinating them properly. So first of all, you have to implement some interface like equitable, then override certain methods, cat hash code, equals, and so on and so on. And I've seen bugs in that. And also, actually, I'm pretty sure if you ever tried that, you are aware that you were on a slippery terrain. The issue is also if you implement it, you will see that you will write really a lot of boilerplate code. This issue was so prominent that there were a couple of different approaches to solve it before C#9, but C#9 finally came with the language support for it, and the language support are so-called records. So what are records? A very simple definition is records are reference types which have value semantics. How they work? Simply, the compiler will generate in the background. So it will create all that boilerplate code which we would usually have to write manually. So what does it mean? Let's take a look. let's take a look on the records examples, and I will go to this one and discuss the value semantics. Let's go to Mona Lisa again. So my previous example, the only thing I have to do literally is this. So I have to simply say that my Mona Lisa is a record, and that's it. Everything else stay the same. You can see that below that I can use it as I was using it before. Nothing special, but what happens in the background is really a lot. That means the compiler will expand this class and add all the necessary methods and implement the necessary interfaces. It will also implement the equality operator and not equal operator. A lot of things will be done actually for us so that Mona Lisa becomes, let's say, a reference type with the value semantics. Records can be well compared with classes, more or less. You can do with them the same things which you can do with classes. So, for example, you can build a hierarchy of records. And again, compiler will take care that this structural equality works over the hierarchy of classes. For example, I can have an abstract record artwork with these properties. And then, for example, a painting, which is a kind of an artwork, you see, nothing special. And then a portrait, which is, again, a painting. And if you have two portraits, and if they have all the same properties through the hierarchy down to the base class, and you compare them, they will be considered to be the same object. So let me just with this, I will start this application, and that you have an idea. What I'm doing here, just to demonstrate how it works, is the following thing. So I'm creating two Mona Lisa objects. You can see that here. I'm creating two Mona Lisa objects, and they are two different objects. They really exist as two different objects. You will see that's also one of the nice things. Compiler generates a nice toString method. You will see when I start it, and you will see that they are structurally equal. And when I compare them by reference, we expect them to be different. Yeah, but this is the interesting thing. When I compare them with the equal operator, it will turn out that they will be same. And at the same time, you will see that I still can use property initializers and everything else in the same way like with the classes. Let me start the example. Oh, so it's starting down there. Oh, I'm sorry. So it's on the other window. So you were able to see it. Let me bring it there. So you can see that the first and second Mona Lisa. Now this is interesting thing. You get a type, and then really the property is nicely listed. It is possible also to adjust that if you want. I didn't do it in this example. It would be a bit a step further, but the interesting thing for me is this first equals second, which is true. That means we have the value equality, and we got it in a very, very easy way, just putting the record in front of it. So that means whenever you face this situation, simply start using records. Yeah. Another one thing which comes with records are so-called Server Explorer is not the thing I want to have, and not in this talk. So another one interesting thing with the records are so-called positional records, and this is a really cool feature, but it has some drawbacks. So the major idea of the positional records is you can literally define a type, I will say, in a single line. Take a look at this. So I have a record artwork. This is actually exactly the same thing which I had before. How the syntax looks like, people tend to put it usually in one line, but I see this as a better readability. So essentially, for every property which you want to have, you just have to specify the type and the name of the property. In the background, several things will happen. Compiler will create the property ID, which will have the public getter and the init setter, the one we saw before, and also it will create a constructor which accept these two the values for these two properties, which actually causes some issues later on. Now, this is super practical if you really have like small types, which some utility types and so on, which you want to use. Using records in this way is really perfect. And I've been analyzed one large project which we're working on for the past 7 years, yeah, and it turned out that there is a lot of opportunity for these kind of records. What you have to be careful about, it could have side effects, because the record will have a value equality, and of course your current code, if there are classes, has reference equality. There are certain drawbacks of this. I'll simply go quickly through it, because this kind of defining of records doesn't play well with property initializers. So, for example, I will give you an example here. Let me go here, and I will delete these lines just for the matter of discussion. What you see now, I've defined the Mona Lisa the way I did it before, okay, but it's not exactly the same. You will see now in the line number 6 that I have an error here. And what the error is saying is that there is no constructor, there is no default constructor, the constructor without parameters. And this is a small issue with records, because they become a bit cumbersome to use them if you still want to have a property initializer, which is something we usually want to have. The point is, the constructor which is generated by the compiler simply hides the default constructor, and you have to specify the default constructor on your own. And moreover, you have to actually call this generated constructor within your constructor, and that was the code which I've deleted. So it's not the optimal thing, but still it's a one, let's say, additional line to get the best of both worlds. So I have my record defined with just a few lines of code, and I can still use, in this way, I can still use the property initializers. Again, I see a lot of opportunity for this kind of notation. So it's really concise, and it tells exactly what we want to have. If you compare it with the good old way, to achieve the same functionality, that will be literally, for a class like this, there will be literally a couple of pages of code. Good. Another one thing, this all plays well with the frameworks we love to use, like ASP.NET or ASP.NET Core or Entity Framework Core. So if you have records, you will be able to use them with those frameworks. And for example, especially for DTOs, I think this is the perfect notation to define a simple immutable DTOs to pass them around. Good. Let me move on. So this was the topic of immutability. I would say the major contribution of the C#9 to our development. I would like to move on with other topics. Let's switch to one which I'm always looking forward to. It's good to delete code. Really, like writing code, they say that's what we are paid for. deleting code is actually even better. The less code we write, the more code we can delete. The less code we write, the less the chance that we will do something wrong. So in general, this question of how concise the language is, how much can I say with how many words, how many symbols. This is something which was improved in every version of C#. So, and starting from C#6 tremendously, that we have to type less to say more. There is a framework called Cognitive Dimensions of Notations, which I like a lot, which lists originally like some 14 dimensions for different kind of notations. If you think of a C# or any programming language, is just a notation, to express our thoughts and to communicate with the computer at the end. And one of these notations is this diffuseness or terseness. We said how many symbols or how much space does a notation require to produce a certain result or express a meaning. In the previous example, we also see a huge improvement in this dimension in C#9 because suddenly with single line I can I can replace something which was a page or 2 pages of text. But there are other ways too to improve in this dimension, and I will show you now the things which are done in C#9. So the first thing which I was really looking forward to is the following. This is a screenshot of the project I did, that it was simply .NET new console. And this is what you get when you create a simple hello world application in C#. Like for a newbie in the language, it's like, what is this? Dots, 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 and underscore, and using a namespace and class and static void, and way too many strings. I did way too many text and way too many concepts. I did the same thing for Python, and this is how the Python equivalent looks like print hello world. What? C# is not known as the best language for starters to learn the programming, and C# team decided to do something on that behalf. So they introduced the concept of a top-level statement. What are top-level statements, and why I like them so much? So let's go to top-level statements. This is the old hello world which I was showing. Yeah. Essentially, if you think about this, this is the only thing which is literally relevant for me. Everything else is a clutter here. It is there to satisfy the compiler because the entry point has to be there and so on. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take this. I'm just going to take this out and apply. I think I'm just going to take this out and do something. Oh, I was spending a bit too much. So yeah, this is the new hello world, and this works. So the top level statements work in this way, and I can actually do it even more simplified. So if I say system here, I do not need this line. Okay, this is the new hello world in C#. Still, I have some concepts which are not so easy to understand, like system and console, and but it's definitely an improvement. In the background, I write this code and it compiles without errors. You can see it below, no issues found. The compiler will actually create all that clutter, the entry point and everything else. It is good for learning, for starters, but not only for that. The reason why I like this feature so much is one philosophical reason. The entry point should be single liners or just a couple of lines of code. If you think of the entry points we have, for example, in Web API, if you think in the good old days in the desktop applications, there were just a couple of lines of code which were essentially saying application start. And that's how it should be. The entry point shouldn't do anything more. I've seen examples. I think the most drastic example was, which I encountered, was a program CS with literally 30,000 lines of code in a single file. I was astonished when I saw that, and I've seen similar things in C++ also. We can call it bad programming, whatever, but with this feature, I think for me the good philosophical message behind it is have entry point like this, single line of code, or something very simple. Or if you want to write some smaller script, you can do it literally without the clutter. Just that you have an idea what can you put inside. So, for example, you will implicitly get the args, so they are there. And if you have an await anywhere, the compiler will automatically generate the method with which returns the task and so on. You can also create some additional types and so on. Now, this is the thing I wouldn't do. If you need something like this, if you need more concepts in a single file, don't do it. So it's more than a simple script. It's fine for learning. It's fine for learning that you have everything in one file as a beginner. Anyhow, the message is, start using top-level statements. Keep your entry points simple. My wish is, by the way, to see the next template looking actually exactly like this. That you literally have when you create .NET new console these two lines of code. Okay, good. Let me go to. I will not save to another one feature which is also in this category, and it's called target typed new expression. So what is it about? I'll just show examples because it's very straightforward. I have just one example. What is it about? If you take a look on this line here, we know that the dictionary is a dictionary of string, and so on, and then we are creating it with the constructor the same type. Starting with C#9, we can get rid of this one. Why? Because the compiler will infer the type from the left side. That's why it's a target. It knows what the target type is. So the target typed expression. So that means I can do something like this. I can simply remove this type. Again, we are removing a bit of a clutter here, and I have to say I've started using this in my new development. I have to say it's a joy, really. So simply when you writing, especially these kind of things, and you simply say new, it's definitely, it doesn't hurt the eyes. Where you can do that, more or less, you will see everywhere where it's intuitive. For example, I can do it here. Remove all this data time. I have to watch in time. 10:09. Anyhow, for example, I can remove all these. But for example, if I remove this one, the compiler will not be very happy. It will not be able to figure out what kind of type it needs here. So, or for example, whenever I have a call like this, where a type is obvious, it can be removed. So it's definitely a feature I'm going to use heavily, but use it with a pinch of salt. So you don't want to, for features like this, you do not want to use it in places where it will actually reduce the readability. And to that regard, it has a similar issue like the var feature. So where really to use it and where to not. I think when it comes to target type expressions, what I advise definitely is these obvious things: field initializer, property initializers, list initializers, collection initializers. I mean, these are definitely the places where you can save some with it. Good. So these were like my favorite 4 features, which I wanted to put a bit more time in. There is one also which got really nice improvement in C#9, and that's pattern matching. And I'm happy for this improvement, but I will not spend much time on this feature because in 45 minutes it's not possible to cover all to the same depth. And I want to focus on another two topics which I find very important: how to introduce C#9 to your current source base, to pattern matching. Why I like it? I remember when I gave my first talk on pattern matching in C#7. At the same time, I was doing some work in F#, and I was aware of the pattern matching in F#. Simply knowing how mighty it is, how powerful it is, what kind of things can be expressed with it, and how concise it is. And the first implementations and the first small features in C#7, they were embarrassing. But the team promised that it will improve pattern matching over time, and it literally did it. Every new version of C#, starting from C#7.0, brought something new, and this version as well. So I will simply call them pattern matching enhancement. I will just give you an idea of a few simple things which I like. This one, like the fact that these simple ranges were always expressed in a cumbersome way, while in some other languages you can write exactly like this from the beginning. I remember when I was giving C++ lessons years ago, the students were always like, why I can't write something like this? Why do I have to write greater than, and so on and so on? Well, starting with C#9, we got this and keyword, and we got the or keyword as well. So these kind of things can be now expressed in a really natural language, actually. So these kind of ranges is just the tip of an iceberg of the functionality. And on next to these keywords, you also have the not keyword, which allows us to write things like this, like X is not null. So in this case, we need more symbols to express that X is not null, but it's a English, actually, human readable. So I will definitely switch to this. I personally, I like it. There are plenty of examples. I will put them into repository. What kind of things can be done with pattern matching in C#9, and where you have to be careful. I will show you one example, which is confusing, intentionally confusing when you see it for the first time. This is an example from the Blazor application I usually use to live refactor the code, all of these things which I'm showing you, to get a feeling how it looks in a real life application. But again, in 45 minutes, it's hardly possible. But if you take a look, of this on this piece of code here, like when you see it for the first time, what is going on here? Like arrows in all directions. Same with the other pattern matching features. Once when you accustom your eyes, you can actually understand pretty well what it is. And the other nice thing is with this kind of pattern matching, compiler will actually do the range checks. So what it's saying is, if I'm within the company more than one and less than equal to 4 years, I will get one additional vacation day. Yeah, and so on and so on. Yeah, so confusing for sure if you see it for the first time. I remember how confusing it was for me, but I'm always saying start simple, keep this simple examples in mind. Yeah, so I've started a bit later, so I hope I can prolong it just also 5 minutes more, because I would like to switch now to the how part and where and so on, and discuss few things which are very important for me and which are usually not discussed in the way I believe they should in talks on C#9. So why I've chosen this image, danger live wire keep off. Officially, all this, what I demonstrated, is supported only on .NET 5.0. That means C# 9 is officially supported only on .NET 5.0. But we know that 99.9999% of our code is not on C# 5.0. Maybe some of you ported some parts of your code, I guess in that case that will be .NET Core 3.1 to 5.0, but still our code is still to a large extent on the classic .NET framework or older versions of Core. So this statement, hey, you can use this only in C# 5, it hurts a while. And sometimes it is presented in this way. This is official statement from MSDN on language versions, explaining why for example, why if you create a .NET 4.8 a project, you will not get C# 9 selected. You don't have it in the UI. This, for example, this sentence, like choosing a language version newer than the default can cause now hard to diagnose compile time and runtime errors. Like, ooh, okay, we don't want to go there, dangerous. There are many similar, let's say, messages from the .NET and C# team. This is taken from one thread on GitHub where people are asking, like, how can I use C# 8 in this case on older projects? And these are the statements like, we don't support C# 8 on that .NET framework, period. And the explanation why. Now, I fully support this decision. It definitely makes sense, and it's for example in this thread, it's also explained very well. On the other hand, I do not agree with the message, leave your old code the way it is. The features which we saw, and certain features in C# 8 as well, they are very useful and they can be safely used in your existing code. That means .NET Classic, and also .NET Core before .NET 5. So the question is how to do that. What do you have to understand to do that? I will do it just in three sentences so that we finish slowly. You have to understand that for a particular feature, the compiler will need certain types from the framework. If the types are not there, you cannot use the feature, and it will need the support from the runtime. For most of the features, the types are there and the runtime is there. I have an example here where for example, for init only setters, I made them work on .NET Core 3.1 with NT Framework Core. Okay, just as an example, I will extend the example also with the .NET Framework, the classic one. And in this case, to use init setters, there is one type which is not in the framework, but it's a simple type, and I just added it manually to satisfy the compiler. Now, this is already a tricky thing, and this is not something I usually advise. But there is a huge area where you can use the .NET, where you can use the newer C# features in older .NET framework versions completely safely without any issues which were mentioned in that text. This is the version 0.5 of the talk. I will extend this example with exactly that you see it working on a .NET framework. Good.
Hey, hi, Igor.
Hi.
Sorry. Yep. I think the session is going really well, but I just wanted to highlight, like, we are running out of time, and so if you can just wrap up like in next 1 or 2 minutes, yeah.
Yep. This was now I'm explaining how to do it and so on. I would say go to the repository and you will see it in a day or two how this can be done. So you can find the source code here on our ONSET talks. If you like it, if you find it useful, please start it on GitHub. And if you have any questions on these topics, like how can I introduce it, I wanted also to show some tools that can support you in that. Just feel free to reach out. This is my holy holy picture. Yeah. Oh, I miss India. Anyhow, thanks a lot. Yeah, for the time and patience. And as I said, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Hello, there I am. No introduction. I just get started. All right, very cool. So here we are. Suddenly you're watching Gerald. This is cool. Okay, let me get slides ready. Boom, we're going to talk about Xamarin Forms 5. And I see I only have 45 minutes and all the sessions are delayed by some minutes. So just let me try to talk fast, so be prepared. And hopefully I can get that 5-minute delay down. But I have a lot of good stuff to talk about. So my name is Gerald. I am a software developer at Microsoft. I have been working on the Xamarin Forms team before. Right now, I'm in love with GitHub Codespaces, which is also very awesome. So go check that out. But I'm here to talk about Xamarin Forms 5 and the Xamarin community toolkit. So I'm also doing some things on YouTube. So you can see the link down below in the screen right now. I hope, by the way, because I don't see the actual screen, but I'm going to assume that you can see it. Yes, there we go. So you're watching this on YouTube right now, so go there, click that little subscribe button if you want to help me and follow me with all kind of Xamarin things, because I'm still focusing on Xamarin mostly there. That would be super cool. All right, so just a little step back. What is Xamarin exactly? I'm sure you already know if you're here, but with Xamarin, you can write those apps in a shared C# code base. You can access 100% of all the APIs. You can share that business logic. That's the big block down below, and then you can just tweak that UI for iOS, Android, UWP, all the things .NET, and it's high performance, right? Because it's it's just a mapping between all the APIs. And it's going to be super fast. So at some point, I think in 2016, at least for Forms, the Forms layer came in between. So you don't have to worry about those UI parts. For all the specific platforms, you can just write your UI once as well in Xamarin Forms. Do it in XAML. I love XAML. You can also do it in code. We also have the C# markup extensions now, which is really great. And of course, then we have Xamarin Essentials, which is not specific to Forms. I thought that at some point, but Xamarin Essentials is a solution that allows you to, the things that Xamarin Forms and Xamarin have, well, anyway, it makes it easier to just reach into those sensors and do a whole bunch of stuff that are essential to your app, hence the name. All right. Excuse me about that. So we have an amazing community. In fact, if you've been following me for a little bit longer, then you know that I'm all about the community. And in fact, before working at Microsoft, I was the community because I started contributing to Forms just because I love it so much. And that's hopefully, I like to think that's part of the reason why I ended up with a job at Microsoft. But there is a lot of awesome other community because I see SQLite, I see MVVM Cross, DevExpress, of course, like the big control vendors are there as well. Prism, Poly, all these kinds of plugins that you can use with your Xamarin app, and some of them created by big companies, which is also fine, also part of the community. But some of these are also created by just someone who likes what we're doing, who has a great idea for a library, creates that, and boom, we have a new plugin for Xamarin, which is really, really cool. So there has been a lot of time going into making Xamarin even faster to install, to build, to let it run. Monkeys all over. Yes, definitely. I have a bunch of them here. Monkeys. I'm keeping an eye on the chat. So if you have any questions, just shout and I'll see if I can answer it straight away. And for Visual Studio 2017, like you see this big round thing, 23 gigabytes that you had to install, and now for Visual Studio 2019, that's just brought back to 6 gigabytes. I think it's also easier to, whenever you start installing, it will automatically detect like, hey, these are the Android SDKs that you might need, or you're trying to build something, should I download that automatically? So that is super cool. We've done a lot of things with the tooling, so you can code faster with all the IntelliCode. So the AI-powered IntelliSense, the IntelliSense has been improved with for all the platforms. You can dive into the source code that is not even something that you wrote. So for the libraries, if they've enabled SourceLink, which is really, really cool, you can just debug through a DLL that you pull them through NuGet. That is very cool. So go check that out. The name is SourceLink. You want to Google that. There's been going a lot of time in making that build and deploy times faster. So you can see a couple of numbers there that have been going down, like 20%, 50% even for a deploy. So that is really cool. That making just that inner dev loop faster for you and iterate over your changes even faster. Startup tracing, I think most of these things has gone into Android, because iOS was always pretty good with the building and stuff, but Android could use some work. So we've done that. Reduce app sizing with app bundles. That's also something that people are really, really asking for. Like, hey, how can I get that app size down? App bundles is the way to go. And of course, we have XAML hard reload, which is really cool. I think there is some work done still on that, so that's cool to make that even better. But what you can do with that is just whenever you have your application running on your simulator, your emulator, or even on your physical device, and you just have changes in that XAML, if you do your UI in XAML, you make that change and you save it, and boom, those changes will automatically show up on your emulator, simulator, or device. So that is really, really cool. So the new Xamarin experience, we've had a little bit of a tweak, at least on Visual Studio for Windows. So you can see this new wizard coming up whenever you build a new mobile application, and you can choose, do you want to fly out, tabbed, or just a blank one? And it will help you, guide you through a little process to get started with whatever you want for your application. So a quick question: what is the secret? How much size has got reduced in VS? So I think it's a combination of a couple of things. Like I said, we're not downloading all the things right now. It just downloads the bits to get you started. And then whenever you might need something, so for 80% of the people, that's it, right? They just need those bits. And for the people who do have specific SDKs for Android, we will just pull that in whenever you really have to, and not give everything to everyone right at the start, because that doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, I have a little thing going on here. Sorry about that. Another thing, hard restart. So the naming is confusing. Hard reload, hard restart. Hard restart is another new thing that makes deploying much faster, specifically for iOS, where you can make changes in your code, in your resources, basically in everything in your app. And whenever you say, okay, redeploy it again, it will just do that on the device, and it will be super fast. You can see the numbers here down below. Without hard restart, more than a couple of minutes. Initial deploy, half a minute. And with hard restart, those numbers are way down. And the very cool thing is, if you notice here what it says on this slide, with hard restart, debug iOS app built with Xamarin Forms on a device connected with your Windows machine. That's interesting. It doesn't mention a Mac in there. Do with that what you will. So I'm sure that you're like, whoa. Okay, this is a lot of information to take in, but keep in your seat, because there's more. So this is basically the ecosystem that we have today, right? So there's Xamarin Forms, there is the Xamarin Community Toolkit, that is the little logo in the middle there, which I'm especially proud of, and we have Xamarin Essentials on the right. So last year in Xamarin Forms, it has been crazy, right? There has been a focus on so many things, and I think the most important thing is stability and speed, because Xamarin Forms 5 is probably, as you know, the last version of Xamarin Forms as we know it today, because everything will be moving into .NET. A first class is in the .NET, well, I'm going to say .NET framework, but you know what I mean, .NET 6, and you will know it as .NET MAUI. So that will be, everything that you can do today with Xamarin Forms 5, you can also do with .NET MAUI. That's a question that I often get. No worries about anything that you might learn today, or I get a lot of questions. Do I need to start learning Xamarin Forms today? Will that all be a waste because .NET MAUI is coming in? That won't go to waste, because 90% of the things that are in Xamarin Forms today will be available in .NET MAUI. There will be a few changes, there will be some breaking changes, definitely, but nothing is going to waste.
Yeah, hi guys. I think there is a glitch in the connection, so let's just wait for 1 or 2 minutes while Ziral gets back.
Am I back?
Yes, we can hear you very well. No
All right.
worries.
I think it was my internet connection. I have a little problem. I'm sorry about that.
No
Share my
worries.
screen.
The session is going very smooth. Yep.
Good. Okay, so I don't know exactly what you missed, but here we go. I was just talking. Come on, what's this? I was just talking about the experimentals in exam reform. So that is what we've also had in exam reforms, right? So there was a couple of things that were marked as experimental. You need to open that flag, add that flag, and you could use it. So for a couple of things that were now marked as stable, like the brushes, the carousel view, drag and drop, indicator view, radio button, those things are now exam-ready forms. They're not experimental anymore. We think they're stable, so boom, that's it. But there were a couple that were not quite there yet. And for these, we've moved them to the Xamarin Community Toolkit. I'll talk about that in a little bit. So the C# UI extensions, the expander, and the media element are things that have moved to the Xamarin Community Toolkit. So, they're still there. You can still use them, but you have to install a little extra package to that. But no worries about that, because you just need to change the namespace, and all the rest will work automatically out of the box. So here are a couple of these things that you can see in Xamarin Forms 5. So the brushes, very easy to use. Just say gradient stop, this color, this offset, this color, this offset, and you can create this beautiful UI that you can see here on the right. Very easy, out of the box, no extra plugins necessary. Carousel view. So here you can see the carousel view, and you all know the carousel view because basically your home screen on your Android or iOS device is a big carousel view. You swipe through those pages, and that's a carousel. Maybe you know the Netflix app and you scroll through those series that you want to see. That is a carousel view. You can see it here on the right as well. That is now built in to Xamarin Forms as well. You can just say, hey, I have this item source. So basically like your list view, this is the item source. These are my burgers. You can work with data templates. You can swipe through them left, right. I think they also have like the same like the infinite looping thing, so that whenever you pass the last one, you get back to the first one without any noticing. So that is really cool. Cool. Brush from WPF. Yes. So quickly back to my brush thing here. Whoops. This should, I think the syntax is exactly the same as from WPF. So if you're used to that, then you can just use that into your Xamarin Forms application right now as well. Drag and drop. So you can actually, just drag and drop these things inside of your application now as well. That is something that is supported, I think, recently. Well, it has been in there in a while, but Xamarin Forms supports it now out of the box with gesture recognizers. Just drag and drop those things, and you can make the rest of the app yourself. Radio button. So this is something that is, kind of funny for Xamarin Forms if you think about it, because Xamarin Forms, like the original paradigm was, it was only going to map things to its native counterpart, right? So, and a radio button exists on Android, but not on iOS. So that's a problem, right? And that's also what's now shifting a little bit in Xamarin Forms, and hopefully also in .NET MAUI, because people are asking more and more for like, okay, we want to have that UI the same on Android, iOS, and even all the other platforms. So what's happening now is that the radio button, for instance, is done with a control template. So you can see that right here. Control template is also something that comes from WPF and UWP. And you can style that whole thing the way you exactly want. I think if you don't do that, on Android, you will just get the default look. On iOS, of course, we had to draw our own thing because on iOS, a radio button doesn't exist. But other than that, you can style it very easily with the control templates to something like this. So this is still a radio button, but it looks completely custom. So you can create these beautiful apps all by yourself. Shapes and paths, if you really like Paint and work with X1, X2, strokes, stroke, dash array, I don't even know what this all means. But, you have this syntax available to you. Again, this might be also in WPF. I'm not the best WPF developer, but this is all in there right now, and you can do like this conversation bubble. So this is a custom shape that has been drawn, probably this line here too, and that is very easy to do now as well And I think, you can even put your SVG thing in here because, that is like the same syntax here, this path thing, SVG data in here, and boom, you can draw that as well. Swipe view, I think this is the last little thing, and then I can show you some things in like a little demo. So swipe view, you probably know the swiping from the list view, where you could, have one item and you would little swipe that to the left. But that was very specific to the list view, right? And now with swipe view, you can basically swipe every element in your application. So you can just wrap it into a swipe view, say left items, swipe items. You can, so here you have the favorite and the delete. So here you can see that delete button. And if you swipe it the other way, because this is in the left items, you can see the favorite coming up here. You can work with icons, background colors, because that was also a very wanted thing. The background colors, you could also only do red and gray, I think. So with this, you can swipe. I've seen examples where you can swipe a full page. So that is crazy. I see a little question. Shapes are supporting gradient. Great question. I don't know. I would say yes, because gradients are hip and cool, but I'm not entirely sure. So go check that out and let me know. Then I can learn something from you. So release schedule, actually this slide is a little bit old. Xamarin Forms 5 preview today. Well, actually, because this, was, I think, even from before .NET Conf. So Xamarin Forms 5 is out now. I think even the first service release is out right now. So go check that out. So let me quickly go to this repository right here. It's from David Ortnow. You probably know him, Los Gatos. So let's see if you can find that if you're interested in all the code that's going on here. I've downloaded it right here, and let me just run it. So let's do that. And you can see a couple of the things going on here. So we have this control template. You can just, put that in your resources. You could put it in a separate file if that's what you want. So you don't get all these, your XAML way cluttered and have a big one like he has here. So you can definitely clean that up for a little. And here you have, well, this is a little peek in what I'm going to tell you later. This is here. We have the tab view. The tab view. Oh, the tab view is so exciting because the tab view is now in the Xamarin Community Toolkit as well. It is something that has been anticipated for a long time too, I think. So this is a little application all about cats, and you can, buy something. But this has a couple of cool Xamarin Forms 5 things. So I'm going to start top to bottom. So here we have this little light bulb, and something that I'm a little bit proud of because it's something that I implemented mostly is the app theme support. So you can go boom to dark theme, no problem, and switch it back. So you can just do that from within your app or listen to whatever the system settings are, and every element will just switch to the colors that you have configured here. And here we have the little carousel view. In fact, it's a couple of them. So these are all the carousel views, and you can swipe them left, right, do whatever. And you can make these clickable. You can do everything with them. Here you can have this little extra template. You can add them here. There's no real animation going on here, but it actually adds them to a little shopping cart here down below. We'll see that in a little bit. And here we have another carousel view that actually has that tab. So if I double tap on this, you can see with a shared transition, that is actually a external NuGet that's in here. You can see how this goes beautifully to the right place and shows you the right things, and you can also add it to the cart from here. So you can see with mostly Xamarin Forms out of the box stuff, you can create this beautiful looking UI. Now, if we go here to the shopping cart, so here at the bottom, you can see this tab view. This was always a hard thing to do, right? Because the tab view is something that is very native, hard to customize. But now we have the tab view in the Xamarin Community Toolkit. And that allows you to create these beautiful custom tab views with that big round button in the middle, no problem. It's not hard to do anymore. You can just do it. And you can see here this little animation. So this little animation, whenever I click to another thing, it turns around the icon. So that is very cool as well. And if I go here to the shopping cart, you can see I have these in my shopping cart right now. And here's the swipe view. So I can save this. I don't know what saving does in this case. And I can delete this, so you can see swiping left, right, all the places. It just works. Now, if I go back, I was on the settings page right here. So I think this is like a toggle, that has been styled now as well. Or I'm not sure exactly what's going on here, but here is that radio button that you can use as well, that is completely styled with that control template. So these are a couple of the things. I think this is all done with shapes and path as well. These rounded corners and things, and maybe image here as well. That little round circles and round image plugin by James Montemagno? We don't need it anymore. We can do that with clipping, shapes, paths, whatever. All right. Let's see, there's a couple of things in the chat here. I couldn't achieve many of these when I worked on Xamarin Forms in 2018. Yes, a lot has happened since 2018. Ravi Sankar, I hope I'm pronouncing that the right way. Go check it out today, because there has been so much improvement, and I'm sure you will love it. Sure, thanks. See lots of great new features coming in. Xamarin team community have been working very hard. Exactly, that's exactly what's going on. Okay, very cool. Love the support there. So let's move into the next thing. So talking about roadmap, I will get back to that near the end, because with the whole Xamarin Forms .NET MAUI thing, I'll talk a little bit about that near the end. So the Xamarin Community Toolkit. So although I'm not involved in the Xamarin Forms team anymore, I am very involved in the Xamarin Community Toolkit, because Xamarin and Xamarin Forms is still a thing I love. And with Xamarin Forms 5 not seeing any major new developments, so there will be support for Xamarin Forms 5 until in 2022 November somewhere, I think. So don't worry about that. But it will be bugs, fixes, and stability fixes right now. So no new features are coming in. That's part of the reason why the experimentals had to move out, because they would never come out of the experimental state. They would be experimental forever, which would be weird. That is why we came up with the Xamarin Community Toolkit. And I was very happy to be involved with that, because this is my pet project, and I can be still involved with a little bit with the Xamarin Forms team, because I love them. And I can still talk with them a little bit and interact with them. So that is cool. And I get to still code a little bit of Xamarin Forms. You can go there, quick link to the repository with aka.ms/xct. And here, again, are all the experimentals that were in Xamarin Forms. And these were the ones that we've taken into the Xamarin Community Toolkit. So if this is some that you were using in Xamarin Forms when they were in preview, upgrade to Xamarin Forms 5, or actually just install the Xamarin Community Toolkit. It will automatically upgrade you to Xamarin Forms 5. Remove those experimental flags, change that namespace, and it will just work out of the box. But we didn't stop there. So the Xamarin Community Toolkit is something that we want to do together with the community, because me and Javier from the Xamarin Forms team, we are driving this from the Microsoft side, but we want to do this together with the community, for the community, by the community. Because what we try to do is we want to get all those behaviors and converters and effects and helpers and all the things that you are copy and pasting from one project to the other. Those classes are just too small to to create its own package for, so you keep copying them from project to project because you like them. They're come in handy. We want to combine all these things into this package, so we just can drop in this package, and it will be like another package that you really need to use in your project that you cannot miss. Basically, just like Xamarin Essentials. So especially the converters, there are a lot of them, like the invert bool converter, right? If you're working with data binding and stuff, that is something that is used a lot. So there's a lot of things in here, helpers for localization, also like the observable range collection. So we're taking some things from the MVVM helpers by James Montemagno as well. And we have a couple of things that come from the community. People who have developed their library and maybe now don't have as much time to spend as they had then. So if you have a library like that and you want to share the burden of developing that, supporting that, contact us and we can see if we can incorporate it in the community toolkit, so our toolkit gets stronger and we have a little bit of a team to actually make some development on those things. So personally, I like the views here down at the bottom right. So we have a little camera view going on right now. That's a PR that has been sitting in Xamarin Forms repository for too long. But we have the camera view, so you can just add a camera view element to your app and you will have a little preview window of the camera that can record videos, that can take photos. Really, really cool. So the expander is in there, avatar view, And the tab view, I didn't even include that here, but the tab view is one. And I think the app bar is in the same ballpark as the tab view, which is the navigation bar. That is also hard to style always. I think that is coming too. All right, so I have a little demo thing here, but let's just run it actually from Visual Studio, which is much, much cooler. Let me stop this one, go to my other one. So if you go to, do I have it here? If you go to the repository, we're very happy with any contributions because, you know, we're all doing this in our spare time. So if you want to contribute, please go out here, see how you can do that. Video got paused. Am I still here? Can someone confirm? Anyway, Ragesh, help me out here. Am I still here?
Yep, we can hear you, Gerald.
Okay, so no problems. All right. Please go here. I know starting with contributing is always hard. So we are trying to get documentation. I'm trying to post videos on my YouTube channel on how to get you started. But, you know, everyone has a different level of experience, which is totally fine. So I want to help you help us with contributing. So if you can't figure it out, please reach out to me and I will make sure to get you started. So there's a lot to take in here, but if you just want to take a look, here is the samples, which just has one solution right now with an app with all the platforms that we're supporting. I'll be honest, UWP, WPF, GDK, Tizen don't support everything, but iOS and Android definitely do. And whenever you get that solution, oh, here we go. We can get that on the simulator and you will get a little app like this. And we're trying to get all the samples in here for every feature that we have. So here we have the behaviors, the converters. So here's all the converters that we have. The behaviors. So we also have the event to command. I'm always kind of, you know, it's a touchy subject, so I'm not trying to focus on it too much. But if you want it, it's there right now. This one is really cool, the user stop typing behavior. So if you have this search bar, you can say, okay, whenever they stop typing for 1 second. So maybe you have this auto suggest box and you don't want to fire it for every character that's in here. So this allows you to have a little timeout of 1 second. So as long as I'm typing, nothing happens, nothing happens, nothing happens. But when I stop for 1 second, then you can see, boom, then the action is invoked. So now you can do the actual go out to your server, get those auto suggestions and show them here. You can also do a minimum length of characters. So when I do 3 here, it needs to be 3. So when I do 2, nothing happens. When I do 3, then boom, it evokes that action. So that is cool. So again, the views are probably what, you know, the most people are after anyway. So we have a couple of very cool things here. The media element playing audio and video. We have a snack bar integrated right now. State layout, which is the state squid from before, and the tab view. So here is that tab view that I mentioned with all the cool things that you can do. You can have scrollable tabs here right now. You can see that little indicator down there below. So that is really cool. You can also scroll the tabs like this. So there's lots going on. Check out this sample. I'm running out of time, so I'm quickly going to move forward. If you want to see anything more, just check out those that sample project, or, you know, I'll be glad to come back for another session. Let's do another session. Here we go. Some more slides. So Xamarin Essentials, I already mentioned it, is a library that has a lot of things. So it makes it easier to use the flashlight, the clipboard. Beware of the clipboard, because, you know, on iOS, they're notifying now if you're using the clipboard, so don't do that. Connectivity, check if there's an internet connection or not. You can use the compass. You can detect if there's a shake. You can have a file picker now. You can do all these kinds of things with Xamarin Essentials. That is really, really cool. So it is supported on iOS, Android, UWP, and I think they extended it to, you know, also do it on watchOS, tvOS, Tizen, and even what's going to come up here? macOS. Yes, they have macOS support now. So that is really, really cool. 1.6 is just out a little bit together with like the Xamarin Forms 5. Also, I didn't mention the Xamarin Community Toolkit has the first stable version out right now. We're now on version 1.0.2. We had a little bit of bug fixes here and there, but you can find that on NuGet right now, so go check that out. And together with that, we have stabilized all the things, also Xamarin Essentials 1.6. So with that, we get macOS support, app actions. You can reach out into the context, that haptic feedback, so that little nudge whenever you do an action, you can do that. File picker, media picker, and you can take a screenshot programmatically. So that is very, very cool. So basically, this whole story with Xamarin, you can build fast, beautiful native apps in less time and less code with a thriving ecosystem, because we are investing heavily still in making that ecosystem better with all the plugins, the developer tools, everything comes together, and especially with the .NET 6 that is coming in. So what's going to happen from here? The journey to one.NET. As you probably already know, .NET, you can do all the things. You can build for desktop, web, cloud, of course, mobile, gaming, IoT, AI. All the things can be done in .NET. That was powered with .NET Standard before. But now it's going back. You had .NET Standard. Of course, .NET Standard is just a spec. So you had .NET Core, .NET Framework. It was getting kind of confusing, right? So what we're doing now is just going back to .NET. It's going to be named just .NET, and we're going to try to combine all these things because the time is right now. Some things will run on the Mono runtime. Some things will run on the .NET runtime. But you won't need to worry about any of that. You will just know, I want to create a mobile application. Boom. You will add a mobile application to your project. You can add a web project to the same, and you could just share the code between those. You don't need to worry about what it's running on, and that is the very cool thing. So you can see you have all the things here running on .NET Standard libraries, infrastructure down there below, and the tooling, right? The tooling, oh my gosh. We have Visual Studio, full-blown Visual Studio on Windows, Visual Studio for Mac. That's what you've been seeing me using, which is also very cool, a little bit more lightweight than Visual Studio on Windows, but that makes it so snappy and nice to work with. I really like it, especially when you're doing iOS development. But it has more features to also develop .NET Azure functions, and you can even do Blazor applications now, I think, with Visual Studio for Mac, or that's coming at least. So very cool. Visual Studio Code, also a very cool tool, and of course just the CLI. If you're like hardcore CLI person, that is all you can do with .NET. So the .NET 5 to .NET 6 wave, because we are talking about .NET Conf here, right? And .NET Conf was all about launching .NET 5, and we, because of the whole situation in the world right now, I think the initial plan was, to have the new Xamarin stuff into .NET 5, but that didn't happen because, life happened, pandemics happened, very sad. So we had to make choices, and now it's going to be in .NET 6. And what's going to happen is, combine all these things into just .NET, like I mentioned just before. It's going to be a single SDK, one base class library with a unified toolchain, cross-platform native UI, cross-platform web, cloud native, because, everything has to run in the cloud these days. And it has like all the things that I just mentioned. Just, you could just start your project, add all the different applications to it that you might need, whether that's web, mobile, Azure functions, and you can share all the code as long as you, architect that the right way. So together with that, we're going to introduce .NET Multi-Platform App UI, so .NET MAUI for short. That is going to live like inside the .NET platform directly, and it will have all the things that we are used to in Xamarin Forms today. So it will have cross-platform native UI. It will have a single project, single code base. So if you haven't seen the demos on that before, I think I have a screenshot a little bit later on, which is really cool, because now let me just really quickly get back to Visual Studio here, and you can see, so this is my shared project for Xamarin Forms, right? And this is the project to start Android and iOS in UWP. But what we are trying to do is get that all to a single project. So you will just have this one that you can, depending on what you select here, I want to run it on iOS and Android, and it will automatically figure out how the images should be resized, how all the things should look like. And you will just have that single project. So no more 3, 4, 5, 6 projects for your mobile application. You can do that all from a single project, and that's going to be so super cool. I think I have a screenshot of the concept that we have right now. Deploy to multiple devices, mobile and desktop, is going to be the evolution of Xamarin Forms, and it's going to be targeting .NET 6. So here again, it says previews end of year, but previews are targeted, I think, Q1 of this year. So you will see it surface at some point, and we'll probably make some noise about it. So be sure to go check that out. So what that could look like in Visual Studio is, you have this little app, .NET App UI here. You start your project, and you will just have this one single project right here. And you can already see, like, you have a little platforms node here. So because of course you still have to iOS, Apple doesn't care about what we're doing, right? They just want to have their binary their way to be distributed. So we still have to somehow deliver that binary that is specific to iOS and specific to Android, because they don't care about what we're doing here in Microsoft world. So we still need to somehow transform all the resources and all the things specific to that platform, transform that into the right thing, and be able to give that to them. So the way that works is with multi-targeting. You might already know that because it's been using in a lot of libraries. So you will get the .NET iOS, there's the .NET for the shared bits, and the .NET 5 Android. And you can include here system.maui, so that is the namespace that it's going to maybe be. I don't know, maybe they're still thinking about that, I think. And system.device is going to be the Xamarin Essentials namespace. So Xamarin Essentials is also going to move inside of .NET 6 directly. And from there, you can just say, okay, I want to run it on an iPhone, I want to run it on a Pixel, which is Android, or I want to run it on Windows. And then we will figure out what bits we need from your project, build that application, and run it on the right thing. So that's going to be very cool. Now, what about resources? So if you go into resources, you will have fonts. So you just add your fonts one time, you just add your images one time. And so you can do all these things just once, and we will transform it the right way. Same thing for platforms. If you want to, of course, you still need to write some platform-specific code. Maybe sometimes you can do that by adding it to the right node here, and it will be compiled into the right project. So here we go. System.maui is going to be the evolution of Xamarin Forms. System.device is going to be the evolution of Xamarin Essentials. All moving in together, all will be next door neighbors. So that is going to be very, very cool. Also, you can see here, by the way, if I go back, please. CLI. So this is new because this is not possible for Xamarin Forms right now, right? But you can now say .NET New MAUI. If you're that hardcore CLI developer, that's something that you can do in the future. And if you're paying attention, I think together with this, that also means we will get VS Code support. There is one note about that. I think David mentioned at some point VS Code support is coming because we're moving into .NET 6 and that kind of stuff, but it's not going to be focused. So you can technically build it, but there won't be any investment in the tooling for VS Code. So you can technically run it, but it's not going to be the best experience probably. Same thing, of course, for Xamarin iOS, because Xamarin Forms cannot exist without Xamarin iOS, Xamarin Android. That's going to be renamed to .NET for iOS, .NET for Android. The namespaces and APIs will be unchanged from what it is today. So that transition should be very easy. You should not even have to notice about this. There's a lot of info already available today on github.com/.net/MAUI. So here you can see a little comparison. Xamarin Forms, the lowest supported versions are down here. For MAUI, that will change a little bit. Also, the actual platforms that will be supported. And this is interesting, right? So the renderers, that is the thing that's going to change most with Xamarin Forms, because Xamarin Forms right now has this concept of renderers. Hopefully you don't know them, because then we're doing a bad job if you have to create custom renders. But this is going to change to, I think, handlers is what they're calling them, which is a change in how this is architected. But also that means that opens the door to the things that you can see here, the app model. So right now we only have MVVM and reactive UI, but the way the new architecture is going to work, it's going to be MVVM, reactive UI, but also MVU, so the more the way that Flutter does things, or Blazor, that can all be in there natively. And I think if someone really wants to, you could create an app model that runs on Skia renderers maybe. So this is going to be very, very cool. And basically, the team is taking all the learnings from Xamarin Forms over the years, and they're putting that into .NET MAUI. So it's going to be a great version, I think. Well, this is timely. When will MAUI be available for developers to test? Well, here's a timeline. This is all subject to change, and I'm not entirely on top of the schedule, so I don't know if this already changed, but this is going to be the schedule moving forward, right? So November 2020 is the release of .NET 5, and from now on, it will be yearly, and even every odd year, it will be a long-term support. So .NET 6 will have the first stable version of .NET MAUI, and all the rest like iOS and Android. And then in .NET 7, you will see the next thing, and then next year it's .NET 8. So it's going to be new major releases each year. That being said, of course, there will be .NET 6 previews out, because I see people mentioning now .NET 6 in November. Of course, there will be preview versions before that that will hopefully have some of this .NET MAUI bits that you can already start developing with. So like I already mentioned, yes, you should still create Xamarin apps until .NET MAUI ships, because that will all be the same thing. No worries about it. And I'm like, you're like, yes, awesome, yes, I want to start with this right now. Well, I can totally imagine that, but you will have to wait just a little bit. But now at least you know what's coming, and you can still, start right now with the Xamarin Community Toolkit, Xamarin Forms 5, and Xamarin Essentials. So that is very cool. Thank you so much. This was all I had to tell. So let me just quickly scan if there were some other questions. AMA, good to see XAML in MAUI. Yes, XAML will still be in MAUI. Don't worry about that. But, and they're trying to make, I think I saw a question about transition. I don't know about that, but let me quickly mention the transition. So I've mentioned a couple of times, like, Xamarin Forms 5 is still a good investment to make today, and the transition to .NET MAUI, they want you to use their product, so they want to try and make it as easy as possible for you to transition. So yes, there will be some breaking changes, but I think they're planning on a tool that will at least try to convert your Forms application to .NET MAUI. Will it be perfect? Probably not. There is still some work to do, but they will at least try, and all the XAML things will be in here, so it shouldn't be hard to make that transition. But XAML will be there, but there will also be other things there. So nothing is going away. It will just be expanding of other things. MAUI is not going to be a total stranger. All right, very awesome. Preview version, I already mentioned that. .NET 6 Preview 1 landing in next month, says oh my gosh, Shwariyash. I'm sorry if I butchered that name. So it's going to be here in 1 month, apparently. So hopefully there's going to be something in here, but something will come. Okay, thank you very much. I think I got you a little bit back on track, 2 minutes over. So thank you for all the questions. Please reach out to me on Twitter, by mail, subscribe to the YouTube channel. And Durgesh, I'm going to have you take over and do the next thing.
Hey, thanks, Cyril. That was a lot of content to absorb.
Yes.
So, yeah, probably we may need to have one more session in detail. So yeah, so we are, I think, on
this is recorded, right? So
yep,
they can rewatch it again. Maybe at half the speed. Maybe at half the speed. All right.
Yep, definitely. That was a fantastic. So up next we have Fatima. So Fatima, I think you're good to go.
So hello everyone. Good afternoon. Good evening. My name is Fatima Mukhtiar, and I work as a cloud architect in Maersk. And well, here I am to talk to you all about how we can accelerate .NET to Azure with GitHub Actions. So let's get started. What are GitHub Actions? Well, for any of you who've worked in the software development lifecycle, you need a way to automate your workflows. When you're working with teams, you want to collaborate with them. And GitHub Actions gives you exactly that. It helps you automate your tasks within the software development lifecycle. GitHub Actions basically are event-driven. So it provides a way to react to events within the GitHub platform instead of having an independently deployed webhook to receive and handle events. What that means is every time someone creates a pull request or for your repository, you can automatically run a command that executes a software testing script. So They're basically YAML-powered workflows that are linked to your GitHub repositories. They give you the ability to build end-to-end CI and CD capabilities directly in your GitHub repository. It is an inbuilt marketplace where people can find the actions created by other people and reuse them if it fits their needs. Let's look at some of the terminologies. So when you're working with GitHub Actions, you need to be familiar with some of these terms, which we'll look at, and then we can do a deep dive and actually play around with them. So what is an event? An event is a specific activity that can trigger a workflow. Now, an activity can originate from GitHub when someone pushes a commit to a repository or when an issue or a pull request has been created. A workflow, it's an automated procedure that can schedule or trigger based on an event. You can then have, we also need to know what a runner is. So it's a server that has the GitHub Action application runner installed on it. You can use a runner which is hosted on GitHub, and it basically runs one job at a time, and it reports the progress and the results back to GitHub. Now you have two options when you're using runners. You have the GitHub hosted runners, and then you can also have your own private runners which you can host. For the GitHub hosted runners, each job in a workflow runs in a fresh virtual environment. So if you need a different OS or a specific hardware requirement or configuration, you can then host your own runners. A job, a set of tasks that execute on the same runner. And I'm going to stress on this because when you are actually creating your workflows and you're planning how you want to sort of create them and split the tasks within different jobs, you need to be aware of the fact that, two jobs basically by default would actually be running in parallel at any given time. And the step, so an individual task that can run commands in a job. The next thing is action. So an action is a reusable unit of code. So it basically forms the smallest granularity of your workflow. And then you can combine your actions into steps. And then, each job can have one or more steps to perform a certain task, right? Now, why should you use GitHub Actions? Well, I'll be honest with you. I've been working with Azure DevOps and DevOps pipelines for a very long time now. So, well, in 2018, we heard Microsoft bought GitHub, and there was this whole new hoopla around it, right? So, over the last year or so, I've just been intrigued by, what the whole noise is about. And being a user of VSTS, Azure DevOps, for many, many years, I decided to explore GitHub Actions. And I think the nice thing is the power that you get from GitHub with the repositories and the collaboration around your code repos and things like that. It's really powerful because you don't have to actually use another tool for your CI/CD, and it's all within your GitHub repository. And GitHub takes care of all of the stuff around it for you. So you can automate your workflows from idea to production. You can trigger workflows with webhooks, scheduled or manual events. You have the option of using GitHub hosted runners, and they come pre-installed with tons of tools. So they support Mac OS, Windows, Ubuntu. You also get a nice log of your actions which are running within the portal itself. And I think I mentioned previously as well, the community aspect of GitHub is amazing. So when you're trying to actually create an action, before you actually go about creating an action, you can just go and look at the available actions which are there within the community, and I'm pretty sure somebody has already written something before you which you can actually consume. So let's actually go and have a look at GitHub Actions. So what I've done here for the demo is I have created a new GitHub account, and you can see here I've got these repositories. So let's quickly go ahead and create a new repository here. Let's call this .NET demo. I'm just going to keep it public for now, and I'm going to add a README file, and let's create the repository. Okay, now I'm going to use VS Code for my demo, but I also played around with Visual Studio 2019. And I mean, the integration that they've provided in the new version is pretty cool. but I think VS Code seemed to be a bit more usable, and with the plugins that are available, it's just so much easier to develop within VS Code. So let's grab this and let's clone our repo. So I'm just going to say, let's do one thing. Let's come here, let's clone repository, and okay. So here what we've got is we've got an empty, just an empty folder right now within our repository. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go and create a simple ASP.NET Core web application. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create a web application, and then we're going to deploy it to Azure in a web app and see how simple it is to actually go about doing this. So you can see here, I've got a simple application. I'm just going to show you very quickly. If I do .NET build, sorry. Now, when you're creating a GitHub action, it's as simple as going and when you're creating your workflows, what you need is you need to have something which is called a .github folder, and in that you need to create a subfolder with the name of workflows. And in that, you can basically add any number of YAML files, and each one of them becomes a separate workflow. So let's call this .NET build.yaml. And you can see this is built successfully. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to quickly push my changes. So before that, we need to just ignore certain files. So I'm going to add this to my git ignore. What I'm going to do here is we come back here, and in the git ignore, I'm just going to get rid of everything from my bin folder, and also I don't want to publish my object folder. So I'm just going to get rid of that as well. I'm going to save this now, and if we go back here, okay, I'm now going to push this. So let's say initial commit, and I'm going to check in my changes. And let's push them. So that's it. Password, and it should sync my changes now. Okay, now let's take a look at our repo. So if I refresh this here, and if I go to actions, you can see it's already created something over here. Well, it's going to fail because we have an empty YAML file in here. I'm just going to quickly delete this file because this is not what I want to show you something. So I'm just going to come here, and well, let's do one thing. If I say code, I just want to delete my file over here. So, oops. Okay, let's do one thing. I will just come here. And let's delete this file. And I'm going to quickly sync my changes again. And sync the file. Uh-oh, it keeps asking me. The thing is, I was using another account, and then I had to go and delete my my credentials from the Windows. Never mind. Okay, so now once I have my changes, what I want to do is I want to show you the options that are available. It's really simple. If you go to the GitHub repo here, and okay, so now that I've deleted the file, if I go to actions, and what's going on? Let's see, repositories and .NET demo, and we go to actions here. Well, I can say new workflow here, and you can see what it does. What it's doing is it's creating a suggestion for me over here, and it's saying you can create a workflow for your C# repository. And by default, it's giving me the option to create a .NET repo. So I'm just going to go here and I'm going to say set up this workflow. And you can see it's really simple. It's identified that I've got a .NET version 5, and it's automatically going to create all of this for me. So what I'm going to do now here is I'm just going to add this file, and I'm just going to commit this to my repo. And I'll show you very quickly something else which I wanted to show you was, if I come here and I sync my changes now. Okay, so you can see we've got basically what we call here is the workflow name, and we've called it .NET. Now this is the event. So when we looked at the slides, we basically spoke about events which can trigger workflows. So here what we are saying is we have the push event. So a push event on the branch main is basically going to trigger a workflow which has the workflow name .NET. And then what you can do is you can split your workflows into different jobs based on the task that you're performing. And each task can then be split up into a different, each task can be accomplished by splitting it into different steps, which is what we've got here. And the sort of smallest granularity of a step is called an action. So you can see the first thing we're doing here is we're basically checking out the code. So GitHub basically has access to my repository. And then what I am doing next is I'm restoring my dependency. So I'm doing a .NET restore where it gets all of my NuGet packages. And then I am building my code here. One thing which is missing here though is I need to specify my configuration as release. So if I, let's quickly look at the repo as well here. So you can see if I go to actions here, what this has done for me is it's actually created my build for me. But something which I just noticed was we haven't specified the release configuration, which we're going to do in a minute, right? Now, if we go back over here, I just need to specify my release configuration. Now, once we've created the artifacts, if I actually want to publish it to a web app, I need to basically, I need to publish my artifacts to a folder, which I can then use. So it's almost like you have a staging directory. Now, for that, I need to publish my artifacts to a folder. And I'm going to be a bit cheeky here in the interest of time. And I've just got the code here for publish already, which I'm going to grab. And before we actually do that, I want to show you one more thing, which is how easy it is to create environment variables. So you have variables which become available to all the jobs within your workflow, and you can declare them just here. So you can just say environment, and then you give it the name of the variable, and you give it the value. So I'm just going to give it dot / published. So what I'm saying is here, after you've built my artifacts, I basically want you to go and save it in the published folder, and that's what I'm doing. And then once I have done that, the next step that I want to do is I actually want to go and deploy my artifacts to the web app. And before we do that, I just want to do one more thing here, which is in the interest of time, I've already created a web app over here. And well, it's really as simple as just going and creating the web app as an app service from the portal. Although I don't recommend doing that, I would definitely use something like Terraform to do that. But just for the demo right now, I've got a web app over here which has already been created. And what we need to do when you're deploying when you're deploying your code from GitHub Actions to the Azure portal, there's this concept of secrets where you can basically go and grab your published profile of the app service, and you can save that as a secret within the same GitHub repository. Now, if for those of you who are familiar with Azure DevOps, the way I would have done this in Azure DevOps is I would have gone and created a service connection, which would then be authorized to have access to my pipelines, and that obviously has access to the Azure portal as well. So you're granting access to the pipelines to deploy code to that to the Azure portal service connection which you've created. In GitHub Actions, it's slightly different. So what you need to do here is you need to grab the published profile. Actually, let's do one thing. We can we just go here. I think we have time. So if we go here and we create a new app service. So I'm just going to use my existing resource group here, and I'm just going to call this .NET Demo Dev App. Okay, I'm going to select my, let's go with .NET 5 Early Access. Let's use West. Oh, sorry. Let's use West Europe. And let's go with the free plan for now. Monitoring, you'll see App Insights isn't quite yet ready, but that's fine. That's not really. I'm just going to give it a tag. Environment, demo, and let's create this. Okay, so while this is happening, let's go back quickly and just let's commit this, because the next thing that I want to do is I want to show you how simple it is to actually get the actions from the GitHub. Okay, so let's just check in. So I've added the published profile. I've got published it. I have to build it with the configuration as well. So I'm just going to, oh, I've done that here. Let's check this in. Okay. Publish the artifacts, and let's sync these changes first. Okay, so I think that's done. Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to go to GitHub and show you how simply you can grab one of the existing actions. So what you've got here now is we're going to go to the .NET, and I'm just going to show you how I can edit this file here. And if I go here and I just search the marketplace, right? I've got, I basically want to deploy it to Azure. So I'm going to just go and say, deploy web app. So you can see here, I've got the option. If I just say Azure web app, I think. Yeah. So deploy web apps, containerize web apps to Azure. All I need to do is click on this, and you can see I've got the commands over here. So I'm just going to grab hold of that, and I'm going to go here and put it in my code. So is this the one? Publish? No. Yeah. Let's come here and paste it. So what we've got here is we've got the Azure web app, and you can see here it's using the Azure web apps deploy v2. I'm just going to quickly use this one here. So you can see you need to supply it with a few parameters. We have the app name. We've got the published profile, which we're going to quickly look at in a minute, how we can create the secret for the published profile and then provide it over here. And then you have a slot name. So in the case where you have deployment slots, you would want to use this. We've also got packages. So if you're using any of the GitHub packages, and then there's images, configuration files, and the startup command in case of your if you're using a web app for containers, right? So what we need here is we're going to go with the app name. Now, again, I'm going to very quickly go back to my web app. So, and have a look. So we've got our web app over here. And what I've got here is I've got my .NET demo web app, which I need. And I'm just going to give the name here. So the other thing is the publish profile. So let's quickly go back to Azure, grab the publish profile. I'm going to save it. So let's grab the publish profile. And all I need to do is grab the contents of this file. And if I go to VS Code and I look at, sorry, I should probably close. Yeah, this one. What I've done is I've actually installed a GitHub Actions plugin here, and you can see it basically makes the workflows available for me. Sometimes, I don't know, it just acts a bit funny, but if you sort of close it and you reopen it, it then becomes available over here. I can show you in the other project which I've done. You can see you basically get a view of all your workflows which are currently there. So, and you can also see the runs, the different runs. So this was the one which I had created yesterday, and it's really fantastic in terms of the usability. But I don't want to close this right now. But if you actually, if I reload this, it does come back up. So let's give it the name. And the next thing I need to do is I need to create a published profile. So I need to create a secret. Now, there are two ways of doing it, right? Like I showed you over here, I can literally go here and if this was available in the other Visual Studio Code ID, I could have done it. So I literally need to come here and just create my secret over here, and I can give it a name and a value. But I can also, what I'll do right now is for the demo, I will just quickly go to GitHub here. And you can see there is there's something called the settings over here, the settings tab. What I can do here is I can come here and I can go and create my secret. So this is basically creating secrets for repositories. Now, for those of you who are available, who are sort of familiar with Azure DevOps, the way you would do that is you would either link to your Key Vault, or you could actually add your variables and variable groups within the pipeline tasks as well. So this is something here where I'm going to create a new repository secret, and I'm going to call my secret, let's call it the web app publish profile. All I'm doing is I'm going to copy paste the contents of my publish profile file in here, and I'm going to add the secret. Okay, so you can see here, if I look at the secret here, there is no way to actually view the value in the secret, which means it isn't a read. You can't read the value from the secret. It's only a write or an update only field, which we've got here, right? So there's no way for you to actually go back and view the value in there. Okay, so we've got a published profile over here, which is the way to do that would be you can access the value from the secret variable. So I just need to say secret dot, sorry, I need the name of my variable, which is called the web app published profile. So we're going to go back here and use that. And the way to access this value will be you just need to do $, and then we should do the trick. Now we're going to get rid of the slot name because we don't want to use that. Now the package. So for the package, what I need to do is I have basically, I'm basically saving my output, the published folder over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that value to deploy my artifacts to the Azure web app. So all I'm going to do is use the variable in here. And that's it. We're good to go. So let me just quickly take a look. So I've got my web app name. I've got the published profile. I've got the package path. That looks good. .NET version. And let's just save everything and push the changes. And I do apologize. It keeps prompting me for my username and password, but I just messed it up this morning because I kept using my my other GitHub account. So I went and deleted it from my Windows Credentials Manager. Okay, so let's get back to this. Let's say deploy the package to the app, and let's save the changes here. Oh dear, it's going to prompt me again, isn't it? Okay. Okay, so once this is done, let's go and have a look at GitHub. So if we go to BDotNet, do you know what? I think I have done something wrong, which is I think I've created my secret in the wrong repository. Let's take a look. So .NET demo, and if I go to settings, and secrets, oops, okay, doesn't matter. Let's add it quickly. So I'm just going to get the publish profile, and let's just grab the contents and add it here, and add the secret. And now hopefully when I rerun it, it should pass. Yeah, there you go. This failed. So let's run this again. So if I go, it's really fast though, is what I've noticed. And let's rerun this. Guys, are you still with me? Guys, are you able to see my screen? I'm just a bit not sure what's going on. Okay, brilliant. Let me get on with it. Okay, so let's go back here and let's look at the logs. Oh yeah, so it's mourning about the secret here, secret.web publish profile. And what happened to my rerun though? Let's have a look. Okay, so invalid workflow file. Why is it not liking the secret? We change it. Okay, let's have a look. So we've got secret.web app publish profile, and then we've got the environment dot web app package path, and that looks good. So I've got the configuration release, and I've got the build. Okay, so what's going on? Let me just sync my changes here. Latest. Okay, so let's go back here and look at the actions. What's going on? Startup failure. The workflow is not valid, unrecognized named value secret. Oh, sorry. I think it's secrets. That's what it is. So you can see you get a fairly detailed log of what errors you get. It's quite easy to troubleshoot. And I definitely did face an issue when I tried forking from my from another repository which I had in a different account. And I had to get around that by, well, there's lots of, there was an update which was released last year sometime, I think after March, which fixed the issue. But before that, there was an issue which was caused because of, if you had to fork from another repository, you couldn't actually access the secrets. So it was a bit of a problem with that. But let's quickly look back at this, and this time it should work. Did I sync my changes? It's still syncing here. Okay. So just while this is going on, I also want to go back and just in the interest of time here. So where can I deploy to, right? So is it just web apps? Well, if you look at the options that are available in the the GitHub Actions in the community, well, you can pretty much deploy to anywhere, right? So you can deploy to Azure Functions. Well, you can deploy to AKS. There's also options for containerized web apps. There's options for containers. Now, you're not limited to using the GitHub Actions which are available, within the GitHub repositories. You can create your own GitHub Actions, and well, that's probably for another session. But we can definitely create our own GitHub Actions using JavaScript or probably any language, right? And you can then publish it to the store. So let's have a look at this, and then I wanted to also talk about GitHub Actions are not just for your CI/CD. You can practically automate any workflow that you want, right? So one of the other examples would be every time a developer checks in his code and you have a pull request for review, what you can do is based on the path of the file or the content of the message, where you can add the rules in that. You can basically label your pull requests with labels, right? So it's like tagging them, and that gives you the option to basically triage your pull requests. And again, I played around with that, and it's so easy to consume. You literally go and you grab a GitHub action for that, you follow the process, and it's literally within minutes you can set it up. So we'll take a look at that, and let's go back to what's going on here. So you can see here, this has built it successfully, and what we'll do now is we will go here and just browse our web app. That's it. So we've got our ASP.NET web app deployed. Literally, I mean, it's as simple as that. So just a quick recap, what we need to do is we need to go and grab the publish profile. You then create a secret in your GitHub repository. And with just a few lines of code from here, we've managed to publish it to Azure. And I also played around with Azure Functions and web apps for containers. And it's really simple, right? The other thing which I wanted to show you, and I'm just sort of conscious of time, we have a few minutes left, but I'll just very quickly show you. So the other thing which I was talking about was you don't have to use GitHub Actions for CI/CD only. You can also use it for triage. And very simple example here, right? So what I did was I created another workflow over here. Let's go back to GitHub repo and I can show you over here. So if I go to my repository, let's go back here, and if I go back at this level, I say actions, you can see if I say a new workflow here, well, this was the one which we created right now. But if you go down at the bottom, right, where it says automate every step in your process, there's things like greeting. So you can greet users who are first-time contributors to the repo. You have labeler. And this is basically the workflow which I have used. So what I did was I basically used the labeler from here. And you can see what it's doing is it's basically going to label your pull request. So let's actually, we do have a few minutes, so I can quickly do this. Let's commit this to our repo. And what we need to do though is, if you look at, if we go back over here, and you look at how this is done, right? So you just need to follow these really simple steps, which is, if I go here, you can see there's instructions over here, which says you need to create a GitHub labeler.yaml file with the list of labels in here. And you can see this is in at the folder level .github, right? So if I go back over here, and if I go to my code, because I've done it here, and let me just show it to you because I'm conscious of time. So what I've done here is I have got, this is literally the default file which I picked up from the GitHub Actions repository. What I've done here is I have added under the path.github, I just followed the instructions and I added a labeler.yaml file. And over here, you see what I'm doing is I'm basically giving it all the paths. So just for my demo, I wanted to sort of prove the fact that I can create my own label. So every time I create a new pull request, it should go and label that pull request with Fatima's label, right? So let's go back to the GitHub repository. And I actually did this over here under GitHub Actions. So if you see here, I've got my labeler.yaml file. And if I go and look at pull requests, so I'm just going to, first of all, I want to show you that in the labels over here, it's basically created my own label with my own tag. And if I go back to pull requests, if I basically say open issues and pull request to closed, you can see, so when I ran the pipeline and I created a pull request, so what I did was I just created another branch and I merged that into my main branch. And what it did was it basically labeled my pull request with the label which I created. So that's another use case. So this is, okay. So I know this was really short, but I'm sorry, I had only 45 minutes, but well, let's quickly summarize what we've looked at today. So being, a user of Azure DevOps for a very long time, I'd say I wasn't disappointed. It's a great solution to seamlessly configure your CI/CD for your GitHub repositories. You're basically getting all the power of GitHub and you don't have to go and navigate to another place for your CI/CD. It's amazing for building and deploying .NET Core applications in a painless way with GitHub provided workflows. Then you have a plethora of custom workflows, including deployment to many other Azure services. However, you have to sort of take it with a pinch of salt. It isn't quite yet ready for enterprise level workflows, is what I feel from my experience. Because, some of the nice things like having, deployment groups, then just variable groups, being able to add approvers to your pull requests, you can do that, but just the idea of having the whole gated check-ins and the pipelines which Azure DevOps provides, where you have the whole approval process and reusing the workflows. It wasn't really that easy to call a workflow within another workflow, and some of the more advanced features which I noticed, they're not available for the free edition. They're actually available for enterprise accounts only. So I guess to summarize it, I think it's a space which I would really look out for, and there's just so much of awesomeness in it. It's just go and show some love to it, play around with it. And there's this amazing community with so much of stuff already out there. So it's definitely a space I'd be looking out for over the next few months. That's me, really, guys. So thank you for joining in, and I think I have 1 minute. So I'm sorry, I haven't actually been monitoring the questions in here, but if any of you have any questions, just, yeah. And I'm on LinkedIn, so if you guys want to sort of, if y'all have any questions, or I'll share the presentation after. But thank you for joining in.
All right. Thanks, Fatima. That was a wonderful session. I think there are some questions in the YouTube comments, so we can start with our AMS session, and in the same same period we can take those questions as well.
Yeah.
So why not? Let's bring everyone here. All right, we have Igor joined in. Swami's here. I think you can stop sharing now. I think it would be good to get everyone here. Yep. All right. I can help with the questions. So we have do we need the first question we have from Balaji, do we need to create account in Artifactory to do the CI/CD using GitHub Actions?
I mean, I've just created, GitHub in an account in what? I didn't get the word.
Yeah, so the question was do we need to create account in Artifactory? I think the question was related more of GitHub, right, Balaji? If you can clear on that.
Yeah, I think he's talking about how do we push the Artifactory, if I understand it clearly, right?
Yeah.
See, this is more like an orchestration tool you can think of, Balaji, right? And then you could technically connect to your existing tool sets, whatever you have, be it your Nexus or any other Artifactory, whatever you have, you should be able to establish connections to that, and then you should be able to push the things there. I believe you're talking about JFrog Artifactory, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, as long as you're able to establish a connection between GitHub and to the other Artifactory side, you will be able to do that. Yeah.
Yep. All right, let's go with another question. So what's the pricing model for, so is there any pricing associated with GitHub Actions? I believe it's free, right?
Well, it's free. There are 3 levels, right? So I can quickly bring it up. So you get, there's obviously the free edition, and you get, I think, is it 2,000 workflow minutes per month? And then there's the next one up. Let me just quickly bring it up. But yeah, there's the next one up, which is, I think the developer edition. And then there's the next one after that, which is the enterprise, where you get all of the good stuff, where you can have your, self-hosted GitHub runner for your custom hardware configurations and things like that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll share the link.
I just did that, Fatima, in the YouTube comment section. Sorry.
Okay.
Yep. Thanks, Swami, for that. Yep.
Okay, there's another interesting question. Why should we use GitHub Action if we can do same things in Azure DevOps?
Yeah, so like I said, I mean, it depends what your, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I was very hesitant when I started off, right? I was like, what is all this noise about? But it's just the whole community, right, around it, the pace at which things are moving within GitHub Actions. There's, like I said, before you even need to create your own action, if you go and explore over there, there's something which has already been done by someone else. So it's just the whole community aspect. And I think the fact that people who use GitHub will know how amazing it is for managing their repositories and their code base and pull requests and things like that. So if you're getting the power of doing all of your CI/CD and deployments from within GitHub, I think it's pretty awesome. But like I said, from my experience, I don't think it's yet enterprise ready. So yeah.
I think the next question is more of related to creating the NuGet packages. If I believe, can we create a custom package for commonly used CSS and C# code that we use usually for our GitHub repositories?
I think you can. I haven't explored that yet, but I'm pretty sure you can. Yeah, you can create your packages.
I am just checking if we did not miss any question.
So one of the main things with GitHub is, right, they have if you're comparing it with other tools, they have like built-in advanced security features like secret scanning and things like that. So it's pretty powerful in that space.
Mm-hmm.
And just to answer the previous question, Durgesh, sorry, I got a bit disconnected there. So creating custom package for commonly used CSS, C Sharp, and everything, that's all part of your for what you want to do, right? Let's say if you're building a C Sharp library, obviously you can create a DLL out of it, and then you can push it into the NuGet or wherever the package manager you want to push to. There's no limitation on those. The same thing goes for your reusable components on NPM side, right? If you're creating a JavaScript library, you can definitely use actions to build that, and then you can push it into the NPM repository, etc.
Yep, definitely. I think the static files, that the question was related to CSS also. So static files would also be part of your package, right? So once you like take that package, right, or install that NuGet library, it will be automatically part of that solution. So there would be a like content folder within that. You can actually create folders and drop in all your CSS. It will get added to your project, in the same hierarchy. All right. I think so. In the meantime, we get questions. I have one question for Igor. Like I probably might have missed that part. So you were talking about utilizing C# 9, right, in the older projects, right? So
Yes.
can you just explain the process and how was your experience? Because we have seen a lot of debates around it, like in the Microsoft community. Some says it is good to do it, and few says it's not supported. So how was your experience around it?
Yeah. Well, if you know what you're doing, yeah, that's the question. Do you know what you're doing? So you have to be well informed. My experience is good because when I advise also my customers, I explain the process and concepts and where they have to be careful. So there is a safe area, which means everything is already there. You just have to turn on the version and use the feature. And there is a tricky area which I usually do not advice to go into, where you have to create shim types and so on. I have this example I show this example in the talk, but that's not something I advise. But for a large amount of features, especially now in C# 9, it means more or less adding the language version tag and to know which feature to use, and things will work.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say my experiences are good, and I advise that. Yeah.
All right.
Although
All
I
right.
completely understand why
Mm-hmm.
Microsoft is advising against it. You have to wash your hands.
Yeah, totally agree. I think to be on safe side as well. Yeah. I think we have another question, like, can we migrate Azure pipelines to GitHub Actions?
Good question.
Yeah, so this is something which I actually started exploring, and I wouldn't say you can migrate them, but you can definitely start. I mean, there's definitely pretty much everything that you can do right within GitHub Actions, but there's obviously other features within Azure pipelines like like I said, there's things like variable groups, there's the packaging aspect of it. So you have the artifact library, there's deployment groups, there's also the whole concept where you can create templates. So although it's YAML, you can create templates and reuse them within your pipeline. So some of those aspects are slightly they're more different in GitHub Actions in the workflows, in the sense that when you create your workflow and you sort of publish it, you then have to reuse that in a slightly different way. So I wouldn't say you can migrate your stuff. It's a slightly different way of doing it. It's more event driven in GitHub Actions, if that makes sense.
Okay. All right. Yep. All right. I think we can continue with our AMS session, but I just have this announcement because we are almost at the end of our event. So let me just quickly share my screen and announce the hope my screen is visible. All right. So thank you everyone for staying with us so far. And now it's time for quiz and raffle. Basically, we have two giveaways: Azure certification voucher and JetBrains Toolbox license. So you need, for Azure certification voucher, you need to participate in the quiz, and the voucher is valid for new role-based exams as well as 70, 74, and MB series exams. And you can redeem this voucher at any Pearson testing facility in India. And to participate in the quiz, you need to access the URL b.net.in/quiz. We also have raffle where we are giving away JetBrains Toolbox license. For this, you need to submit your feedback about the event, at b.net.in/feedback. You can access both of these URLs like anywhere from your desktop or mobile. So we'll just park, next 10 minutes for the quiz and feedback, and we will continue with AMA. So in case if you have any questions with the, around the same, you can post our questions. We in the meantime we continue our conversations there. Yeah. So make a note of these two links, and participate in the quiz. And after 10 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes, we'll just announce the name of the winners. All right. With
Just
that
to
note,
add to that, right? For that, usually we do the raffle in an in-person event. It's much easier. You know how many are there. So now there's only way for us to know who is available there to just take your inputs for the feedback. And of course, feedback is also important. So that's why we are trying to do the raffle out of the people who have done the feedback. So please, since you've put up with us since morning, it'll be good to share the feedback and then take some goodies as well, right? Apart from the knowledge what you were able to gain. Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for adding that, Swami. Yeah. All right. So in case if you are stuck, I think I'll just post the links in the chat window as well for the quiz and feedback. And let's resume, with our question answers. Let the Q&A, questions flow in the chat window. Yep.
I see a question for Vishwa. Is it there? I think it's more around gRPC. Would an orchestrator service that communicates with multiple services between UI and other microservice be a good example? I hope you're asking if you can write that service in gRPC, right? Which talks to which is like an orchestrator between the UI and the other services, like a BFF kind of a service. Vishwa, I'm not sure if he's there. I could take a shot on that. I mean, technically we can do that. See, you need to understand gRPC, your clients, when they want to try talking to gRPC, right? Let's say, especially if it's a web-based application, they need to use gRPC web as a client to really establish communication to that. So if it's more of just about orchestration and talking to a lot of front-ending stuffs, the rest would be straightforward. And you could use gRPC for intercommunication within your cluster. Let's say if you have multiple microservices running within a Kubernetes cluster, right? And those interprocess communications are much better with gRPC. Of course, that doesn't mean the client should not use, but it's more straightforward. It's more natural for the client to start using. It's more natural for the client to talk using REST basically than gRPC.
Okay. If I may add, we have such an architecture in place in several systems, and it proved to be really good. Like internally, gRPC already. So with the new stuff we're doing, and to outside REST, so I would also propose it definitely.
Yeah, thanks, Igor. And you got a very nice feedback that you're looking cool today.
All right. Did we miss any other questions? Have you already covered this one, Swami, the orchestrator?
Yes, we just talked about that, Durgesh. Yeah.
All right. Yep.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, like I usually have most of the questions. So if anyone is asking, then fine. So I think a question for GitHub Actions again, Fatima. So how was your experience with the the GitHub Actions marketplace? Like, because usually in order to make things automated, right? So currently we are using static tools like within our TFS pipeline itself. And if we plan to move to, let's say, GitHub Actions, so do we have the static code analyzers available there as part of the marketplace?
Yeah, you do. In fact, it's what I've seen is there is just so much more, like I said, so many more contributions that are happening within the GitHub Action space right now. And it's like crazily evolving right now. So like I said, it's amazing when it comes to security aspects and scanning and things like that. They provide a lot of out of the box functionality. So yeah, it's definitely something I would look out for.
All right.
Yeah, just one thing though, there was a question around migrating, right? I don't think it's as straightforward as just moving your YAML, because some of the concepts that are very sort of intrinsic to GitHub Actions is the way they run the jobs behind the scenes on their runner, at least for the free edition. So they run them by default in parallel. So when you're publishing your artifacts, they may not necessarily be available to you. When you'll have your pipelines failing and you'll sort of, sorry, your workflows failing, and you'll sort of wonder what's going on. And I did get caught out on that a few times, because you need to understand some of the basic concepts.
Okay.
They don't run sequentially by default, they run in parallel by default. So yeah, some of those concepts.
All right, yeah. And how many of like these actions, like GitHub Actions or Marketplace, like are there like these are totally like premium, or there are percentage of the
No,
tools which
they're free to everyone to use. Yeah, it's
all right.
just the minutes that you get, and the sort of self-hosted runner, those are
Mm-hmm.
in the enterprise edition. And also, like I said, the number of minutes that you get free for running your workflows,
Mm-hmm.
those sort of vary in the different tiers.
All right, makes sense. Yep.
There was one question from the Xamarin Forms session. I'm not sure if that was answered by Gerald, so maybe you could help Durgesh. So it's from Ravi
Yep.
Shankar, where he was asking, do I still have to implement separately for iOS and Android platforms if I have to target my Xamarin app for multi-platforms? This is when we go into Mavi. At that time,
Mm-hmm.
do we need to still have to implement separately iOS and Android, or are they going to be part of a single project, or how is it?
No, definitely. So I think the basic purpose of the MAUI itself to unify the platforms. So basically, if you were to notice in the Gerald session, right? So you'll have a one class library, right? There itself, like since now Android and like your iOS would be part of the single common library itself. So you can target there itself. So you can say like 90% of the work you are doing within your single common library itself, and then you can target the Android and iOS as well. Everything is like getting merged to the system namespace itself. Yeah. I hope I have covered this. So I see another questions like if there are any platform specific things are being if there are any platform
Yeah,
specific things are being called, there will be separate folders. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
yeah. I think Shreyas, good call out to you, man. You've been helping a lot with answering all the questions there in YouTube. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? You can ask questions from any of the sessions or even beyond the sessions also. So it's not just limited to this. Fatima is a cloud architect on Azure day in day out. She works on Azure actually. She's my colleague, and I brought her to talk on Actions and .NET. So if you have any Azure specific questions, also please feel free to ask, and then we should be happy to help with whatever we know.
Yep. I think I have one like related to Blazor, because we were, I think in our current project, we are building this PWA app where I came to know like there are options like in the Blazor as well, right? What did you get chance like? How was your experience with building PWA, with Blazor, Swami?
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't got a first-hand chance to build a PWA, but I know for a fact that it supports PWA, and then we can definitely do that because it's all going to run on the client side, right? And all
Mm-hmm.
PWA needs is a manifest and service worker kind of a configuration.
Yep. Yep.
But yeah, I've not really done it. So I don't want to go too deep into that and then explain much.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
but it's pretty much possible technically. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's one of the other boosting things for us, right? It's not just we're limited to build a normal application. Even if you want to go to PWA, also you are able to do that Blazor. So whatever
Mm-hmm.
you are able to do with any other JavaScript framework based SPA, you should be able to
Mm-hmm.
do the same thing with Blazor too.
All right.
That's the direction what at least it's getting towards.
Yeah. I think the benefit part of it is like you can use C# for the same. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you don't need to actually like learn a new language in
right,
case if you're
absolutely.
good at yeah.
Yeah, of course CSS you cannot get rid of. I wish there is something else that comes up for CSS too.
All right, let's look at for more questions.
I think someone new and young person is coming to learn .NET. That's okay, Fatima. Hello. Right. So how are we doing on time? Do we have we crossed 10 minutes? I see there are good responses coming for the quiz. Keep it coming, guys. And we will be choosing the winner soon.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. I think we have just a few more minutes left.
Yeah. Just another couple of minutes and then we should be good.
Yes. So I think almost all the Xamarin folks are excited for Maui Shreyas. So I have posted, I think, links for the Maui GitHub repo as well. So you can also join in the discussion, and if required, you can also join our Discord server. So wherein like I can pass in the links for even the Xamarin Forms community, including when the .NET say they have started Discord community server at their end as well. So in case if you want to contribute right to Maui. And in case if you have any feedback, you can join their Discord server as well. You'll find most of the experts from Microsoft who are actually working on Maui and Xamarin, so do check it out.
All right. Any other tips do you want to share, Igor, as we try to scan through the results and then process them before we announce the winners? I know you had to cut down a bit in the end. So if you want to share any other C# tips, that'll be great. I mean, well,
Yep.
me and Durgesh will
Probably.
look at the results and then we'll come back with the winners. Yeah. I think it's
Yep.
8:35, so we are not going to take any further quiz results. I'm sorry, guys. So feedback, please keep it coming. And yeah, we'll be taking the winners out of this and we'll announce shortly. Okay.
Sure. And I think, Igor, it would be good to start like with like what is the what are the current projects you are working on, and just a little bit around that. Yep.
Okay. So maybe to the tips, be good to show maybe a few things, but just shortly, what's always my concern is how to bring the new C# feature really into practice. So I've seen it a lot of times that people read something about some new feature or um, here on a conference or so in a meetup, but at the end very little really gets into use. It takes sometimes months is good, sometimes years before the features are really there. So this is one of the things I'm always concerned. What I wanted to do is to show you simple things you already have in Visual Studio. So this little bulb sometimes brings suggestions for new features, but it's not that easy to go through the clutter and bring suggestions for many things. I suggest strongly Rosinator if you don't use it, not only for new C# features, but in general, like it offers a lot of refactoring. It does the coding job, let's say, much more enjoyable, at least for me. And there is also a Visual Studio plugin I work on, which specifically targets exactly this issue. It's called Sharpen, and it tries really to teach you C# through your own code and show you what's new in C# and links you to the documentation, helps you with the refactoring and so on. None of these things at the moment support C#9 really well, but the support is coming. So update Visual Studio regularly. Same thing with the Rosinator, and also you can install Sharpen all of them through Visual Studio extensions. This is somehow the tooling in my set, which usually works. Yeah. Regarding the projects, maybe to the Blazor and Maui, I am not a summary developer, but I'm excited about the Maui as well, definitely. And we are starting something interesting now. It's called Chromely. It's an Electron-based, it's Blazor.NET Electron-based desktop development, multi-platform desktop development. So I'm really curious how this is going to work out.
All right, that's cool. I think there's a lot of noise happening around around Maui, so I think everyone is excited about it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So are we good, Swami? Like from quiz side?
Yep, we've got a lot of weird answers, and I must tell I have to go with the fastest fingers first approach. So a lot of people are went on tie. So I just took whoever answered the right questions first is going to get the is going to be deemed the winner. Okay.
All
So are we
right.
good? Can we just start announcing? Yeah.
Yep,
So
we
we've
can
basically
start.
we've got 6 Azure vouchers. So I'm gonna read the names now, and then I hope you guys have given the email ID appropriately, because I will reach out to you over an email on that email ID, and then and then I'll share the voucher code with you. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, and the winners are few people have scored. I mean, we just had I think around 10 questions, and it's all about 100 marks to call it that way. And 3 people have got 90, which is well and good. And few people have scored 80. Almost around 6 people or 7. And out of the 6, I've just picked 3 who have faster, who are able to give the answers faster. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm just being more transparent, so don't tell me if your name come out or something. Okay, so the first one is Manjunath PR, and second is Tripurendra Kaushik Erida, and the third is Karthik Chakravarti, and fourth is Ashirwad Satpati, and then fifth is Ranganath and Animesh Agarwal. These are the 6 people who are going to get the Azure certification vouchers, and I would reach out to you post the event on your email ID which you submitted in the form, and then I will share the voucher code with you guys. Congratulations, and thank you so much for participating today in the event.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
Congratulations, guys. And I think
I'll also
I
put the
hope.
names in the YouTube chat window. Sorry,
Yep.
Durgesh. Yeah.
Yep. I hope you have enjoyed the quiz. That was the fun, like part we have kept up along with learning. There should be a fun as well, right? So I have taken the names. I've seen the feedback submission forms. Thanks for submitting the feedback, and it's really helpful for us, like, to improve our future events. And in order to, for the raffle, I have randomly picked 3 names from the feedback submission form. So just being transparent here. And the name so the basically the winners are who will be just getting the JetBrains license, toolbox license, are number one, Sumesh Sudevan. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. The next one we have is Mridul Malviya. Okay. And the third one we have is Sunita Behera. Okay. So congratulations, guys, and Sunita. So basically our organizer team would be reaching out to you, on the email address that you have provided along with the feedback form. Thank you, for submitting and participating in the quiz. um, any closing notes from your side, Swami? i'll
Yeah, I
i'll be
think
just
it's a
posting the details. Yeah. Hmm.
yeah. I've just posted all the winners' name in the for the Azure certification
Hmm.
voucher. So
Okay.
yeah, one last thing I would want all of you to know is, first thing is, yeah, thank you so much for sticking us with us. It's been close to 6 hours, I can see. On a Saturday morning, it's not really a small feat, right? You can do anything else than just attending this event, but you made it. So thank you so much. Because of your continuous presence is where we could do all these events on a regular basis. That's one part. So thank you so much. You can all actually pat on your back that you made it for 6 hours of .NET overload. And the next thing is, yeah, we're always looking for more volunteers. I've been calling this out in every meetup and every event we conduct. So please feel free to join us. And if you go to our BDotNet.in/our event website, you can see a Discord server there. Please hop onto the server, and then we can have more active collaboration happening on .NET, Azure, Xamarin, different kinds of topics. And let's keep this community thriving. That's much more important. Yeah. And looking forward for another round of great sessions soon from all of you guys. The speakers, plus I want, like I said, more speakers I'm looking for from the audience too. Yeah, please feel free.
Yep.
All
Thank you,
right.
everyone.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so
Yep.
much,
Thank
Fatima.
you,
I got
everyone.
from joining from
Looking
different
forward
parts of the world to
Thank
make it
you.
Yep.
this event.
Cool.
Yep. Thank you, everyone. Yep. Bye
All
bye.
right, then. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
Bye.
you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.